Hello, Connor. Hello, Arkael. And hello, everyone. You must be presentable. You never know who's watching. You never know. Wait. Oh my goodness. Hello, Greater Rain. Wait. Wait, hold on. Where did the Christianity discussion come from? If Christianity was grounded in any reasonable sense, you wouldn't have that kind of yeah, okay. That was part of the Arkael. Wait, can you not hear me? Hold on. Wait, you should be able to hear me. Connor. Let's use the sticker. Yeah, I can hear now. It's good. Yeah, that was me mistaken. The premiere of the PPF debate was my bad. I was like, when did we discuss Christianity? Wait, I have to turn off the. Are we ready for this? Are we ready? Okay. Arkael, are you ready? Are you ready to come here? And Arkael, are you ready? Okay. Call me. Or should I call you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Arkael.
Hello.
Hello. You are Arkael.
Yep, it is me.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. If you could make yourself a bit louder. And now I'll
Okay,
announce you to the universe.
let's see.
I will do this. I will click the plus. I will take the text. Add source. Guest. Arkael. The giggler. And tell, tell everything about yourself to all the 8 people in the audience, including
Uh,
yourself.
yeah, I'm Arcale. They, them.
They,
I'm
them.
not very used to chatting live, but I'll get used to it. You can find me at at mostly software on YouTube, but there's not really anything there right now.
Idem, RKL. Is it okay if I call you RKL?
Yeah.
It's like Carl L. Or your L. Or everybody's an L. So you're from Superman's family. In a way. You know?
Hmm.
The house of L. RKL. Okay, so I will do the text color red, right?
Pardon?
We make the text color red. Wait, I have to.
The text color.
Yeah. Yes. Wait, where's
okay, yeah.
the? I can't find the thing. It's really strange. Where's the text? Can you see it? I don't see it.
I cannot see.
Oh, okay. Let's make it red. Oh my gosh, I still cannot see it. Why can't I see it?
No, Connor, there's going to be Lucy's second time exploring the house.
That's right. I know my own house. What the heck? Something's gone terribly wrong, Arkael.
Uh-oh.
It's true. I don't know what to say. Why is it so tall? Okay, I have to delete this and make a new one. Apologies. You know? It happens to the best of us. Even to Lucy Haza. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you, Lucy?
I am very okay. I think so. I'm you know. I am Oh, tomorrow I might go to the theater. Did you know this about me? My theater.
Wait, did I know what?
To the theater.
Sorry, theater?
Yeah, theater. A stage theater.
Oh, okay, cool.
The Jewish
I love
theater.
theater.
That's
Nice.
right. It will be in Yiddish.
Is it a musical?
I think it's not. I'm not sure. I don't know actually. Okay, something's very wrong is happening with the text thing. I don't know what.
Okay, I don't think
So I
anybody can
guess
see any
people
text.
should just believe you when you say that you are Arkael.
Yeah.
So you are. It's like since it's the night right now, it's a bit like a sleepover, you know, at my house.
Yeah.
So like, wait, I have to Doom. Have to find the category. You sent me the game, right?
Yeah, I sent you a Dropbox link.
How is the thing called?
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
I'll find it and then resend it.
Because I'm trying to find the correct. The right name.
Okay, I resent the link.
Okay, it's called.
The folder should
the-
be called Lucy's House.
His house? But it's a video. 8 gigabytes.
Oh, no, that's not it. My bad. I got the wrong file. Hold on a sec.
We're gonna do a react to the video.
Yes. Okay, this is the right link.
So that file is called.
My house.
Wait, it's just called my house.
Yeah.
Where is it? I don't see it. License my house.
Can you see the link I sent you?
Yes.
The second one.
Where? Yeah.
You could just
Okay.
download that whole folder again.
But I should just find the thing on the computer, no?
That's true. You could do that too.
Okay, let's look for it. Let's chat with the chat in the meantime because the chat is disappointing in me.
All right, so how familiar are you with like Doom modding?
I know how to shoot a gun and I know how to explore.
Okay. So like I'm sure most people know this, but like Doom is a very, very active and popular modding community.
Oh, also I have to respond to Moose Watcher. Moose
Oh, yeah.
Watcher, the kino is the word for the theater where you project movies, and the stage theater is theater. You know, theater is the word for the stage cinema. So like the theater that you're thinking of is the cinema, and I'm thinking of the stage theater. So theater. And the Jewish theater is Teatr Żydowski. Oh my goodness. Wait, are we still on? Wait, did my internet die?
No, I'm here.
Both chats died for some reason. Oh my goodness. It's getting hot in here for some reason. Okay, let's. Did it find it? Oh my goodness. My house. Wait, where did I install it? I just don't know.
Would it be in like your downloads folder, maybe? Maybe you just extracted the zip in there.
Wait, where? I lost my house. I got evicted. Oh my god. I played it. You saw me play it.
It's just like the ending you got where it disappears.
Oh my god. I did not delete the house. Okay, we're gonna look folder by
I think it's
folder.
haunted.
No, we good. I'm just busy grabbing lunch. Thanks for
Well,
the
like
clarification.
part of like the kind of meta narrative of it is that it's kind of like a haunted file or like a creepypasta type of thing. So maybe it really is haunted.
Okay, I found Texas Sydney Opera House. What? What the? Oh no, that's Sid Meier's Civilization. House Key. Legends of Mana. AF House Key. Legends of Mana. What the heck? Krusty's Super Fun House. Super Nintendo. Hero House. OGG. Connor sent you a DM. Are you seeing the chat?
I'm seeing chat like on the site.
Oh my
Wait, let me check your site. I'm just seeing it on YouTube. Hold on. Yeah, it's working for me.
Cerberus house petting Bing? Is that it?
Maybe. Okay, inside the folder, you should find some files like doom2.wad, gzdoom.exe, stuff like that.
Doom 64, Doom, Diablo 4 beta.
If you search the whole hard drive for gzdoom.exe, you should find the folder.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, I can't find. Okay, I'm just gonna download it again. Does that mean we're gonna have to play it from scratch?
Yes, but
oh no.
Most of the progress in that game is knowledge rather than like discrete tokens or things that you can get. Yeah.
So we won't have the duck anymore?
No, but you weren't going to anyway. The thing that you take away from each run is just your knowledge of the previous run.
Well, but I was on the run when I had that, where I had the duck.
Have you played Outer Wilds before?
Yes. The planet.
It's kind of like that.
The planet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that, where like you don't really get anything by progressing. You just kind of learn stuff.
Okay, where is the Doom? Okay, what do I download again? My house. Wait. The whole my house folder, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can just download it as a zip and then extract it somewhere.
My house. I download. Wait, it's already here somehow. Maybe. I don't understand.
In your downloads folder? Oh, I knew it. I knew it would be there.
Oh no, wait, no, it's not. Oh. Is it? Where did it? No. My game. No, it's not. Never mind. Okay, my house. What do we do now? What do we do now? Oh wow.
Just let me know when it's downloaded and extracted, and then I'll tell you what to do.
Oh,
okay.
It's already an extracted folder from the get-go.
Okay, so in there, you have the myhouse.pk3.
Wait, I have to correct my looks.
Okay.
Okay. So what now?
Okay, so you got a file in there called myhouse.pk3. You want to drag that onto gzdoom.exe to run the game.
I am ready. Is it too loud? Wait. I have to fix the game.
Yeah, we need the video input.
Can anybody see the game, actually?
Not yet.
Okay, so we have to... Okay, it should be in the... But it's not somehow. What?
I can hear it. Is the other stuff in front of it?
Doom to Hell on Earth. Game. Waveling game. It should be game. But it's a bit loud. Oh, wait.
We might be hearing it. We might be hearing it through your headphones.
We're gonna make it quieter. Oh, you should be able to hear it, I think. But we're gonna make it quieter in game, I think. And now we're gonna have to make it show.
I think you did a whole screen capture last time.
Yes?
I think that's how you did it.
Wait, in which case I have to... Okay, not to risk that. Oh my goodness, I'm so nervous. Okay. How do I... Screen capture, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we have this here.
Yeah, because GZ Doom is really weird with OBS.
Jesus Doom? Okay, I'm here. And I am prepared.
Nice.
I am prepared for anything. Oh my goodness.
Alright, so this game actually gets very hard in the late game.
That's impossible. We are professionals.
So I'm going to give you the option, but if you want to reduce the difficulty, this is the perfect opportunity to do it.
Yeah, the game. No, it's pretty loud. Wait, it's too loud? I'd argue there is a certain point in the game where you should start the saves come. But it's only once you know what you're actually aiming for. That's true. Voice reveal, RKL.
Yeah, I've only spoken like once for
the
1 second on screen.
How do I make the game quieter? Nobody can hear you.
That would be an OBS.
I cannot hear you.
Or you could just go in the options, yeah. Sound options.
Does it have sound options? Sound. Okay. Master volume, we're gonna make it half. This game is so loud. I swear. Okay, we're gonna adjust this as we go. GZ Doom is the source port list. Basically, it's a custom application that enhances the original. What's the Doom? I see.
It allows you to do more things than the original Doom used to be able to do.
I try to understand everything. Load game.
It's like a game engine that
our saves still.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, so you can load the game if you would like to.
Yes. Would you rather we start from the beginning, or what is your
It's
preference?
up to you. I think that you can beat it at the difficulty you're on, but you need to make sure that you're like very prepared for a fight.
Because you have lore stories for us today.
Yes.
That's right. Start? I don't know what save is the save.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one.
I don't think this is the save, is it?
It might be, is this a house? I don't think this is where you want to be.
I cannot go to the toilet? That's a bit saddening to me.
I think we should start a new game.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Because it's mostly going to do that anyway. Once we get to like the part that we want to progress to. It's kind of like a loop, like Groundhog Day.
We could start here. Or no? What do you say?
Oh, this is where you were. Yeah, this is where you saved last.
Wait, why isn't it what the heck?
So we beat if you recall from last time, we beat the first map, and then it brought us to here.
Yes. Are these Nazis? Just like in Doom?
They're zombies.
Zombies. This is Project Zomboid?
Well, according to the Doom lore, if I remember correctly, they opened a portal that they found on Mars or one of its moons.
Wait, but you die in Doom at the end, don't you?
I don't remember if you die in the first Doom.
You go into a portal to hell and it just overwhelm you and you die. Or was it the demo? I don't remember.
Maybe. Well, like in the original Doom, the storyline is that UAC, sort of conglomerate mega corporation, sent like an expedition to Mars where they found these gates, and when they activated them, is it still too loud?
It's too quiet apparently. So it says Connor, so we have to adjust the. Wait, I'm gonna make a sound test for you while we're at it.
Testing. Hello. I'm not sure how clear I'm coming through.
All right, let's see. I will try. I will do my best. Okay, let's see. Let's see. There's a program. Okay, say something now.
Something now.
Oh, wow, you're so loud. Wait, I have to unmute my... Wow. Okay, say something now. Say
testing.
Say A, B, C, D, donut, duck.
A, B, C, D, donut, duck.
Excellent. I think your audio is excellent. But sorry, the music is one of the best parts of this mod, so I need to make sure it's perfect. Actually, that's true. That's actually really true. The music was. When I first played this mod, I was super impressed with its music. It's like it's the thing that builds the whole atmosphere. So that's actually very true.
It's a very cool soundtrack.
It really immersed me into the whole thing. That was partially why I said that it was better than the original. They have different vibes, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels like I can experience this.
The cool thing about the soundtrack is that it uses the music from Doom, but distorts it and like twists it and slows it down in such a way where it's not recognizable.
It feels like you're taking part in an indie movie.
Well, speaking of taking part, have you heard of House of Leaves?
I've heard of House of Cards.
Okay, House of Leaves is like a horror book that has multiple layers to it. And one of the layers is you just read the story as it is on the paper.
Right.
But another layer is that there's all these footnotes and stuff about the author of the book, like compiling all this information together from the protagonist of the story.
Oh.
So it's almost like a documentary. Huh. And this game, which is like loosely inspired by House of Leaves, has a similar element to it, where the main narrative is just Doom Guy is in this house and he's exploring and just going on a wacky adventure. But then the other narrative is you, the player, are investigating this like folder that was found on the internet.
Damn.
So you're participating in the story in a way.
The Drakengard of Doom soundtracks. We have to finish Drakengard as well. But have you you're probably not as early as I am, but have you ever read one of those adventure books when you choose your own?
Yeah, I used to read a bunch of R.L. Stine ones.
I have to respond to someone real quick, sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Who I... Oh. Okay. Oh, Connor played the Choose Their Own Adventures. Do you know what happened to me often when I was really small? Arkel?
What's that?
I used to get stuck in the Choose Your Own Adventure books. I would get stuck in a loop.
Oh my gosh. They didn't bug test.
Sorry?
They didn't bug test them.
No, I think it's just my fault. I would keep going back to answers that would keep me going to the same spot back and again, you know? Or at least it felt like that a lot, you know?
You could be a bug tester for nonlinear novels.
I really liked... I don't know if you know that series. It might have been translated from English. It most probably was. It was the series called The Time Machine. It was a series
Is that like
of
the
books.
H.G. Wells one?
I don't know. Because I only know the Polish version. And I was very small. The Time Vehicle, maybe it was called.
Okay.
And as the name implies, was about a time vehicle. Like you went back in time and you had your adventure, and I think you even chose equipment at the beginning or something. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's so
cool.
So interesting.
I've never seen anything like that, yeah.
As you were where we're going. And your own little... I wonder... I bet Karasu also did those books. So is
I read like the R.L. Stine ones, but those are pretty simple.
Is the music okay? In that case, we should play the Terrible Newsground Zap Dramatic games that were made in conjunction with Canadian University of Toronto, created by Michael Gibson, who with these flash games wanted to teach negotiation skills. Oh, I want to learn negotiation skills. I had a whole course on negotiation by some famous American negotiator. It was really good, you know? I think negotiation
that sounds cool.
is a valuable skill.
It sounds like a cool artifact.
Unlike
those games.
Unlike manipulation, which is you know. Negotiation is far better than manipulation, in my opinion. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
We should actually discuss a bit. Also, thank you for all the books you've always, provide.
I'm happy to provide books.
You made me smart, especially about Mexico. You know what we should research next? Africa.
Okay.
History of Africa. That would be pretty cool too. Also, when I think of you, I always think of that cute profile picture that you have. So in my mind, I imagine you to be as, it's from Okami?
Yeah, Amaterasu, yeah. Or
Imagine you as
Chinzaterasu,
the
I guess.
doggy from Okami with sunglasses. I hope it's okay.
Yeah,
I
it's okay.
imagine you in my head as the Okami doggy with sunglasses.
I was thinking of setting that up as a VTuber avatar.
That would be so cool if you did that. A very wholesome personality, or at least I think so. Oh my god. I almost drowned.
Okay.
Did you see?
Yeah. So this is just the second. This is just the second Doom map, but we want to play through it to get the super shotgun.
The hyper shotgun? Wait,
the super shotgun.
It's from the Doom.
Yeah, it's like the one with double barrels.
This is something you could not do in Doom, by the way.
Doom 2, at least, you get the super shotgun in this level.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure
looking up and down.
Just do this.
No, yeah, it didn't have that.
Because everything was 2D, including the character, right? Doom 2 was much. It was a 2D game pretending to be a 3D game.
Yeah, it was like a 2D maps projected into a fake 3D space.
That was so cool. I used to love Doom when I was a child, you know?
There's a really interesting book called Masters of Doom that kind of documents the creation of like the original Doom engine.
Also, I just noted this is the music that is right now. This ding 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 ding. Okay, tell us the lore before we begin of this place.
Okay, so this is just the second level of Doom 2. But once we get back to the house, then we'll start talking about that. Or I guess I could just start reading it now while you're playing through this level. Yeah, let's do that. So Doom has had like a huge modding community for a long time. And back in the 90s, it was really popular to create like a map of your house. Mostly because people didn't really know like what to do. Like, oh, I don't know what kind of level to create, so you just make your house. It's like an easy thing.
What an amazing idea to make a game about a house that changes dynamically as you do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Were you losing your patience last time when I played, by the way?
No, I was not losing my patience.
Going around and being lost?
No, that's fun. I think that's a quintessential Lucyism.
Yeah? Being lost is a quintessential Lucyism? I guess I'm a lost person.
Or kind of like wandering sometimes, but, going on an adventure.
That's true. That is true. That's why you love watching the streams, isn't it? I hope.
I think that's why people watch.
That's true. Wait, how did you do the streams? How did you discover Lucy Hazeh? Which means chest in Hebrew, by the way. Hazeh.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Maybe it was through President Sunday.
Oh, okay. Like a very, very, very wholesome giggler you are, you know?
Or when you showed up on Zancord, I think that might have been it.
Zandrahal.
Yeah, because you were posting in there for a while.
Zandrahal. It's like it makes it sound German, you know? Zandahal.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's interesting to read the name that way.
It'd be like a villain on Wolfenstein.
Okay, it's correct that Lucy wandering around the video games aimlessly is a trap for me. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh. Zandahal. Sure. I don't know. I always thought that I was like annoying people with the wandering aimlessly, and I was like, I better figure out what to do next quick because people might just tune out, you know?
So this mod that we're playing right now, called My House.
My House.
It was posted just on March 2 of this year by a user named Veg on the Doom modding forums. Yeah, I think it's probably a shortening of that. I'm just going to assume that with no justification.
No evidence.
Yeah.
So it's a new thing. Wow, it's a new and hip thing. I assumed that this was like I assumed that this was already an old and established thing for some reason.
Well, this dude's been around a little while. He hasn't posted on the Doom forums in like 10 years, so this is his first post in a long time.
Okay, so while you speak.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we speak, I shall do a promotion. That's the word. Promotion is the word.
Okay. So this is Veg's forum post from March 2. Excited to finally release this tribute map. Last August, I lost a good childhood friend of mine and took it pretty hard. When I was visiting my hometown for his funeral, I connected with his parents who shared with me some of his old belongings. Among them was a copy of an old map he backed up on a 3.5-inch floppy disk from high school. Thomas and I were into amateur Doom mapping in the early 2000s, but I had never seen this map of his prior to uncovering it on one of the old floppy disks. As a way of paying tribute to him and all the great memories we had together, I took the plunge and installed Doom Builder in order to polish this map up and add a few modern amenities just for convenience sake.
Wow.
I haven't touched an editor in over 15 years, so it was quite a surprise to find out how easy mapping has become. I may have gotten a little carried away with these new features, and as such, the map is designed for GZ Doom. From the text file, Doom 2, GZ Doom, hardware renderer, one map. Well, not much of a challenge.
What happened to the friend, right? The person never says what happened to the friend, right?
He doesn't say how his friend died.
So they must have been from the old Doom generation, right? Floppy disk?
Yeah. Yeah, this was recovered from an old floppy disk.
Interesting.
And then polished up.
This is actually an old map that was... that's a tribute to the friend.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's so interesting.
And he continues, making maps of your house was all the rage back in the day. But I feel like this is a pretty adorable and detailed tribute to my friend, and a great way to share something of him with a community we loved. Miss you, Tom.
Wow, and apparently this is extremely popular, right? This mod.
Yeah, a lot of people have played it.
Streamers, etc.
It became kind of a viral sensation because it just was dropped kind of almost anonymously in this forum, and then people are like, oh, there's something here, and they're like digging and investigating, so almost like it's like an ARG kind of.
Right. It's also very good. So in a way, it's sort of like a way to keep... I mean, I know it's like it sounds like a bit of a stretch to say that, but it's like a way to keep a person alive through the memory of them.
Yeah. It's not just like...
Not directly, but because nobody knows who the person was, but through their work, you know?
Well, there's another layer to this outside of that, but we'll get to that later.
Okay. I'm gonna do a promo here. I'm gonna send the link. Should I send the link to the page directly or to the YouTube? My goodness. Hello, Obsessive Forge. Oof. Oh my goodness. Wait, I did message. I didn't write any. I just said, please come to watch RKL. I should watch some more. Oh my gosh. Your movie sucks. What an insufferable channel. I shall not be watching another. Wait. I recognize the channel Your Movie Sucks. Do you, Arka?
Yeah, I love that channel.
Yeah, but Obsessive Force does not like it.
I can understand people not liking Adam. He's got a very particular style. I wouldn't fault
You know
anyone.
who I watched quite a bit for a bit? A channel called I Hate Everything.
He does a podcast with Your Movie Sucks called Sardonicast.
Oh, I guess I know the channel called I Hate Everything and a review of Cool Cat from that YouTube.
Yeah, videos dunking on Cool Cat are always very funny.
No, it's so. And you know what the weirdest part about Cool Cat is? There's Cool Cat lore.
There's a lot of Cool Cat lore.
Well, the weirdest Cool Cat lore is that the creator of Cool Cat actually tried, I don't know, either suing or just shutting down all the reviews of the movie.
Yeah.
Was it a movie or was it like a mini series?
It's like short films. They're like these little children's educational films that he tries to fund, but he keeps like re-releasing and working on and funding the same movie over and over again.
This is so weird.
He gets in beef with a lot of internet creators.
Yes, true. Feel free to also, do like this big promo for the house. Where can we promote it? I promoted it in Present Sunday and I promoted it in the Giggle Card. Where could we else promote the house?
I don't know. Does Demon Mama's channel have a self plug?
Of course. Are you on the Demo Mama?
Yep.
Let's go. It's called Self Promo.
She played my house too.
Who? Yeah?
Demon Mama.
Demon Mama
Yeah.
play? On
Yep.
stream?
Mm-hmm.
Did she like it?
Yeah, it was a really fun stream.
Damn. See, now I cannot lose. Now I have to win this non-existent competition that I just created in my head. There was just certain things that went from nitpicks to unadulterated rage at the very concept of making a movie. I found it annoying.
I really like his analysis of Synecdoche, New York.
I appreciate not
It's
being
like,
faulted. I guess that's like those channels. I guess with those channels that review things, it literally is a case of different strokes for different folks, isn't it?
yeah, definitely.
Great. What's an interesting movie?
Synecdoche, New York. It's a debut film by Charlie Kaufman, who's a very surrealist film writer.
Right.
And that was the first movie he directed.
Damn. I just hope I don't give people the impression of that they say I just watched a video from the channel called Lucy Haza and I won't be watching anymore because she sucks. She's bad. I guess there are people like that. Like
average Chud Logic fan.
I have a hate water, you know. Hate water. Hate watcher. Have a hate watcher. Did you know?
I have heard that you do have a hate watcher.
Yes.
You know, your Bad Empanada video keeps showing up in my YouTube algorithm.
And people keep commenting under that video to this day.
That's why they're keeping it alive.
They're like, it's incredible. I just don't know.
I'm getting it because they keep like hanging out on that video.
I mean, I did rage a few times too over like I did rage a few times, no? Arcar, help me here. Did I rage ever?
I have never seen you rage.
I have raged on like when I'm angry at genocide deniers. No? That does not wait, what's that? Does that not count as rage? Oh my god, where's
it does, but you always seem so cool and collected.
Oh my goodness. The cool and collected. Apparently I will be taking part in a panel protecting President Sunday, did you know? Oh, it's almost time for the hormone replacement theory. Hormone replacement theory? Hormone replacement therapy. Oh my gosh, hormone replacement theory.
The theory of hormone replacement.
My goodness. You are looking so vibrant. No. That's impossible. Thank you, Miss Allen Sirkais. I am a bit vibrant, that's true. It's a hot temperature today. Oh my goodness. Let's see, you're happy today. Maybe. Oh. You know, Latvia, technically, the Duchy of Cortland had a short-lived colony on the island of Kunta Kinet in the Rambia River. It's also hard to make a case for the art of genocide and less so for movie making. That's true. Did you get someone's number? No, nothing happened. Nothing's happening. You should, Nothing's happening. Isn't that right, Arkal? Nothing's happening and we should forget thinking that something's happening. Isn't that true?
That's true.
That's right.
It's true.
That's yes. Okay, so yeah, that's true. Like if Obsessive Force has a good point that like sometimes like we know that a movie is not good, but the temperature might be giving a bit of a flash, but no, it's definitely the big smile on your paintings the space. Oh my goodness. A flash, huh? No, that's impossible. What? Oh my goodness. Well, what happened, Greater Rain? Oh. Okay, so yes, the thing is that even if a movie is bad, what happened, Miss You're peculiar. No, no, no. Okay, so even if a movie is bad, someone tried really hard to make it, and it's sad sometimes to see it bashed. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not peculiar. I'm my usual self. I'm my usual self. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Yes.
Everything is normal. Okay. You mean we can have Bloodsport? What Bloodsport? I'm gonna have Bloodsport soon. I'm gonna be facing off against Zonya apparently. Did you know?
When is that again?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know what the topics are. I have to. Is it okay if I ask now a person what are the topics? I'm literally asking right now what are the topics. But yes, it's a lot of people involved. A good friend has recommended me a really good movie, which is an indie movie.
What's the movie?
Called STEM.
STEM.
Yeah. Do you know it?
I have not heard of it.
It's a movie about a person that gets. I don't want to spoil the movie at all. Your usual self is something of an odd duck, to be fair. Exactly. Exactly. Nothing special is going on. So the
If
person is.
everyone is peculiar, then no one is peculiar.
True. True. So the person gets paralyzed and gets a special thing installed inside of his spine. You know, I don't even sure I believe in media being good or bad anymore. I don't think anything helpful
It's
has been
entirely
derived from
contextual.
objective media critique.
There are a lot of ways to define good and bad.
That's sort of true. Especially since a lot of things that are bashed when they come out become classics, you know? Or
Mm-hmm.
super big, mm, you know, like hits over time. Like the 1986 Transformers movie. You know it, right?
Yeah.
So that was bashed by the critics. It was created as like a toy commercial, basically. It was violent because they wanted to move away from a line to move into a new toy line, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this really nice channel. Is it really that good or something? I stumbled upon it like by mistake. That sometimes the art sort of outgrows its initial purpose, so to speak, right? And
Or it
that
grows into sometimes.
yeah, and that the creators of the Transformers, the movie, sort of did something very interesting and nice, even though it was just meant to be a toy commercial to sell products. You know,
Yeah.
that a lot of it is ended up being very, very interesting. If I
How I
wasn't
think of it,
if I wasn't afraid we would be struck, I would watch that video on stream, but it uses a lot of footage from the movie itself, so I'm afraid that it'll just get struck, you know?
that's fair.
Or that the stream will be just stopped at the.
Yeah, you'd lose streaming privileges too.
Well, usually they say that I'm playing copyrighted material and I can continue stream once I stop doing that.
Well, that's good. I've seen Vosh just get like nuked for like 1 second of Kill la Kill before.
Right, I got nuked for an old communist Poland movie, and I got nuked for things like watching a documentary about food from Mexico for Jubilee.
And streaming is scary. It's just like an axe hanging over your head.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I think obsessive orange probably is right. It's more helpful to, I don't know. It's less helpful to bash and more helpful to say, I guess to give input as to what could be, in your opinion, improved upon in the next project, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for and like what your goals are when you're going into like an analysis.
But it also becomes tricky because something that you might see as a big bad thing might be something that was done deliberately.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Like
like I saw
the
people
movie.
like I think I've done or played some things when people said that something is blah, and I had to say that this was done deliberately. Like,
My favorite
yeah,
example of this is 2001: A Space Odyssey was almost universally critically panned the time that it came out. Nobody liked
isn't
it.
it like a super famous super
Yeah, now it's considered a masterpiece by most people.
right?
They just didn't understand like the decisions that Kubrick was making with the cinematography and the his style and voice.
Right. Boy,
So
YouTube does it.
it
It strikes. It silly. Literally prevents you from talking about. I think. Okay, I will say there is one exception to what Obsessive Forge is saying about good and bad media. Maybe I think there's one exception to that, and that is when the person creating the media just completely doesn't care.
nobody can define objective
You know.
quality. It's
Yeah,
a
but I
illusion.
just think that if a person creating something just completely doesn't care, it will show in their work, sort of.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Then you're like presupposing a value, but it's a pretty universal value, I would say. So it like translates to most contexts.
Right. Then I think that if someone's like really cares about what they're doing, it will shine through in some way.
Yeah, that's what matters most to me with art is like somebody caring about it and not just being like a soulless product.
Right. And of course, the big example of a thing that people really criticize being done on purpose, I guess, would be Drakengard, right? With soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the soundtrack in Drakengard was quite deliberate. The
There's this
choice.
YouTuber I really like called Movies with Mikey, and he takes like movies that it's very popular to hate on, and he'll just like go through it and find all the good things about them and like
That is
celebrate
so.
art that
Well,
people don't always
maybe
like.
that's a channel that you could recommend to Obsessive Orange.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I like that positive attitude towards things.
I mean, it's also pretty uncommon. We love movies with Miki here. Is that the channel name? Movies with Miki?
Movies with Mikey, yeah.
I read it as Miki. My spouse and I both are big fans. Oh, I mean, it's
I love his
so
outlook.
uncommon. It's so uncommon to see people like looking to the good things. I don't know. I think artists should support one another, you know, in their endeavors.
Yeah. Like when you're criticizing something, at least what I like to do is to think like how could this be improved? How could we learn from this? Stuff like that. Not like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm ready to shit on this guy and make him feel really bad. I
Yeah.
mean, unless he's like a Nazi or something, I don't know.
Oh, that's true. But when you criticize something, it's also, I think, important to remember that just because you think something, you don't like something just doesn't fit your taste, it doesn't mean that it becomes objectively bad, right?
Yeah, it should always be couched in like here's what I'm like evaluating for. Here's what I care about.
Yeah, or this is like how it made me feel, this piece of art, this is how it impacted me, this is how, you know.
There's this book called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance about this guy who goes crazy trying to
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Define objective quality. It's an interesting read.
It'll talk about all of it, right? And you do have to keep in mind that it's like filtered for your taste, experience, etc.
Mm-hmm.
That is incredible. True. And now we're looking at this artistic tribute to a friend.
Yes.
We can maybe begin.
It is time.
Because after all, this stream is all about the friend.
It's a friendship stream.
That's right. Okay, can I snipe them from here?
Yes. Yeah, that shotgun has pretty good range.
All right, we're overpowered. Like shotgun, more like sniper shotgun. Am I right, or am I right?
So I'm going to start reading the development diary, because in this folder that was posted to the forum, there are a lot of like other files in there. One of them is a development diary, but then we also have some photos. We got some screenshots. We got a sketchbook. We can go through those a little bit later, but I'll start reading the development diary from the guy who worked on this. August 4, 2022. Today I woke up to the news that an old childhood friend of mine had suddenly passed away. I can't believe it. We were so close when we were younger, and I feel like a part of my life is now missing. I feel so helpless, like I can't do anything to bring him back. I feel so sad, and it feels like my heart is heavy. I can't help but think about all the fun times we had together growing up. All of our adventures, our secrets, and our arguments. I miss him so much, and I can't believe he's gone. I'm struggling to cope with this news, and it's hard to stay focused on anything else. I hope that I'm writing this journal. It'll help me to process my emotions and come to terms with what has happened.
So can you repeat that sentence, the shotgun sort of?
Oh yeah, I hope that writing in this journal will help me to process my emotions and come to terms with what has happened. I know that my friend would want me to remember the good times and continue to live life to the fullest.
Wow. It just makes me want to write to my best friend right now. You know? Both of them, and to sort of appreciate them. Because they're
August 16, 2022, so this is 12 days later. I attended the funeral of my childhood friend, and I was overwhelmed with grief.
Wow.
As I looked around at everyone else in the room, I could feel sadness in the air. The service was beautiful, and the pastor said some kind words about my friend that made me feel better. After the service, I went back to my friend's parents' house and spent some time with them. And I was reminded of all the fun times we had together growing up. I never imagined that I'd be saying goodbye to my friend so soon.
Wow.
As I sat with my friend's parents, we reminisced about all the memories we shared.
At the end of the visit, had to have known him as well, for sure.
Yeah, they must have spent a lot of time together growing up.
Wow. Like, and also my memory is not good, but it's not. I don't think it's that bad. I'm pretty sure the person does mention the name of the friend once, Tommy.
Yeah, his name is Thomas or Tom.
Because the first, the one of the entries did end with Tommy.
If we look in the photos folder here, we have. I'm gonna send you a picture on Discord. A couple of pictures.
Yeah.
We got a photo of the author and his friend Tommy.
Is this speech pulled from the mod? It's like from the person that created the Well, that's the thing. The person, technically speaking, co-created the mod. The past friend created the map, and the map was just sort of.
Okay, so I sent you a picture. I sent you a picture of the friends and an obituary of Thomas Allard.
So there. This is them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I have to. Which one is which? Sorry. Which one is the person that
One sec.
put the mod out, and which one is the friend? Wow.
Thomas is the guy on the left, I think.
Wow. This is. And this is the obituary, right? Yes, correct. Yeah, on the left. You can see the photo on the left. Thomas Allard. 35, so young. 2022. Oh, wow.
Here, I'll read the
so young too.
Obituary out. Thomas Allard, age 35,
wait.
died
Before you do this.
Yeah.
I wanna like I wanna put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, now it's a bit too big. Wow, this is just crushing. The story behind this mod is so sad. That explain a lot of the atmosphere is explained by this. I feel like the music choice, etc. Especially like when the house becomes desolated, and like the music in the area where you have the small doggy and the big doggy, the music from there really sort of feels like it makes sense with the context that you're providing here, you know?
Yeah.
This sort of empty feeling of loss.
It does a very good job translating that into the atmosphere of the game. It's very expertly made.
Okay, it's up on the screen if it's okay to read.
Yeah. Thomas Allard, age 35, died in his home on August 3, 2022, in Oswego, Illinois. A celebration of life will be held from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. with a service at 1 p.m. on Sunday, August 7, 2022, at the Dwight Olson Center. Caring for Thomas and his family is the Shirley Funeral Chapel. Originally from Plano, Illinois, Thomas, or Tom, was born on June 14, 1987. Growing up, Tom ran cross country for Plano High School and participated in the debate and Model UN. After graduating high school, Tom attended Beloit College and received a bachelor's degree in geology. He then moved on to Wyoming and spent several years working for the National Park Service before reconnecting with his high school crush and moving back to Illinois to be with them. Tom and his partner moved to Oswego, where he started working for the city as part of the grounds crew. Tom was loved by everyone who knew him, and his smile and laugh was said to be infectious. He will be missed and deeply remembered by everyone in his life. Tom is survived by his parents, Dale and Judy Allard, sister Suzanne, brothers Joel and David, and his cat Scrambles, whom he spoiled rotten.
Wow. You can really see the smile in the thing here. And also, I want to show that other photo. You can see that the smile sort of repeats. you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was really important to do this.
Yeah.
To have you on and to explain all of this. It makes the whole thing so much different.
Yeah, it's like a different way to engage with this piece.
Wow. What does everybody think? Wow. Like what a perfect way to sort of make someone's memory, like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You look so happy on that photo as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same photo on the obituary.
It kind of looks like it, doesn't it?
It does a bit. Yeah. No, it's not.
Maybe it's a very practiced
No,
smile.
it's that, I guess. Or the person just naturally smiled like that. That's also
Yeah.
possible. It's just the person had a habit of smiling. That's a very friendly smile as well. Damn, okay, let's continue then.
All right.
Should we save the game?
We haven't done anything yet. We're okay.
It won't open. I'm stuck already. Wait, I'm stuck?
You're not stuck. No, you're not.
I am. You see, I'm...
Try E, the E key.
Oh, you don't press space?
No, I think it's E to open.
E? Like electron?
Huh. Yeah, that center door should open. The one you're looking at.
My smarts.
Yeah.
Okay. Have to prove my smarts. Oh!
There you go. Okay, so where were we? This is August 16th. He's visiting his friend's parents.
Okay. We're gonna have to do this when nothing happens, because I'm pretty sure that whenever I shoot, it sort of overpowers your voice. If that makes sense.
Okay. So we'll read it in like bursts throughout the playthrough.
Let's beat a part of the level, and then you'll read the next thing, okay?
Okay.
I think that will make... Let's try to reach sort of... What do you call those? Oh my gosh. You know, something points.
Checkpoints. Just a good resting place.
Just turn down the master volume, Lucy. Or turn up, Lucy. I cannot turn myself up. I'm too... I don't know if I've ever had a friend whose passing would devastate me forevermore. I can only think of that. I can go sadness being... Oh, I do have 2 friends like that. I have 2 friends whose passing would just devastate me, actually. I've known them for like over 20 years. Is this okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's important for us to sort of hear the music still.
Oh, turn the sounds volume down and then the music volume a little up.
Sorry?
Turn the sounds volume down and then the music volume a little up. That should fix that, right?
Oh, you're right. Wow. You're right, yeah. Let me check. Save game. Boo, 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 boo. I'm not sure if it's necessary that they were more than just friends. I mean, it's possible to be more than just friends, but it's possible to be more than just friends in a non-romantic way, you know? Does that make sense?
There are some clues in here, but it's a very interpretive work.
Oh. Because, for example, with my two best friends, we're, I would say, more than friends with both of them, but it's more like in a sense of we're like family at this point, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We have a close bond, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so you can open those little bar, like the,
Oh,
not the red
really?
ones, but the silver bars. Yeah.
Where? Here? I'm gonna have a, like a, oh my god. As in a romantic part of it, as in a romantic part of it is I was too shy to talk during school most of the time, and now I just don't really leave the house. I also look at people and almost think of as known to who they are, so friends more than. Like, for example, friends can tell each other that they love each other, but it doesn't mean that it has to be in like a romantic or sexual way, you know? Isn't that right, Arkan?
That's right.
What happened? What happened here?
Can you press the switch, or did you do it yet?
Wait,
Oh yeah, there you go.
I pressed it, no?
No, you got it. I'm just behind because I'm watching from the YouTube.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'll just share the thing with you. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, that works.
I'm just gonna share the... Can you see it? I shared the game with you on Discord. That's true. I don't know. It's sort of.
I'm back.
It's weird because I said it automatically, but I agree with the sentiment of dropping the jest. That's true. I do agree with the sentiment of dropping the jest because being friends is more than just being friends. You know, it's a deep connection. You know, I think.
I agree with that.
Okay, so what do we do now? Are we stuck again?
Okay, now that you pressed the switch, it opened a gate somewhere else.
Okay, let's save. Did we save?
Yeah, it saved.
Okay, we'll open here. Oh god. Are we in the basement right now of the house? Is this the basement?
This is the underhalls, so the second level of Doom 2.
Maybe like, you know, we are roaming the basement dwellers thing.
That's one way to look at it.
The incels are attacking us. The bigots
True.
and the transphobes. so great that you can snipe them with your shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, this game is difficult. I hope it doesn't have all the bosses from Doom 2.
It does.
Sorry?
It does.
Oh,
That's
no.
why I was saying, if
we're screwed, aren't we? I mean, worst case
you
scenario, we're just gonna restart the game.
Yeah, I know that you can do it, but it will take patience and determination.
It's okay. I have both. I would like to believe I have both. You know?
Yeah.
I think I have proven my patience and determination on stream in the past, didn't I?
Yes, I think that you've proven that many times over.
Boo 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 boo. Wait. Boo 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 one. Wow. Today is full of extreme surprises.
If you notice, this level, this brick structure is actually a house.
Oh. But it was in the original Doom.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Although you can clearly see that these are 3D models, unlike the Doom proper. You know?
No, this is how it looked. There's no like levels, there's no like floors on top of other floors. It's all just kind of projected.
Interesting. So it's still 2D?
The map is 2D.
Wow, okay. I assumed that it was 3D actually. Especially the house part. The house part was 2D as well?
My house, like the actual map that we were playing before, is still kind of like, it is 3D because GZ Doom uses 3D these days.
Okay.
But the map itself is still 2D because
okay,
when you're going into the basement, it's actually just a portal looking into another area of the map.
This is so interesting. Okay, so this is a green carpet. This is not gonna hurt me, right?
No, it's just grass.
Okay.
You're gonna touch some grass.
I thought it was acid for some reason. It was acid in the original game, or was it grass as well?
No, it was grass.
Oh, well,
I played this game so much.
The whole thing of run. Hey, how do you run? Sorry, what do you press to run?
Caps lock. Just press it once and it'll toggle.
So what did I do the whole trick of running fast to do this in the OG Doom?
Just to get up here. There's no like steps to get up without jumping.
Oh. I also thought I was avoiding the acid. I actually really thought I was avoiding acid.
Depending on who you are, grass can be like acid, you know? Like if you're a tanky or something. Depending on who you are, grass could be kind of like acid, you know?
Okay, I have to make the sounds even quieter. Sounds are not as epic in this game. They're just Doom sounds, right?
More or less. There are a few like unique monster sounds, but it's still audible.
Is it dead?
The pinky is dead.
Oh, it's dead. Wait, oh, no, don't kill me. Oh my god. Oh, from behind.
It's a good thing we saved.
Did you see what a pervert? Can you believe this? I certainly cannot.
Yeah, for real.
For real though. Did I take my hormones already?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. So it's time for my hormone replacement. Chat, did I take my hormones? I mentioned them, but I don't remember if I took them or not. I didn't, did I? Doom 2 was more of a DLC than an actual sequel. Don't say that.
I kind of agree. Although most game sequels were very similar to the previous games in that age.
Like, okay, Warcraft 2 was very different from Warcraft 1. Since I've been here. Okay, let's take it. What's the worst that could happen? It could turn me into a superwoman. It's the thing that makes me, you know. It's a blue pill. It's a white pill. They've been blue pilled. No? My goodness, I have to. That's right, the HRT. Did you know that we have like, I think, 908 subs now?
Yeah, I see that. It says 909 for me.
909! Isn't that exciting? We're slowly inching into a 1K sub count. Isn't that cool, Abkael?
Yeah, that is.
We're doing what no other streamers do. We cover important issues like Doom mods. Well, I don't know. I feel like this is... It actually quite seriously gives it a lot more weight. The story, you know?
Yeah.
At least in my eyes, it gives it like... It feels like I'm helping to pay tribute to the friend. Even though technically speaking, I'm just playing a game, you know?
It's like an interactive memorial. You're participating in the remembering.
That is true.
Even if you didn't remember them.
So like there's this element of like, have you, like, when you've read it, right? Have you read it before or while playing the game?
I've watched like a million YouTube videos.
About this, right?
Yeah.
So answer me this. Have you ever wondered how much of this is the original work of the friend and how much of this is the thing that was added by the creator?
We can kind of see that. In the folder, there's another file called myhouse.wad, which is the original, or at least like the unexpanded map that the friend created from Tom.
So I guess we could play that later, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like a very interesting... And then we could compare what changed.
Mm-hmm.
Are the changes massive or?
Yeah, it's like incredibly massive changes because most of this mod wouldn't be possible in the original Doom engine, which is what the old map was created in.
Interesting. Okay, let's continue because that feels like I'm just walking in circles.
Yeah, you got the red key now, so you can go back to the starting area.
Oh, the red one.
Alright, so this is August 16th. He's visiting his friend's parents after the funeral. He says, at the end of the visit, his parents gave me some old personal items that belonged to my friend. I was surprised to find a stack of old discs containing some Doom backup files. It was an emotional moment, but I'm grateful to have these items to remember my friend by. When I get home, I'll go through some of his old artwork and see what I can recover from the discs. August 18th, 2 days later. I spent some time looking through my friend's sketchbook just in case there was something important in there. I had no idea what to expect, but I was definitely not prepared for the strange artwork that I found inside. The sketches were mostly abstract and dark, with a lot of imagery depicting death, sadness, and despair.
Oh wow.
As I flipped through the pages, the artwork seemed...
Sadness and despair. That makes me wonder. Seriously wonder.
Yeah, why was his friend sad?
No, it makes me wonder how. Okay, that might sound insensitive, maybe, or not good, but it just makes me wonder how he died.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very curious.
Because he never, like, because that just makes me like
I don't.
my great grandfather, for example, committed suicide. You know.
Yeah, I think it's left ambiguous.
Sadness. It also sort of shows with the dog level. There is a sort of feeling of sadness with the little doggy sort of following you
Hmm.
around. Like you want to hug the doggy, you know?
Yeah. He continues, as I flipped through the pages, the artwork seemed to get increasingly darker, and I began to feel a sense of dread. I decided that I had seen enough and I closed the book, feeling a little bit shaken. After that, I decided to try and take my mind off things and do some Amazon shopping. I need a USB 3.5-inch floppy drive if I'm going to recover some of these old files. Lord knows whether anything can be retrieved from these disks. They're nearly 20 years old. Fingers
Yeah.
crossed.
Also, question: does the super shotgun just replace the old one?
Yes, you can use the mouse wheel to get back to the old shotgun.
Oh wow! I can.
Yeah,
Oh,
you would go in the other direction.
wow.
Yeah, there
Okay.
you go.
But it's not worth using the old one, is it?
Um, it is if you want to conserve ammo and you know something will take one shot.
Oh.
Otherwise, the super shotgun is like infinitely superior.
I don't know. My hips so far seem to be unaffected by HRT, by the way.
A super shotgun blast to the face is as powerful as a rocket. So you can take down like the Hell Knights, the Barons of Hell. I forget which one they are. The guys with the green flames. You can take them down in 3 shots with a super shotgun. Okay, so this is August 20. My package finally arrived in the mail, so I spent the day going through old floppy disks. I plugged it in and started to play around with it. I was surprised to find that I could actually recover data from my old floppy disks. I had some old files from my
I mean,
high
I'm
school days
pretty
that
like sorry to interrupt like this. I'm pretty sure
No
the
problem.
floppy disks are like pretty. Unless you put it near like a radio or something that will demagnetize them, I'm pretty sure they hold data for a pretty long time.
Yeah, I think so. I have some old ones from my grandma's like writing and stuff, and they're still okay. He says, I had some old files from my high school days that I thought were long gone. But here they were. My friend and I used to make Doom maps in high school, and I was so excited to find them again. But then I stumbled across a map that I'd never seen before. It was a map of my friend's house. I was so surprised to learn that he'd been working on this map in secret. Playing this map made me realize that the best way to honor our friendship is to clean up his work and release it to the public. We never made any of our Doom stuff available to others. I guess we were young and intimidated by the great work being produced by the community. But I'm impressed with the quality of the work that he's put into this map, and I think it's a fitting tribute to clean it up for others to enjoy.
It's amazing.
5 days later. I spent this morning doing something I haven't done in years. Browse Doom World for the most recent Doom editing tools. I was amazed to find how easy and accessible the new tools were compared to what I used back in the mid-aughts.
Also,
I ended
by
up
the way,
downloading...
this is such an. This is such a. Oh wait, is this armor here? This is such a common thing, you know, that we're just intimidated and afraid to put our work out.
Yeah,
Where's the
I
blue armor?
experienced
I don't
that, yeah.
see it.
Oh, there's a secret door up on the top of those stairs.
You know, it's like I'm often worried that my work is not good. And where's the secret door? Oh!
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna save now. Teleport?
Yeah, teleporter brings you back to the beginning.
Oh. So like I just decided to do the thing and put it out. Like today's comic, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was probably no good, but you know, I just put it out.
Yeah, you just commit.
Yeah.
You just do it.
Something's better than
Like
not than perfect.
like the meme, just do it.
Yeah. Fear the fear and do it anyway, like that famous book. I think it's a famous book.
I have not heard of it, but I believe you.
But yes, if you could continue.
Yes. I ended up downloading the Ultimate Doom Builder and Slade, both of which proved to be incredibly useful. Ultimate Doom Builder made mapping incredibly easy and straightforward. I was able to quickly create a basic map without much trouble, and I'm excited to see what I can achieve with a bit more practice. Slade was also much better at managing resources than trying to use Wintex, which I remember using back in the day. I feel pretty comfortable now that I can finish my friend's map and maybe add some new features to spruce it up as well.
Yes.
Now this is 4 days later.
Okay.
This entry is crossed out, but I'm going to read it anyway.
Right. Wait, why is it crossed out?
It looks like he just didn't want to commit it, but he didn't want to delete it either. Like this was a working file that wasn't meant to be released.
Oh.
He says, I had the strangest dream last night about my childhood friend who recently passed away. We were playing Legos in his basement like we used to do as kids. When I turned around, he was gone. Oh, sorry, I just hear myself echoing.
Oh, I apologize.
I'm not sure if anything changed.
Something has changed. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I turned you up on my end, and it sort of makes the microphone pick up your own sound from my. I need to buy headphones that will insulate the sound better. You know?
Yeah.
From leaking.
It's hard to get good headphones.
It should be better now. Can you say something and say if you can still hear the echo?
We were playing Legos in his basement like we used to do as kids. When I turned around, he was gone. Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. Yeah.
The house was empty and silent. Everything was so quiet and still. I started to smell smoke and hear screams from upstairs. I ran up there, and when I got there, the house was just a burned frame. Smoke was getting thicker and thicker, and I could barely see or breathe. I searched for my friend, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I couldn't see anything. I started to panic, and then I found myself outside in the fog. I was alone, but I could hear low growls in the distance. When I woke up, I wished so badly that it was all just a dream, but I knew deep down that it was real. I don't know what that means. I just miss my friend so much, and it's hard to think that he's gone. There's nothing worse than letting your mind dwell on something. After a while, it starts to consume you. Just now, I decided to order a replacement set of smoke detectors with CO2 sensors, just in case.
Wait, why? Why?
Just because he had a dream about a burned house.
Huh. Interesting.
And it freaked him out.
I would cry a lot, probably.
It's like that's what happened in the mod when we went into the behind the bookcase and switched that breaker.
Damn.
Okay, so this
the house was burned. That's right. The house was burned later.
So that dream was like made into the map.
Wow.
He put it in there.
It makes so much sense now. Wow.
September 2.
Maybe we should have restarted the game.
That's okay. This is kind of like restarting the game. The only difference is that you're going to have a super shotgun now, and we're still in a very difficult setting. But we can make it. I believe in us.
Yes, I believe in you. At least. I at the very least believe in you.
We can always We can always turn on God mode if we get like absolutely, if we hit just a wall.
Do you mean IDKFK?
Yeah.
In IDDQD?
Yeah, that one.
There were 2 codes of Doom that are IDKFK. One was for ammo and guns, and one was for, I think IDKFK was for the weapons.
The cool thing about this map is it's like meant to kind of fuck with you, especially if you're familiar with Doom. And one thing that almost nobody would notice unless you're like a Doom expert is the map you're in right now. Everything is sized a little bit wrong.
Oh.
So like the level's actually like a fraction smaller than it should be, which would like mess with somebody who's really familiar with it.
It's interesting. Well, that's good then I have a horrible memory. I don't remember anything of this level. I mean, I remember the layout, but you know. See, I have a blessing of having a horrible memory. Save again.
Yeah, mine sucks too.
It's okay. My grandfather used to say that there is no such thing as bad memory, only untrained memory.
Okay, so now we are on September 2. Today I made a post on Doom World showing off my friend's map. There's more to do on the map, but hopefully this is the encouragement I need to finish the map and push it out for release. I thought it would be a simple project, but the more I learn about the new features, the more I've been adding to make it more interesting. I want to maintain the original aesthetic my friend was working on, but I'm trying to find a fine line between the original vanilla map and the cleaned up release that feels a little less 90s. October 3.
I think it's good for it to look 90s, personally.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
That's the whole appeal to me, that it looks 90s.
This is a month later.
Or dead almost.
October already? Been super busy with work, so I haven't had time to work on the map. I did, however, go back and look through the sketchbook again and started scanning some of them into my computer for posterity. As I scrolled through the drawings, I could see that my friend had taken a dark turn.
Oh my god.
Each sketch seemed more unhinged and disturbing than the last. I felt a chill of worry run down my spine as I realized that my friend's mental health might have been in a very fragile state.
Damn. Yeah, it's sometimes difficult for people to show that they are in trouble mentally, you know? It's sometimes not easy to open up. And it can be a very sad sort of thing to discover later that they were unwell and you did not even know.
Yeah. October 8th. Today was a long day at work, but I was really looking forward to coming home and getting some mapping in. I decided to order a pizza first, so I called up my favorite pizza place and placed my order. It felt so good to be able to just relax and enjoy some good food. Once the pizza arrived, I set it aside and got to work on my Doom map. I've been working on it for a while now, and I'm making good progress. I'm determined to make my friend proud. I spent the next few hours tweaking and refining the map, and it felt really good to mess with some of the new UDMF features. It's fun to align floors without having to draw new textures. Eventually, after a few hours, I decided to take a break and have some of that pizza I ordered earlier. After dinner, I went back to working on my map, making some more tweaks and finishing up some of the details. I can't wait to release it. I think people are going to love all the Doom cute elements on the map. October 13th. I know that sharing is a big part of the Doom community. A small part of me doesn't want people to make modifications to this map. Mostly because I feel like this is a tribute and just a vessel for my feelings and emotions. Someone else making changes would feel inappropriate. But more importantly, I feel like something wants me to be the only one to work on it. I can't explain it, but when I reached out to ZDoom Discord members for help, it seemed like something didn't want me to upload it for others to work on. It sounds stupid, because I ended up uploading a copy, but for a moment I felt compelled to just keep it to myself. Fortunately, my post on Doom World was well received, and seems most people aren't bothered by the idea that an author doesn't want to make their map available for modifications.
Damn. And we've beaten the level, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Was it wrong that we've beaten the level, or should we have not?
We have beaten the thing. We did our goal. We got the super shotgun.
It's loading. We're back
There we
home.
go.
Oh yeah.
We're back home. Okay, so before you go into the house, just check like around the garage. Interact with all the things in there.
I try my best.
There should be something you can open inside the garage.
Inside the garage?
Yeah, you're in there now. Try that crate there.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
I gotta cut my own house up.
That'll help you save ammo with some of the enemies. Because you need a lot of ammo.
You cannot jump in this game, right?
No jumping.
Okay,
You can add jumping, but mappers don't generally take it into account.
Okay, let's save again.
Yeah. So there are actually two houses. The one you're in right now that you're about to walk in is the original, like, house that the friend created, that Thomas created.
Breaker Chris, you actually just sized up tiny bit in this map rather than the map itself being sized down.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's effectively the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of like
It's like oh, technically
like
Mario. Technically, Mario doesn't move in Super Mario World. Actually, the level is moving.
It's a distinction without a difference, sort of, right?
Yeah. In game design, everything is fake.
Since like the effect is identical, sort of, in a way. I mean, it is a bit different, but the effect is sort of the same.
Yeah, it produces the identical results. Okay, so now that you're in the house, you don't want to leave again, except
Why
for
not?
now. Because
wait, the enemies are killing themselves?
Yeah, you can get enemies to infight if you get them to if you line it up properly.
You perverts! Get it? PlayStation!
All right, so the reason you don't want to go outside is because as soon as you step out the door, it'll transport you to the second house.
Oh.
And then that's like the more
PlayStation?
updated one. You can't get it.
Oh no.
No PlayStation for duckies.
Oh no. Can I play the TV?
It's a nice ritual altar.
Can I get this?
No.
Okay, let's go. Let's go, Giggler. The difference is there is also size up in the house itself, which you can see if you open up the My House WAD file itself, which has added some interesting interpolations to the... Oh. Damn. I know that Connor is waiting for me to finish Drakengard. Did you know this about me, Arkael?
That you play Drakengard?
That Connor is waiting for me to finish Drakengard?
That does make sense.
Also, look, we have an emote from Drakengard in the chat on the page.
Nice. Okay, so we want to make sure we want to make sure we find the blue key before we leave.
What about the yellow key?
We can get the yellow key too. We need that on the way. We'll get all 3 keys.
Paper. Shampoo. You look like sodas, not like cleaning products.
Yeah.
No ducky.
No ducky.
Oh.
No reflections either, because this is still the first house.
Wait, no reflection? Wait, are you saying that in the other houses there will be reflection?
Yeah. It becomes like more advanced.
No longer
as you
a vampire.
Progress.
Can I poo or pee in the toilet? Can I do my
No,
business?
it's maybe if it was a Duke Nukem mod.
Oh gosh, that's true. Maybe I should play Duke Nukem on stream one day. I used to like Duke Nukem a lot. When it came out, I bought it, you know? You know what was the biggest thing with games in those days?
What's that?
You bought a game, you installed it, and it just didn't work. And you had to find a way how to make it work. By trial and error. You know?
Yeah. It was for enthusiasts only.
I wish I could say those were good times, but I remember the frustration and sadness when we bought a new game which was not cheap and then just didn't work, you know?
I didn't have that problem until I had my own computer and had to set up my own games, but I used to just play games on my dad's Hackintosh.
Like you had to set up some files, sometimes there was a whole mess, you know?
Yeah. Where it's like, oh, the drivers are missing or something.
Hey, now to the basement, right?
Yeah, now we go to the basement.
Oh, you're almost dead again. You're always almost dead in this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not like kind of like that sometimes that we're almost dead? What is that blue orb?
That is something that's meant to like entice your interest and draw you outside, but we don't want to go out yet.
Or do you mean, I mean, it's very rare that you get a game and it just doesn't work right off the, you know?
Yeah.
It's very rare now. It's not nearly as like, okay.
Unless it's like a really old game that you have to run through like a DOS emulator or put it in compatibility mode.
But the problem is not nearly big as in the quote-unquote good old days.
Yeah. Especially if it was a game with like 3D acceleration or something.
I mean, unless you played it on console, then you didn't have that problem at all.
Yeah. Okay, so the number one rule is we're not going to go behind the bookcase.
Why?
Because burning the house down locks off the good ending for us.
Okay. I thought number one rule was not to die.
You're right. How could I forget?
Wait, where is
the
behind
second rule,
the bookshelf?
There's like a circuit breaker back there, and when you switch it, it burns the house down.
Where?
We got it in the last playthrough. You can't get it yet, but it will start like buzzing, and then that's when you get like a clue.
I should have used the super shotgun for this one.
Yeah, super shotguns are really useful. It's like shooting rockets, but without any of the splash damage.
Can I log in?
No.
That is just... what the heck? Are you seeing this?
1%.
It locks your game into the burn house ending. You can technically just go back and and look back, but that's just wasted time once you already have the super shoddy.
Yeah.
Whoa, the
It's basically like ruining
the
a
red
run.
pill. We've been red pilled.
Oh, open that bathroom closet.
You saved my life. Okay, we're loading again.
Yeah, switch to your super shotgun.
You're right. How do I load the game? Okay.
It's loading.
I panicked there for a second. As I do, always, in my life. What the heck? This game is too powerful for my PC.
Yeah, I wonder why it's lagging like that. I wonder if we can do anything about that. It wasn't last time.
Sorry, what?
Oh, it wasn't lagging like that last time.
True. Oh, towel. Where is the blue card?
It's upstairs.
Where is the upstairs?
You'll find it.
Are you sure?
Yes. Lucy, it's your house.
Yeah, but I have bad memory. Is this upstairs?
No, this is just the furnace room.
Where is the... I always keep first aid.
You don't want to go out there.
Why?
No, don't go out there. Because you don't want to reset the house yet.
But this
you want
is
to go
the
upstairs. No, that's the next door. Yeah, that one.
But that was also upstairs.
Yeah, but it would take you outside.
Where do we go now? Where is the blue car? I don't understand.
There's an upstairs bathroom. Not that one. Oh, no. The laundry room?
We're stuck. I knew it. Oh,
Yeah, here we go.
I cannot take it. Oh, I took it.
Okay, now we can go outside.
Shouldn't we go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
Upstairs here. I mean...
No, there's no attic in this version.
No, I mean... Here upstairs.
Oh, down there. Yeah, you can do that.
Here, upstairs. Should we go here?
Yes. Let's go.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just takes us back up.
Should we hide the blue thing? It's not here anymore.
It's gone.
What the hell? So what do I do now? Wait, who's this? Should I kill him?
I don't think you can shoot through the window.
Why not? I think they said you live in an apartment, but I don't think I know if that's right. Me? I don't live in an apartment, at least currently.
Lucy lives in a house.
I live in a house. I actually do live in a house because my father lived in a house and I am right now in my father's house, which my parents built for the whole family, but it did not go as planned. Let me just say that.
Did it come with the demons?
Yes. I mean, we had our schnauzer.
Okay, we can go back inside now.
Wait, what do I do now? Is this the more advanced house?
Yeah, now we're in house 2.
House the sequel. House MD. We're almost dead again.
That's true.
Ha, that was a professional move.
Always remember that the zombies are hit scan, which means that you can avoid getting hit just by breaking line of sight.
Xbox?
Yeah, it changed.
Fine. I better be on my good behavior. You never know who's watching and listening. You know? I have to be like...
So one thing I will tell you is pay close attention to the picture frames as you play. All of the picture frames.
I'll do my best. My hair looks good today, right?
Yeah, I think so. Alright, so now we want to go get the skull keys. We have the normal keys, but we want the skulls now. I think there's one in the bedroom upstairs.
Okay, shall we just look in each door, one by one?
Yeah. Yeah, let's just go one by one. Do our perimeters.
Opening a rift of bed to bone place. Is everybody having fun? Oh! Oh no, okay. So is everybody having fun? Are you having fun? You're not annoyed with my gameplay, right? Ducky!
Not in the slightest.
Can we get it?
Ducky. Not yet. We gotta fill up the sinks.
Wait, I haven't been clicking the sinks at all.
It's time for a sink hunt. I love how the music slowly gets off key and just kind of warps over time.
Oh. I like these little touches. As you mentioned, the music getting slightly off key, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people just see it as music being glitchy or not good, you know? Or weird, but...
Yeah. That's like the mood that it's trying to invoke. Everything is carefully tuned to make you feel like something is off.
It's very, very... wow. So everybody's having fun, right?
Chat, are you having fun?
If you're having fun, then please consider writing in the chat that you're having fun. See, you expected like a thing asking for money, but no. All I ask is for you to say if you're having fun or not. You expected a shilling, but there will be no shilling. Isn't that right, Arkael?
That's right. This is a shill-free stream.
True. Today it's only love and solidarity.
Okay, so we want to go downstairs now.
Oh.
We got our yellow
that
key.
We just started looking at this. Did we get all the sinks? We need to get the duck.
Yeah, there's another sink downstairs in the bathroom.
Art. If you're not shy about your art, then please show it to me on the... oh god. Discord, and I will showcase it on stream. But only if
I want to get into drawing again.
Only if you're okay with it. Because Obsessive is doing art.
Nice.
Obsessive is a super artist. Actually, Obsessive has created a few of the emotes that are on the Giggle card. Those emotes were technically speaking not made for me, but they are on the Giggle card and they're really good.
Oh,
also,
that's awesome.
Of course, Obsessive has created the music for the intro for this channel and outro. And one more
intro.
music that's sort of like sorry?
I love the intro music.
Oh yeah.
It's very iconic.
Yeah? It's iconic?
Yeah. I think so.
Nice. Did you hear Obsessive Forge? We like have an iconic music in the intro.
It's catchy. It kind of feels like the GameCube intro or something.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I do love the intro music. It's like you know? It did become sort of like part of the whole experience, didn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so we gotta fill up the sinks again.
Oh. I was so happy when I actually got the intro music. Like, I was feeling like I'm becoming like a pro, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We have an intro and stuff. It was like, wow. We have entered the big leagues. How are you feeling, Arkael?
I'm feeling pretty good.
I have to finish reading some of the books. I have to finish the... Wait, are all the things okay? Or... Oh!
There's one here. There's one downstairs too. Switch to your super shotgun when you go down.
Okay. I have to finish the sociology book that you've given.
Oh, you're reading it? Nice.
Yeah.
I listened to the audiobook a while ago, but
can you send me the audiobook?
Yeah, it's in my server, but I'll send you a link.
Okay. You should invite Obsessive Forge to the server.
Yeah, I will if I haven't. Definitely.
It is such an awesome server.
Yeah, I'm thinking of re-listening to that book because it's really good.
It is, or at least the parts that I've heard seem very good. And then I will be able to be a smartass about sociology.
Yeah, then you can debate Vosh.
I'll debate Vaush, that's right. And say you might have your degree, but I've listened to a book.
I've read this book. Yeah.
Boo, 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 boo. 5. It's like that thing that some YouTube reviewers used to have, this clip of a general saying, "You magnificent bastard, I've read your book." You know? Especially Linkara used to use this. Do you know Linkara?
I know of Linkara.
From Atop
they were on
like Wall?
Yeah. I haven't really watched them, but I know about them.
I've watched. You magnificent bastard, I'd read your book. They used a lot of...
I used to watch a bunch of Channel Awesome stuff.
I think that whole thing ended in a very sad manner, didn't it?
Yeah. In a lot of ways.
I think Linkara was one of those people that was always sensitive to progressive things, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did call themselves an SJW when that was like at the height of the whole anti-SJW thing, you know?
Yeah.
As an artist, I'm much too serious for astrology. True. I'm... How do you say fishes? Pisces? Lucy, behold. Wait, what's this? Hello, not here. I have to look at the link now. What is this? What do I do? What happened? Graveyard.
Graveyard.
Oh, your art. Nice. It's in the Giggle card. As me, I abhor astrology. Oh. Wait, did the game... Oh, please don't tell me. Okay. I thought for a second that the game froze. But it didn't. But yeah. I don't abhor astrology, you know? I treat it as this cute little thing that you can read but not really take seriously in any way, you know?
I find it a little bit of a red flag when people take it super seriously, but otherwise, yeah.
Like, I don't know.
If it's just like people having fun, like, who cares?
Like, I'm PCs or something. I'm also a rat, I think. In the Asian version of astrology. Wooden rat, I think. Pisces. I'm Pisces. And when it says, listen, you're gonna get into an argument with a fat, bald, I don't know, bank manager, and it's gonna make you sad, I am like, hee hee hee, you know? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing about astrology, you know, the fascinating thing about astrology, I guess everybody knows this little factoid at this point, is that it's written in a way that, like, there was this thing where a group of people was giving a bunch of astrologies that were fitted to their sign or something, right?
Yeah.
And all of them read it and were like, oh wow, this all applies to me so much. And it was just all the same text for everyone.
Yeah, it's just like kind of vague.
Just tailored so you can just read out of it what you want. So it's sort of funny.
Yeah. You can like project your own interpretation or meaning onto it.
And I say hate I more or less mean is when people believe in superstitions. That is unfortunate.
A lot of psychics kind of do that too.
Oh yeah.
My grandma is a medium.
Yeah?
Yeah, she like I don't believe in spirits or anything, but she like her profession is reading people's like fortunes and like talking to their loved ones' spirits.
It's like with the Magician of Lublin.
Mm-hmm.
The book by Isaac Bashevis Singer. You know what my job is?
Streaming?
My job is to giggle.
That's true. That's everybody's job. Some people are just bad at it.
That's true. Also streaming. Can you jump out the window? Crash the glass. Oh, I haven't...
We'd have to...
Sorry?
We would have to edit the mod to do that.
I actually haven't looked in the mirror. No reflection. I got preemptively excited, but there's no reflection yet. See?
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a sink.
So, what?
We can fill up that sink.
Oh, I didn't think of that. See? We'll see how good it is that you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Send some snapshots of what I'm gonna try let our DM for our big bow. Are you okay with me showing any of it? Are you okay with me? Oh, wow. This is incredible. Are you okay with me showing any of it? Oh my god. This one reminds me of... This one stylistically reminds me of Zelda Wind Waker, actually. Okay, I'm gonna show you the Wind Waker thing. Are you ready, Arkael, to be so amazed as you were never amazed ever?
Yes.
Soon it will be time, Arkael. It will be time for the famous time when I go to the toilet. You know? Did you know this about me? You learn secrets about me every single day, you know?
Capcom president hates the poor. I'm not surprised.
Sorry, what?
Not here says, Lulu, did you hear that Capcom president hates the poor?
What? I did not know that. Can you actually tell me more? What? That sounds so awful. What
the game development head hating poor people? I can't imagine.
I mean, it's... I don't know. It shouldn't be another... I'm creating a game in the RPG Maker. I don't have to hate the poor.
You're an artist, not like a CEO.
That's true. I sort of forgot that the CEO of a gaming company is basically just a capitalist. Okay, so what do you think of this?
That's really nice.
I think this looks like a Wind Waker.
Yeah.
What do you say, Obsessive Forge? Would you agree with my interpretation?
I really like the style. It kind of reminds me of Okami.
Oh, that's true, actually. It's your style. Maybe Obsessive Forge could make some assets for you. You know, Okami is your style as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show one more and then it's toilet time, you know? The toilet beckons. It beckons me to do that thing that people do in toilets. In the meantime, you can entertain the chat. But don't overshadow me, please. So, you know, tailor your entertainment so you just like don't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the big boat. It's incredible. We have to learn, or rather hear from Ceci Forge what the technique was used for this.
That's really nice.
It's incredible. It's not just nice, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Damn. Incredible detail.
It's very clear, like you can tell like the form of everything just by looking at it.
Yeah.
It's very easy to read.
Hello, Felsin Forma. Hello, hello. How are you? Wait. You've already been here, from what I can see. Did I forget about you, Felsin Forma? Did I forget that you were here before? Am I horrible? I forgot about you. I could not have forgotten about you. I am wounded. Oh no. What happened? Is it because of me? Arkel, I have wounded our viewer.
Uh-oh.
It's okay, I haven't been around. And now I will go to the toilet and I will... thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
I will leave you to watch this and I'll go to the toilet and I will sort of adjust my hair because you never know who's watching. Be right back. Yeah, I'm returned.
Welcome back.
I would ask if my
So I think we should read a little bit more of the journal.
Yes.
Because it's going to give us some ideas on things to try.
Okay, we turn on off that thing now.
All right.
Okay, let us read.
All right, we are back. November 4. I had an incredibly vivid dream last night. This has been happening for several weeks now, so I feel I should start documenting them. I'll do my best to recall the events of my dreams. I awoke in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my ears. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew something was wrong. I lay in bed, too afraid to move, when I heard a faint, ghostly cry coming from the attic. I heard this sound before, but this time it was louder and more insistent. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the more I tried to push it away, the louder it became. I had no choice but to investigate. I got out of bed and slowly crept upstairs to the attic, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. As I entered the attic, I noticed a trail of children's toys leading out the window. I followed the trail, feeling a strange compulsion to do so. The trail led me to an abandoned daycare center near the edge of town. I stayed back, afraid to enter, but I couldn't help but feel drawn to the place. I knew something was waiting for me inside, something dark and dangerous. I took a deep breath and I stepped inside. The place was dark and silent, but as I walked around, I noticed the walls were covered in eerie drawings of children and babies. Then I heard the sound of a baby crying again, coming from the back of the room. I followed the sound, and when I reached the back of the room, I saw a crib with a stillborn baby inside. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized what was haunting me. The stillborn baby was the one from the attic. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew I had to leave this place, and I quickly ran out the door, never looking back. November 13th. It's been a long day, and I'm exhausted. I had every intention of getting some rest earlier, but here I am, still wide awake and struggling to keep my eyes open. I can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't put my finger on it. I had so much planned for today. Or did I? I'm trying to remember what I did yesterday, but it's all a blur. I was working on a Doom map? I feel like I must have been, but I can't remember adding any new geometry or details, and all the new scripts seem completely foreign to me. I don't remember writing them. I'm so frustrated, and I'm starting to get really worried that maybe this insomnia is making me crazy. It's late now, and I'm determined to get some proper sleep tonight. Hopefully I can make some sense of all this in the morning. November 23. I was actually able to get some sleep last night. However, I continue having these vivid, cryptic dreams, and they keep feeling more personal and unsettling. I'm starting to prefer the tiresome days to my dreams. I was dreaming about taking a nice hot bath. I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper in the warm water until I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. I was drowning in my own bathtub. Suddenly I felt a jolt, as if I had been pulled out of the water. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a subterranean cave, illuminated by a faint, eerie blue light. I could feel a chill in the air, and I could hear the echoing of demons in the distance. I tried to scream, but my voice was muffled by the darkness of the cave. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I was being hunted by something unseen. I heard the scraping of claws on the rocks and felt the ground shaking beneath me. I was terrified, and I started to run. I ran and ran until I found a small crevice in the wall of the cave. I squeezed through it and hid in the darkness, hoping the demons wouldn't find me. Eventually I awoke in my own bed, safe and sound, but I couldn't help feel a lingering fear that the demons were still out there, watching and waiting. December 7th. It's 4:30 a.m. and I'm still working on this map for Doom. I can't believe I have been up this late. I must be exhausted. I'm not sure why, but I'm having trouble sleeping lately. I wonder why.
Right. It's interesting.
I just can't seem to shut my mind off. Sorry?
The person is also a pretty good writer while we're at it.
Yeah. I've been more irritable than usual, and my coworkers have said they noticed a change in my behavior. I'm a lot more on edge and jumpy than I used to be. I'm playing back the map to check my work, and I'm finding all these new additions I don't remember adding. It's almost like the map has a mind of its own, but that's impossible, right? Maybe I'm just exhausted and not thinking straight. I guess I should take it as a sign that I need to get some rest. December 16th. Today I decided to take a day off work. I was just so tired, I couldn't focus anymore. I've been having trouble sleeping for weeks now, and I just need to rest. I'm glad Christmas is coming soon so I can spend some time with my family. I'm looking forward to it, even though I don't really like being around people. It'll be nice to have some time away from school and just relax. I'm sure there'll be a lot of fun and there will be plenty of laughter and good times. Here's hoping that I'll be well rested and ready to face the world again soon. December 17th. Don't attempt to write while sleepy. December 18th. I was in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror, shaving. As I looked at my reflection, I noticed it winked at me. It was so strange and unexpected that I threw my razor at the mirror. I was so scared that I expected the mirror to shatter, but instead it stayed intact. I was even more surprised when I put my hand through the mirror, and I could feel the glass.
Wait,
I kept going, and
did the creator really see the mirror wink at him?
That's what he says.
Hmm.
I kept going, and I was able to climb all the way into the mirror. It was like a tunnel. When I looked back, I saw myself in the mirror, and this time I winked back. It was so surreal, but I felt like I belonged there. There was something comforting about being in the mirror, like it was my home. I woke up feeling so confused and shocked. I still can't believe it was just a dream.
Huh.
January 4th. Today was supposed to be my first day back at work after the holiday break, but I decided to take one more day off to work on myhouse.wad. I've been spending hours every day mapping out and organizing the project, but I'm starting to feel like it's taking on a life of its own. Despite being unable to remember making any of the changes, I keep finding new things appearing. I'm starting to feel a little paranoid, like someone is watching me and controlling the direction of the project. It's a strange feeling and I'm not sure how to explain it. But I feel like I'm just not in control anymore. It's a little unnerving, but I'm determined to finish this project. January 7th. I was driving along a road in the woods when all of a sudden my car veered off and crashed into a tree. I woke up to find myself in the driver's seat with an injured and bleeding leg. My head was spinning and I felt disoriented. I dragged myself out of the car and hobbled my way through the woods in hope of finding help. My leg was in agony and I felt like I was going to faint. Through the trees I saw lights from a lonely gas station. I was relieved to find it open, but I realized there was nobody there. I had no idea where everybody had gone. As I was standing there, I heard some strange noises coming from the woods around me. I was too scared to investigate, so I just stood there, feeling scared and alone. Suddenly, I heard a car in the distance and I limped towards it. Thank goodness it was a taxi driver who was able to take me to the hospital. I eventually woke up in a cold sweat. I'm not sure if I was relieved or disappointed that it was just a dream.
Huh.
January 13th. I have an extended weekend because of MLK Day, so I thought I'd try to wrap this thing up before March. I had trouble opening the map. Doom Builder and Slade both reported being unable to locate the file. Apparently, during a previous editing session, I compiled the map as a PK3 file, and both editors were looking for a previous copy in WAD format. I had been reading tutorials on how to convert WADs to PK3s, and I must have thrown everything into a new file at some point in an exhausted stupor, because I don't remember actually converting the project into a different format. January 14th. Last night I had a nightmare that felt so real I can still feel the fear and terror coursing through me as I write this. I was on an airplane, just like the one we played.
Yeah.
And I was the only passenger. I looked out the window to see the ground below and noticed the terrain was unfamiliar. I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Suddenly the plane started to shake violently, and I could hear a loud noise coming from the engine. In the distance, I could see a huge storm cloud coming towards me. I tried to communicate with the pilot, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of the engine. The plane began to dive, and suddenly I felt a huge jolt. I looked out the window again and saw the plane was heading for some kind of structure. I closed my eyes and felt the plane crash. I felt the impact and heard the screams and cries from the people around me. Then I woke up, my heart pounding and my body drenched in sweat. January 21.
I'm not sure if Obsessive was here for the context that this is basically a person working on a project to it's a tribute to a dead friend, best friend, childhood friend.
Yeah. And he's kind of losing himself in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the memories.
Okay, you were here. Okay.
I don't know if it's the memories of my friend that keep flooding back while working on this map, but I need to take a break. This project, which began as a simple cleanup and release as a memorial, has consumed all my free time. Hours pass and I'm not aware of the time or familiar with the work added to the map. I'm going to stop mapping for a while and come back when I'm in a better place. January 22. I mapped again last night. January 23. And tonight. January 31. I'll take a break for real this time. I hope it will let me. February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day to the only person I ever loved. For a short time, you brought a little happiness to this painful existence called life.
Aww.
I hope we can be together again one day. In the meantime, I'll keep looking.
No, that's interesting phrasing.
Yeah.
Huh.
In the meantime, I'll keep looking for that other someone who can be the ray of light in my life that you turned out to be.
Huh.
February 19th. I didn't make this area of the map. I'm sure of it. It's still the house that Thomas started all those years ago, but different. It has changed. The map I've been detailing and cleaning up for the release is still here, but it's now intertwined with too many tags and sector references to separate it from these new areas. I would be more disturbed if it wasn't so beautiful. February 20. I took more time off to work to finish the map. After 13 years, I've got the hours, but more important, the map needs me. Without my guiding hand, the map doesn't know how to build or what to build, but I can help it, guide it. It seems to respond to my designs, changing them to match my emotional state. It knows what I'm feeling. It knows what Thomas felt. There are 3 more entries. February 26. I can no longer tell what element of the map are my friends and which are mine, and what the map has created. I am no longer afraid that the map is creating itself. It needs me as much as I need it. Which reminds me of a dream I had the other night. I'm not sleeping much, but I recall this one with surprising clarity. I was standing on a beach, staring out at the placid water, the ocean stretching out as far as the eye could see. Seagulls cawed overhead, and the gentle caress of water lapped at the sand in front of me. I dipped my toes into the water. At least I tried. There was no water, no ocean. It was an illusion. I realized everything around me was fake. The trees, the birds, the sand. It was all a one-act play, and I was Willie Loman, a damn fool who believed in something greater. There is no happiness to be found. I wandered the set, only to find myself staring into oblivion. It was the end of time itself. No joy, no misery, no sadness, only emptiness. Men of faith tell us the afterlife is for eternity. But is it possible to keep your sanity for eternity? A day passes in the void. A month. A year. 2, 5, 10. Is this an eternity? 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. I've sat in this room for 1,000,000 years now, entertaining the same thoughts, pondering the same questions, and ruminating on every mistake in my life, anguishing over them for centuries. 1,000,000,000 years now. Double that. Now double it again. I'm still nowhere close to the end of eternity. I pray for death, but it never comes. Just me and my thoughts, my mistakes and insecurities and regrets and loneliness. Somewhere in another dream, the version of myself that winked back is sitting on the real beach, happy and content, knowing his life is finite, that there is no afterlife, and happiness is found in the small things around us that we can control. Happiness has to be fought for. March 2. I was wrong. The map is using me. This morning I loaded a Doom Builder backup file from late October and spent a few hours preparing the map for release. I tried to delete myhouse.pk3, but I kept getting a file in use error. I don't think the map will let me. I'm going to post it on Doom World tonight, but I don't want anyone playing anything other than the vanilla release. Whatever this map is doing to me, I can't let it do the same to others. March 9. I swear I uploaded the safe copy, but myhouse.pk3 was uploaded by mistake. I don't know if people are able to download the map before I fix the link, but hopefully I caught it in time. And that's it. Looks like I didn't catch it in time because we're playing it.
So they didn't want anyone to play this game?
They didn't want this version of the map to get out.
So which one did they want?
Just the old one that was just supposed to be a basic cleanup.
Oh. Damn.
Is the music glitchy for anyone else? Oh, okay, no, it's working now for me.
I had the dream of being completely paralyzed and only being able to blink.
Yeah, sleep paralysis is pretty freaky.
It wasn't sleep paralysis. I slept that I dreamed that I woke up in a white room. There was like just a white room made of marble, and I was like in this marble, and I could only blink and move my eyes. And then there was this sudden frightening realization that my life up to this point was the dream, and that I woke up to reality, you know? And my reality was that I could only blink and nothing else. I was in this white room, you know?
Yeah, I've had dreams like that.
And then I woke up and I was afraid to sleep again because I thought that maybe it was true.
Yeah, especially in that like just post wake up feeling where you kind of can't tell like what was the dream and like whether that was real or not. Like your mind is still kind of waking up.
There was another dream. I was in the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went to a tram and a person on the tram told me, you know, actually, you had an accident. You were dreaming and you had an accident. And you're in a coma. You've been in a coma for 15 years and you cannot wake up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I told the person in the dream, that's a lie. And the person said, go on then, try to wake up. See if it works, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I tried and tried and tried all my usual methods that I used to wake up on command, and they didn't work for a long, long time. So I started to panic that maybe it's true and that I'm in a coma. I had that accident and everybody lived their lives for 15 years while I was in a hospital bed.
That sounds intense.
And eventually I did wake up, but for a long time I couldn't. And that was right after the person like said, go on, try to wake up, you know? If you're not in a coma, you will be able to wake up, you know?
Oh, I think we can go to the attic now.
Where is the attic?
If we go up the stairs again, then we'll find in one of the rooms up there, there's a door to the attic.
Here?
You can go this way or the other way. Either way.
Hello, Carazo. The days. Well, it's okay. Never mind. Lucille had great dream logic. That's right.
I love dream logic.
The burnt child abuser character was invincible in dreams.
With Freddy Krueger?
Yes. The burnt child abuser character.
Yeah. Well, like, that's the thing I love about the Freddy Krueger movies is the dream logic works like your power is as strong as your confidence in yourself.
Oh no, I would be dead so quick.
And that's kind of how powers work in dreams too. Like when I'm trying to fly or walk through walls or something in my dreams, it doesn't work unless I know that I can do it.
Although usually when flying, I fly around the world, you know, land in different places. I fly above the clouds.
Like if I'm fighting like a monster or something in my dreams, and I'm like, oh, I should use telekinesis to fight him, and then I just give myself that power.
Oh, I had a few dreams. Like I had a dream that I was in a camp of slaves that was sort of ruled by an army, and we were to be used, enslaved, and killed. And then suddenly I remembered that I'm all powerful, and they just liberated the camp and freed everyone from it.
Speaking of Freddy Krueger, have you heard or have you seen the movie Wes Craven's New Nightmare?
No. Also, am I supposed to be here?
You can go back in the house. We want to go upstairs into the attic.
But how?
It's one of these doors in the hallway. Yeah, there you go.
We should do Freddy Krueger. Harasu probably didn't hear that I want to start to do watch parties.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Boo, 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 boo. Hey.
In the movie,
be on my best behavior.
Yeah.
You never know.
In the movie Wes Craven's New Nightmare, the story is like meta, where Robert Englund, the actor who plays Freddy, is a character in the movie, and like the cast from the first film are all characters. And Freddy kind of like crosses over through the woman's dreams into the real world to like kidnap her son.
What's this? What do I do? Oh, I've got the blue key. So what now?
Check that mirror up here.
Where's the mirror?
It's got a cloth over it.
Oh, what do I do now?
Well, there's something in there.
Sorry?
There's like a bauble there. Can't get it though. It's weird though.
So what do I do?
I don't know. That's just weird.
Does it have something to do with the mirror thing from the log?
Yeah, I think so.
Also, there was a famous movie, Krueger versus Jason.
Yeah, that was fun. They were originally going to do Freddy versus Jason versus Ash from Evil Dead.
Oh.
And there was like a comic made based on the script of the film that never got made. That would have been fun though.
Freddy defeated Jason.
Yeah. Well, they're immortal. They always come back.
Because Freddy sort of turned him into a helpless little boy in the dream.
It's like comic books. They always find a way to bring them back.
Wait, where? How do I?
We can leave. There's right by the mattress. There's a stairway down.
Also, the first movie wasn't even about Jason was about his mom.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens if we try to leave now.
But I want to get the duck. Where is
I don't
it?
think we can get it yet. I don't think we can get the duck yet.
But why?
Not yet.
Why you do this to me?
There might be another sink somewhere, but we should check outside.
There's no door. Oh. There's no door. Wait, maybe I can...
I'll check the hallway again.
Here?
No, the upstairs hallway.
Oh, there's no exit.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, you're trapped now.
Oh my gosh. Can you read the dream, Arkael?
Oh, which one?
Greater rain.
Let's see which dreams we had. We had the one where we winked in the mirror.
The dream from the chat.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, I'll read that. One sec. I gotta open up the chat. My dream I had was in middle school, sitting in the back of the bleachers waiting for gym to end and watching everyone play basketball. All of a sudden, they all turned towards me and dragged me off the bleachers. The wood floor panels peel away, and it's a cliff at a beach. I'm sitting there at the edge as everyone spews hate at me, so I decide to jump. When I hit the ground, I am facing up at the cliff, and the kids are gone, but there's friends and family crying. It's my funeral. They eventually leave. Sometimes someone returns to leave flowers. Then they stop coming. More gravestones appear on the cliff. The sun is rapidly rising and falling. I start sinking into the sand and I can't move, like I'm rotting, but I'm aware of it. The cliff crumbles, the shore corrodes, and it just becomes dark forever.
Wow.
It sounds like a very, very sad dream.
You're very good at reading out dreams. You have a very good voice for reading out dreams.
Oh, thank you.
I think your voice added to those vlogs from the creator of that thing. Wait.
Oh, whoa. Go in there. Oh no, wait. Oh man.
There was a corridor here.
Yeah.
Did I screw up?
No, you can get back.
Sorry?
You just have to keep trying. You can get back in there.
Also, I have a dream that right now I interpret as the dream about my transness when I was still in denial about it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell it soon. I usually tell stories when people donate, you know?
Yeah.
It's the way, it's my survival mechanism. Oh! Hello, plunger cameraman.
So save before you go too far in here.
Oh no.
Because this is kind of like an Easter egg.
Nine.
In the book House of Leaves, there is like an infinite corridor or hallway in the house that twists and like expands out in all directions in like an impossibly huge maze. And this is a reference to that.
Oh. Wait, you did give me 80s what is? You gave me 80s what is? Then maybe I should tell the dream.
Yeah, you just want to explore now, if you want.
I do want.
It's very non-Euclidean.
What?
Non-Euclidean, sort of like space that doesn't make sense in reality.
It makes perfect sense in my reality. Listen, Make no
If you think
sense in your reality. It makes perfect sense in mine, okay?
I'm just not thinking fourth dimensionally.
I'm not built like all the other girls.
It's true, ducks are actually fourth dimensional creatures.
It's true. So it all makes perfect sense to me. Feels like a pond. Big brain. Yes, that's right. I've got a big brain.
There's this old PS1 game that makes you like think a different way when you're solving the puzzles, called Rollaway.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna tell you my dream soon. Especially
Okay.
since we're in a very quiet area now, so. Can I find anything here? Or do I just wander
There,
endlessly?
as far as anybody knows, there's nothing to find in here. It just goes on forever.
That's a lie. I will find something. I'll be the first person.
There are some like interesting structures and stuff to find.
I will be the first person ever to find a tangible item in here. I bet there's a weapon in here.
The main reason we saved is so that we can get out again in case we get lost.
Oh. You can get lost in here?
It's pretty easy to get lost.
Really? It's impossible. Look, it's easy to get out. Like I go here. I'm gonna show you. I'm just gonna get out. Observe. Observe how professionals do this. I hope.
Yeah, I agree, Connor. It's really impressive.
My gameplay is impressive? Thank you.
That too.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, since we're in this endless thing and I kept stumbling to the exit, I kept seeing it before and now I cannot because when I don't want something I keep getting it and when I want something I just don't, so that's my life. The history of my life. So I might as well tell you the dream now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since you're like okay. Oh my god.
Oh, you found your way out. Lucy promises and she delivers.
Oh. I found the exit just as I said that I might as well tell the dream since I cannot
Well,
find it.
you can go back in if you want.
Oh my god. Someone wrote me. Oh, okay. I see.
If you try to map it out physically, it won't make sense because hallways loop in on the same space, so it would just end up being like a spaghetti.
So it makes perfect sense in other words.
Yeah, it's spaghetti.
Yeah, I love spaghetti. I actually can make really nice spaghetti. It takes 3 hours, but it's really tasty. You should
I
taste
love
my spaghetti sometime. I invite you.
Yeah, yeah. If I come visit, I will.
Right? Okay, I'm gonna stay. I'm just gonna tell the dream. Okay, I'm going back inside and I'm telling the dream. I promise.
Okay. Oh, there's more stuff to see in there anyway.
Let's save again. So I had this dream. I'm gonna try to make it narrative because I feel like always when I tell stories, it's just bland and dull, and like I just don't, give it the flair,
Mm-hmm.
And all of you gave it the flair, and I just think I should make more effort to give my stories a flair. So the whole dream opens in a, and keep in mind, I think it's a representation of sort of looking back of the transness. I didn't think of it back then when I dreamt it, but I retrospectively think so. That makes sense. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like it started in this sort of ruins. They were like post-apocalyptic ruins, and
Hmm.
deep underneath those ruins um, lies a sleeping girl who is my partner, a girlfriend.
Hmm.
And the girl is extremely ill. She's ill, and if she's put in a stasis of sorts, mm, in a casket, like the thing that you get buried in,
Hmm.
like it's casket, right?
I think so.
The thing that you get put in when you get buried in the
Oh,
grave.
oh yeah, coffin. Yeah.
Coffin, that's right, coffin. And so she's in that coffin-like thing, and suddenly everybody is happy because it turns out that there's a cure for the illness that the girl has. So she'll be able to get out of the coffin, or should I use the term come out of the coffin and be with me, you know?
Hmm.
And so there is the whole ceremony in which my parents and I sort of uh, dig and uncover the coffin, but suddenly it turns out that the cure was a false promise and that the cure does not work.
Hmm.
And that the girl will only be able to be outside of the coffin for one day and enjoy the outside world for one day because any longer would be dangerous. And then she will have to go back to the stasis and to the coffin, you know?
It's
And
very sad.
and so we spend our day. It was like in a little city with small buildings, with short buildings, and we went to the cinema. We walked around. The city was very beautiful, and finally the time came for the girl to return to the coffin. And
Hmm.
as the the girl was buried, that's her sort of where the we're getting close to the ending of the dream. As the girl gets buried, um, in the coffin and is inside underground already sleeping, the girl is
Hmm.
conscious and sort of, even though the girl is in the coffin, uh, she can feel everything that surrounds her. So she cannot move or do anything, but she's conscious of everything, of being in the coffin and just being
Yeah.
motionless. And suddenly, it is me.
You are the one.
And suddenly, I am the in the coffin.
It's really interesting.
So, the sensation of feeling everything around me was felt from I felt the sensation of being in the coffin and feeling everything around me.
My dreams often change perspective a lot like that, where I'll be like watching something happen, then I'm like part of it, or vice versa.
Right. So this is why I interpret it as the transness thing, because it sort of was like
Yeah.
almost like coming out and then coming back, not out.
Yeah. That's that makes sense. Often our brains are like trying to tell us things in our dreams.
It's true. Dreams are great for creating maps for Doom. So what did everybody think? My
It's
goodness.
a cool dream.
Sorry?
It's a cool dream. Sad,
It
but
was very
like
sad. I
yeah.
had it many years ago. That dream was that dream had such big enough impact for me that I remember it in such detail after like I think it's been over 15 years since I've had this dream.
Since I started lucid dreaming, I remember all of my dreams.
I had a dream recently about being a robot, like from Nier Automata. You know? I guess I
That would
guess
be fun.
I guess this dream is on the house, okay? It wasn't fun, it was very sad and solemn.
Oh.
Like I was a robot, a special robot. It wasn't literally Nier Automata, although the premise was identical. I was a robot that was supposed to protect humanity against something, I didn't know what. And I knew that I had a previous life as a non-human, as me, as Lucy, you know.
Hmm.
I remember a few parts of this dream, and one part is that I've been given an ability to reshape things into other things in my hand by the power of my will.
Hmm.
It was supposed to be the weapon that I use. And there was the place that I used to live as a child in, you know? All the cities were abandoned. And I knew that I used to live there as a child with my parents, my brother, you know? And there
Hmm.
was a bunch of survivors in there. There was a woman taking care of a huge group of small children in what was, I think, my room. And they were scared of us because they were scared that we would try to chase them away or do something to them. You know, the woman was protective of all the small children. And I remember in the dream coming to the woman and whispering to her ear, "This is my house. You can stay here as long as you want." Because I remembered that it was actually my house, you know?
Hmm.
And also, I remember that there was like a girl that was the person that was sort of in the group giving me orders or something. And she said that she felt like something, and I said that I understand. But then I sort of said that I don't, that I'm not sure if I understand because I'm not sure if my feelings are the same as hers since I'm a robot. So I said that I'm not sure if I process emotions in the same way that she does. What do you think?
It's really interesting. Your dreams have like complex narratives and stuff.
What does everybody think? What does the chat think? Gigglers. I gave you 2 freebie stories without any donations.
I
It's
love the kind of like genre of melancholic, decaying worlds with like robots who are like the only things left, and even they're decaying. That's like one of my favorite genres in media.
damn. I guess I was part of that genre for the night.
Yeah, like Casher and Sins or Near Automata is a pretty good example, I think.
Nobody's commenting on your dream. People like boring. And I'm like, you know? You know what I mean? Understand my feelings.
If you could choose between when you die, you either just disappear from existence and
Oof.
like have no perception at all, or simply be like a mind floating in a void. Which would you prefer?
I would prefer being mind floating in a void.
Okay, yeah, me too. Yeah, the former terrifies me.
That's right. It terrifies me as well. See, we're alike in this. I'm terrified of nothingness as well. If I'm a mind floating in a void, I can use my imagination and create worlds inside of my mind, you know?
Yeah, I like existing.
Same. Wow. Foil was the strange person for being afraid of not existing, but I guess I get a fellow have a fellow person that also afraid of non existing. That's reassuring in a way. The first option was not existing at all. So that's why I didn't like completely connect with the thing. With the log of the person that created this map. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Cheshlik. And now we're stuck in here.
Oh, Connor asks if I've played Nai Sansei. Yes, I have. It's an excellent game.
A what?
It's a sort of surrealist walking sim horror game where you're exploring these impossible dreamscapes. It's called Nai Sansei.
I need to finish Drakengard.
Lucy, are you lost?
Yes. That's correct. I think the best way to represent the thing... Oh, I've not been here before. Oh, there's a door?
Oh.
What?
There's a door. There's lots of doors.
This... Oh, I was just kidding. I said there's definitely something on the other side. I just have to be patient. I didn't actually think there would be something. We're just kidding. But yes. Like, I think the best way to sort of, because you said certain places occupy the same space, right?
Yeah.
So I guess you would... Wait, I'm underwater now?
Just an endless void.
No, I was underwater. That's water.
Yeah, there's water there. It's a big pool. It's the abyss.
So basically, I wanted to say something smart, but... Oh yeah, you would have to do a map, right? And a map, and put one map on top of the other map.
They accomplish it with lots and lots of portals.
Yeah, but I mean, if you wanted to represent it on a 2D space, you would overlap to... Oh, wow.
Yeah, it would be like multiple floors, basically.
Oh, you can go up. I was totally just expecting the doors to just keep looping infinitely. Actually,
yeah.
Actually, me too, but I wanted to be stubborn. For some reason.
He could have made them do that if he wanted to.
I mean, maybe this game was made for me. Maybe the person knew there would be a stubborn person such as I. Now I am definitely lost, by the way. Now there's no way for me to find the exit, I think. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I'm back here. Oh, giggler.
If you want to just dip, we can load the game.
That's right, let's dip. Just a little dip. Wait, how many people are watching stream now?
8 watching now.
Alright, including you.
Yeah.
So 7, lucky 7. 7 heaven. Let's get out of here before someone finds us.
All right, so now we can check those. Now we can check the new door in the hallway.
The newborn?
New door.
Pepsi.
Got your Pepsi.
You know how to get the spiral staircase? If you do, I really want to show it to Lucy. Do you know, Arkael?
No, I don't know how to get to the spiral staircase. I just, chanced upon it when I played.
What the hell is this? Oh. Why am I surprised by something that I've already seen before?
Don't forget the milkshake.
What milkshake?
You just grabbed it.
My milkshake is the one in the floor. Boom, boom. Do it again. That's not how the song went.
It brings the boys to the yard.
Oh, yes.
Check the picture frame in the main room.
Where? What?
In the living room. Check the picture frames again.
I don't see it. Here?
Yeah.
I click.
There's a milkshake and a soda.
Isn't that an ice cream?
Oh yeah, ice cream. There's ice cream in the milkshake.
There's ice cream in the milkshake.
I mean, there's ice cream in my milkshakes.
That's strange. Like milkshake is like this very thick drinking substance, not a cone of ice cream, you know?
Yeah, for the most part. I have seen milkshakes with a whole cone in
Although
them.
Britain has really weird milkshakes, so.
So yeah, those little pictures there show our progress through the map.
I get that?
Yeah, you got the ducky. Go check the picture frame again.
Okay, I have to be on my best behavior. You never know who's watching.
Oh no, it doesn't show up yet. Oh hey, remember that dream about winking and then going through the mirror?
Yes. Where?
Maybe we should try that.
Oh yeah, let's try to wink. Where are you, mirror?
I think we want to use the other mirror.
What's the other mirror? Where?
It's across the hallway that you're in right now.
Here? No.
Yeah, the other bathroom. There's so many bathrooms.
Oh my god, I got lost already. I'm sorry. Wait.
Yeah, here we go.
There is nothing.
I think you can climb up on the toilet and then get to the mirror.
What the?
Yep.
Oh my god, that scared me. Why did you do this to me? Aren't we supposed to feel safe in the mirror? Like the author?
Yeah.
I don't
it doesn't feel very
safe,
does it? No.
No. Take me back. Oh my gosh.
Well, there's some stuff we want here, I think.
There is no stuff we want here. Who do? I did almost. Well, I'm not actually.
I like how the sounds are all backwards here.
10. Why do I have to wait? Connor. Towel. I'm throwing in the towel. I'm actually not, but...
There are 3 items in the mirror world that we want.
The gun sounds are quiet. Well, I thought I was just completely silent.
Oh, there's... Oh. I love how the mirror world has a blue tint to it.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. What did I do?
Uh-oh. It's okay.
You know what? I think I deserve a donation with this. Isn't that right, Arca? Can you do a donation read? Yes, it's quiet. Can you do a donation read?
Yeah, if you want to support Lucy, go to lucyhaze.org/ donate?
Slash. Wait, is that how you do it?
I don't know. .org/. I'm gonna find out. Is it donate? Yeah, /donate.
Oh, would you like to donate?
I don't have money.
Okay. See, I almost baited you. I was like, the what address? No, I actually didn't know. I actually didn't know that it worked that way. It felt too simple to work. Wait, you can let the death play out?
Yeah, you can.
Why didn't you tell me, Giggler?
You can do it once. I was gonna mention it at some point. There's a lot of Easter eggs.
I'm taking Delicia.
It's kind of like the Stanley Parable of Doom mods.
Have you ever eaten a Delicia before?
I have not heard of it.
I'm gonna show you how it looks like, okay? Are you prepared for the Delicia? Full screen? Oh my goodness. Wait, I have to make myself more presentable. Because you never know. You never know. Okay. So this is like a Delicia. Do you see it?
It's catching up on the stream. 1 sec. Okay.
It has this like, how don't I say it? Texture.
So it's like a kind of cookie?
This is like a cookie, like
Okay, I've had things like that.
And then it's like a thin layer of chocolate here, and under it there's a sweet jelly-like thing, substance. There's cookie here, thin chocolate here, and under here there's like this sweet jelly thing. Have you eaten a Delicia?
I've eaten similar things, but not that specifically.
Oh, it's not. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Giggler. You know what I mean?
Let's go.
Oh, wait. I should... There you go. Are you trying to speak as like Lucy? Wait. Did I just learn from Karasu that the panel is 3 hours from now?
Which panel?
What?
VidCon?
The one that I'm in. I don't know. That's impossible.
Oh.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
Hold on. That's impossible. What? Wait, I have to check something. It's like, what? Arkair, can you believe this? Because I can't.
I cannot.
Oh my gosh. It's things like this why... It's things like this why you love watching me, because I have no clue what's going on ever. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna wait. Daedalus. Daedalus. Exclamation mark. The panel is 3 hours from now. Tons of question marks.
Well, I think we can finish this in that time.
I think so, but I'm not sure if I'm prepared. Oh my god.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take it easy. I'm gonna have a few days to prep. It's okay.
Gonna pull a Vosh and just go in there with no research.
It's all good. I'm just gonna, prepare calmly. It's probably happen. Well, it's actually 2.5. 2.5. Oh
Just
my
do like,
goodness.
pull like a Socrates. Be like, I know nothing. You tell me.
True. I should. Oh my god. I thought I have prep time. Like President Sunday always says, like 14 days or something.
I guess we gotta hurry, or we could always cut it short too, and then like continue later.
Yeah, we will continue for a bit. I'm just wow. I'm always the last to learn about the things that I should be the first to know about, aren't I? It's incredible. But this is why you love watching me, isn't it? You get this wild sense of unpredictability and adventure, I guess. Oh my god. And here I'm trying to be on my best behavior and show myself looking good. And I'm like, it's okay. Let people know the real me. Let people know the. Yes. Isn't that right, Arkyle?
It's true.
It's true. A stream appeal, what?
Stream appeal. What is that?
What did you say? What did you call me?
Stream. You said stream appeal.
What stream appeal?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay. It might be a stream appeal. That see once again. I didn't know. I don't know what's happening. That the part of the stream appeal is that I'm not that I don't know what's happening ever. And now appeal. I just demonstrated this appeal in action. Oh my god.
True. I was reading appeal in the other way.
What do you mean thoughtlessness? I think a lot, thank you very much. Oh my god. Arkyle, say something in my defense.
Please. There's a difference between thoughtlessness and simply going on a different path with your thoughts.
True. Streamer peel? Wait, why was I bonked? What the heck? I didn't say anything perverted. Did I?
I didn't notice anything.
Listen, I'm already today in a very... Okay, no, it's nothing. But yes, I don't know why we're bunking, just that we are... Oh my god. Wait, what? We are what? Connor, I'm sorry, we are what? I can't take this. We're not bunking, Connor.
It's okay, Chad is just giggling.
We're not bunking. No. I can't believe this. Today is too much for me. Welcome to the Thoughts About Ducks. I stream all duck thoughts all the time. True. What? I stream for like a billion hours, but I was like, maybe I'm just gonna finish the stream after we do the Doom, but then I guess we're gonna have 1 billion hour of a panel to which I have like 0 preparation or something. I'm gonna check Karasu's links soon. Or maybe I'm gonna be checking them during the panel. Who knows? Arka, how do you feel about all this? You're not disappointed in me?
I am not disappointed, no. If we have to cut this up into 2 parts, that can always work too.
It's okay. We already have 2 parts. This is the second. This is the second part.
Well, you know, part 2, part 1, like the last Harry Potter movie.
Oh my goodness! But not yet, right?
Not yet.
When should we? When should I start preparing? I should be smug. Oh my goodness! I'm so. Oh, what a day! It's like in the Jack Nicholson Batman movie, you know, where Joker says, "Oh, what a day," when killing the person, which apparently is a callback from an earlier Jack Nicholson movie, you know.
Oh, interesting.
Where Jack Nicholson says, "What a day," and plays the devil. Oh my god. What a... when I get in, people will say, "Oh, Lucy has it. What a nightmare." You think so as well, right?
That's true. All right, so I think there's something in the kitchen up here.
Where?
In this mirror house.
Oh, I forgot that we got messed up. Wait, where am I? Everybody's dead here. I came from here.
Yeah. We want to check the kitchen.
Wait. What the hell? Did you see that?
Yeah, he was hiding around the corner.
I hate that.
Sneaky bastard.
Pervert. I know there's a big person in here, so... Oh wait, no, there wasn't. I just... Okay. I just wasted a few bullets.
That's okay.
Wait, I should use the machine gun now.
Yeah, it's pretty handy for dealing with hit scan enemies.
What about when he says, "I'm the Joker, baby"? I don't think he says this in the 1989 version. He never says, "I'm the Joker, baby" in the... You know,
no.
Michael Keaton.
I don't even know what that's from. Is that from like a comedy sketch or something? I don't even know if that's actually from a Batman movie.
I'm pretty sure he never says, "I'm the Joker, baby" in the Michael Keaton one. I must destroy my enemy.
Oh, look, your ducky is in the picture.
Where? Oh, what is ducky?
So you gotta fill up all of those picture frames.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that I have to be on my best behavior.
Oh, there's some wine on the kitchen counter there.
Where? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you got it.
Now I'm drunk.
Drunk buddy.
And now I'm drunk.
Hey, remember when you were looking through the mirror in the attic upstairs and there was like a bobble?
No, I just cannot hear you, yes?
Remember when you were looking through the mirror in the attic upstairs and there was like a bobble on the other side?
Yes.
We could go get that probably.
Okay. People send you links because people like you. Wait, what can we do? We can go to the toilet now?
Yeah, because there was something in the mirror upstairs in the attic. Yeah, and that red door that you just saw.
Where? There's no
Not here.
Where?
No. There, that door. No, the one next to it.
There's nothing here.
No, it's like in the other laundry room. There's a door that goes upstairs to the attic.
Where?
There you go.
Oh. What do I do now?
We can go check upstairs in the attic.
There is no upstairs here.
Yep, there is.
I don't see it.
Just turn around. There you go.
Oh. So you didn't say the truth when you said that you didn't know what was happening and that it was weird.
I'm being cheeky.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to spoil everything.
You cheeky pasta. It's the crib. Like
Yeah.
the dream.
When you picked up the bottle, it said it wasn't meant to be.
It was meant to be what?
You picked up the bottle from the crib, and the text that came along with it said it wasn't meant to be.
Wow.
It's very sad.
Oh. Wait, so it refers to wanting to have children, but it never coming to be?
Yeah.
Wow. Wait, so
It might be a clue as to like the relationship between the.
so they possibly might have wanted to adopt?
Maybe.
Wow. That is so sad. Wow.
It seems like this story is as much about lost love as lost friendship.
Well, I think that the most important part is the loss itself.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Since friendship or even something else, once someone's gone, you will never know because all the possibilities are over and will never come to fruition.
If you're looking for the exit, it's just by the mattress.
I am looking for the exit. I am looking for the exit.
It's a bit hard to spot.
I don't see it.
You almost got it. You're just stuck on the wall.
What's
Yeah, there you go.
happening? Where I am here?
That's it. Yeah. Just a little to the side. There you go.
Where am I? Okay.
You got turned around.
What the heck? Oh, it's here.
Turn left. Yeah, your other left. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we got it. Got him. It wasn't meant to be.
That's true.
I thought I saw an enemy and wanted to destroy the enemy.
Okay, now we can leave the mirror. We got everything we need.
No, do we? Do we really? Can't we go downstairs in the mirror?
We can. We can go explore. Yeah.
Oh, can we go downstairs?
There's no rule against it.
Aren't there cool things in here? Aren't there cool things in here that we want?
There might be some health packs in the bathroom.
Can I go to the mirror outside?
Yep. You can actually... Wait, save the game right now? I'm going to show you another Easter egg. You can go through the exit right now and progress to the...
Someone's talking to me. A new group has been created. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm so nervous, giggler. When I read the sentence I read about the origin, I almost thought that Greater Rain would say, I learned about the origin of language. For some reason. Is it strange of me? Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, try the exit.
Here?
There should be, yeah, straight that way. The level exit.
Wait, so what now? Oh my gosh.
We're in the backwards underhalls. It's literally the mirror version of the second level.
So do we have to beat it the same way?
No, you can just load the game you made, or load the save that you just made.
But why?
It's just a funny Easter egg. There's nothing to do here, and it'll just reset your progress.
What?
It's just a funny little aside.
Reset my progress? Oh, you perverts. I cannot believe this happened to me. People left. I think they were tired of my nonsense. Wait. A martini.
Yeah, we got the alcohol from the counter and it added it to the picture.
They are super coherent, like boo 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 1, boo 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 2, boo 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 2 3. Yeah, what do you mean?
That's a pretty that's a pretty rigid naming system.
Are my save titles incoherent?
No, I understand the framework perfectly.
Exactly. It's like boo 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 plus a number. It's, you know, it's coherent. Do you know that there's an anime called Ba 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 Ba?
I do know there's an anime called that. I have not watched it though.
Exactly. So if there's an anime, I struck an. Of course you did. I have brilliant save titles. Of course you struck a nerve. Like if there's can be an anime called Ba 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 Ba, then of course, why wouldn't you be able to call your save boo 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 boo? You know, especially since there's also an anime called Sumo Mo 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 Mo.
Also, do ra ra ra.
Yeah, but it's shorter than ba 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 and Sumo Mo 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 Mo. Which actually is part of the song. Sumo Ma 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 Ma. You know? You know? Did you know this about me? My secret? Okay, let's continue our... Let's learn what days each month has from ba ba ba. Oh, I can see ba 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 enthusiast. Ba 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 ba. Shall we go in?
Yep.
So what do we do now? Do we...
Oh, well, there's...
What's this?
What is that?
You don't know?
Well, maybe we should investigate.
You don't know what this is?
It seems like they're leading you somewhere.
Oh my god, I should save.
It's like that trail of...
Well...
It's like that trail of children's toys from that dream.
Right.
That led to the daycare.
What is this? It's like Mario Bros.
It's a warp pipe.
And will there be a Mario sound effect? Wait, someone's calling me on the Discord. Wait, what's happening? Oh my god, givers. Hey, I'm doing a check-in 2 hours before. Can everybody make it? Wait, when is the check-in 2 hours before?
That would be like now.
Now?
Right?
I don't know. Oh my god. What a mess. Transcript. Debate. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Bloodsport today. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Yep.
Okay, can I practice with you now, the debate? Lucy, please.
Okay.
Wait, Lucy, please what? Omega lol. What do you mean, Lucy, please, Omega lol? Okay. You are wrong, and you used an ad hominem against me. That was my argument. You have to respond now.
I disagree.
You disagree? So that means that
Yeah.
I can't stop being like, huh? I cannot stop being, huh? I cannot. It's basic biology, my nature.
Yeah, that's biology 101, buddy.
True. That I'm like confused. I don't know. Today is very intense for me. A lot. Okay, nothing happened, but still. Listen, I have my reasons. Maybe, probably. I don't know. It's complicated. Oh my gosh.
So is there like a pre-panel thing you have to do?
I don't know. I think so. How do I even check in? What's a check-in? How do I check in? Oh my gosh. Someone gave you their number and now you can focus. That's my word. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Isn't that right?
As far as I know.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. No, nothing's going on. Oh. I was just supposed to say if I can make it. Okay, I was just supposed to say I thought it was like a check into this.
Just hang out in the airlock for 2 hours.
Fan south because it's hot today. There's nothing going on apart from that. It's just hot today. Okay.
All right, so we're going down the warp pipe.
Yeah. Wait, what is the game? Is the game start? No, it's not. Wait, where are we?
Oh, you pressed tab. Press it again.
Wait, you can turn off the game?
It's just the map, but there is no map.
Oh. Oh yeah. Mario sound. Okay, you save again. Oh, I need to have the Discord on actually. Just in case someone screams at me or something. Is that right? Oh my gosh. Why is this happening? Okay, Mario sound. Wait, why can't I get in?
It's finicky.
Are you supposed to be able to get in?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Why wasn't there a Mario sound? That was a perfect opportunity.
I guess that wasn't the vibe that he wanted.
Can I destroy the balloons by popping them?
Oh, it's a ball pit like McDonald's. Oh, hello, Shrek.
Oh, it's Shrek. Can we scrape Shrek off the wall?
No. It's creepy Shrek, though.
Did the person draw this Shrek?
Probably.
Wait, isn't the layout of this place just like the basement of the house?
Yeah, it's identical. All of the levels in this game are like the house, but relayed out.
Even the Cerberus one?
I think all of them are.
I guess you cannot leave. There's
Nope.
a car here. Shrek yourself. Oh, there's a dark health. Why can't I take?
Yeah, that's a berserk pack. I think you have to knock it over from the other side of the wall.
I have to. Boom! I cannot.
Try going in the other room.
Can I go into the
There should be a... Not that one. There should be a little crack on the wall there. Just try interacting with it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that did something.
Will I gain dark health?
Oh, it didn't work.
I have to. Oh, I have to actually interact with it. Wait, where's the crack? Okay, that's better. Now I had the thumb.
Yeah, there you go.
Gain the dark health.
Yep.
Oh wait, why
It's
am
just
I red?
It's berserk. It'll fade away in a second.
Why? Why not forever?
It's just to indicate that you are in berserk mode now, so your punches are really strong. I don't know why they would give you berserk in a daycare though.
I know.
That's an interesting
I know why.
narrative thing.
What is this?
A girl and a turkey.
Inni mini mini mo, come on. ABCDE GHJK LMNO PRSTQ RST VWXYZ. How do you like that?
Why is the alphabet in that order? Is it because of the song?
I don't know. There's no song in Polish. A może?
That's so
Or
interesting.
Maybe. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, E, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. How does that sound to hear the
It's
alphabet
interesting how
written
similar it is.
in Polish? How does it sound?
Sounds very similar.
Of course, in Polish you would have like additional letters, so you would have A, O, B, C, D, E, N. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. What did you? What, Connor?
Wow, racism.
Okay, I understand. You hate me. I did not see that coming from Connor, but I guess
creepy
pain
clown
comes
costume.
from different places.
You can't have the clown costume. Oh, Shrek is gone.
Oh, what a pervert.
Weird, he's missing.
Oh my gosh, what if I embarrass myself? Ah.
Well, that wasn't there before.
Oh, what is this? It's a playground. This game has a bit of a Silent Hill vibe. Do I kill this or is this my friend?
I don't think that's your friend.
Wait, I escaped.
I think he's a boss.
A boss? What do you mean? Wait, are you saying this seriously or?
No, yeah, seriously. He will punch you pretty hard.
Why don't I see any damage?
If you let him punch you, he says, I'm gonna Shrek you.
What? That sounds like some kind of weird child abuse thing.
Yeah, kind of.
Was he stuck?
Yeah, he got stuck on the geometry.
Dead! What an easy boss. Because I'm so good. Let's play on the swing. The swing does not even budge.
It is very Silent Hill.
True.
Oh, Connor, yeah, the pathfinding in Doom is terrible. The enemy AI is not great.
Wait, I'm back? Oh, I'm not. The enemy AI is perfect because I was able to beat the enemy. And
they're very easy to cheese.
And that's what matters, okay? What makes good AI in an opponent is that I can beat the opponent. Doesn't that make sense?
It's good in that it's predictable, and therefore each enemy is like a chess piece on a game board. Which can create lots of interesting map and enemy placement designs.
It doesn't work. Connor, you deceived me. You deceived me.
No, you can't. I don't think you can interact with the playground.
You deceived me. You said that I could spill the...
spill. Connor, you're thinking of Half-Life 2.
Spin the wheel. Hrot? What is Hrot?
That's a Slavjank game. It's kind of like a
Slav game. Okay.
yeah. It's like a kind of a janky immersive sim. I think I've never played it, but I've heard
Have
of
you
it.
ever played Hexen?
Yeah, I've played Hexen. I love it.
Excellent. Is a Quake by Eastern European. Oh wow. You should play it. Alright, so what the hell happened?
Oh, you're back. You're
I'm
in the
not
closet.
back. I'm closed. Let me out of the closet. Oh my god.
Oh, there was another dream where the protagonist was taking a bath and he like started sinking down in the water. Maybe we could try that.
I can't believe this. What do we do now?
We want to go upstairs and try the bath.
The what?
The bath. Where you found the ducky?
I am here.
Let's take a bath.
What the hell? What?
Oh, careful, you might drown.
Wait, you really?
Yeah.
Are you for real or are you just kidding?
Oh. You flooded the house, Lucy.
No, I didn't.
That's what happens when you run all the sinks.
Oh my god. You made me do the bad thing?
I love the dream logic of it. It's like, I want to fill the bathtub up, so let's turn on all the sinks.
Oh my god. Boo 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 boo. That's right. Oh my god. You baited me. And now the brown water from the toilet will mix with the blue water from here. We'll be drowning in poop soon. Oh my god.
I love how the water slows you down. It's such a nice touch.
Slows me down too much. Stupid water. Isn't that right, Arkael?
It is right.
At least it's not the far right.
Yeah.
Wait, what the heck?
Can't get in there. Something blocking
there's
it.
A box. How interesting. Oh my gosh. Let me out. Wait, the outdoor is also flooded? Okay, that's just, you know. That's impossible. What? Oh my gosh. What a nightmare. So what do we do now?
I think we just got to explore. Sam Cedar, oh my god, what a fucking nightmare.
True. I might have to go to the toilet soon.
Okay.
In the meantime, observe the ship, okay? The big boat. Tell the audience the famous story.
The famous story?
Yes, I hope you know a famous story.
Okay. I'm gonna look up a famous story. because I do not know a famous story.
I cannot believe I trusted you to know a famous story.
Okay, we're gonna read. We're gonna read
famous.
Stephen Wright quotes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Stephen Wright quotes. What is another word for thesaurus? If you are a spaceship that is traveling at the speed of light and you turn on the headlights, does anything happen? If at first you don't succeed, then skydiving definitely isn't for you. There's a fine line between fishing and just standing on the shore like an idiot. Everywhere is walking distance if you have the time. Experience is something you don't get until after you need it. Last night, I stayed up late playing poker with tarot cards. I got a full house, and 4 people died. You can't have everything. Where would you put it? A lot of people are afraid of heights. Not me. I'm afraid of widths. I busted a mirror and got 7 years of bad luck, but my lawyer thinks he can get me 5. I intend to live forever. So far, so good. Be nice to your children. After all, they're going to choose your nursing home. Someone asked me if I were stranded on a desert island, what book would I bring? How to Build a Boat. If it's a penny for your thoughts, and you put your 2 cents worth, then someone somewhere is making a penny. What a nice night for an evening. I remember when the candle shop burned down. Everyone stood around singing happy birthday. Sponges grow in the ocean. That just kills me. I wonder how much deeper the ocean would be if that didn't happen. I think it's wrong that only one company makes the game Monopoly. Curiosity killed the cat, but for a while I was a suspect. When I was a little kid, we had a sandbox. It was a quick sandbox. I was an only child, eventually. I'm addicted to placebos. When I was a peripheral visionary, I could see the future, but only way off to the side. I had a friend who was a clown. When he died, all his friends went to the funeral in one car. I bought some batteries, but they weren't included. I saw a bank that said 24-hour banking.
Let's say you crash on a deserted island. Hello.
Hello.
Didn't the person already establish that it's perfectly consensual business model? Coconut Island.
That was a wild debate.
Did we not already establish that? I should debate Vaush, first of all. And second of all, did I tell the audience, I think I've told this like a million times, that people around me seem to develop like this instinct of paternal instinct, parental instinct.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I had like a coworker in my office job, you know? And we were driving the office car, you know? And the coworker said, looking at you makes me want to take care of you. You know? Looking at you makes me feel like I want to take care of you. And also my best friend, I think, took me to a hairdresser and said, I like things like this because it gives me the feeling that I'm taking care of you. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I give people the trigger of them wanting to take care of me. It's a superpower of Lucy Hazel.
Nice.
Or I seem helpless. So people are like, oh no, I need to take care because... Wait, what is this? Wholesome? Thank you. I am a whole human. Okay, it's so intense. I'm telling you, Gilbert. Wait, what time is it? Déjadalos.
It's 2:23 a.m. for you.
So at 1:37, Déjadalos said it will be 2.5 hours.
So that's another hour from now.
Oh my gosh. How could anyone see Lucy and not want to see Lucy be happy and succeed? I mean, there is the person that said that I had the big jaw, and the person that said that there are men that have more womanly voices than me.
Yeah, but they said that for them, mostly. Like,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
People like that just say things like that to make themselves feel better about their worldview.
Oh.
Like they don't. It's not worth taking them seriously.
Oh.
They're delusional.
Oh. Okay. Don't forget to smash that like thing. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that I'm gonna be Gigalomaniacs. Should we continue, or what do you think? What is your judgment?
Yeah, let's do it. I don't think we're gonna finish the game in the next hour, but we can find like a good stopping point.
Okay. Maybe we could do the next half an hour and then do some research before the panel.
Sure.
If you want to
continue this after the panel, if you're like
oh
feeling
yeah,
up for
let's
it,
continue this after the panel and prepare for the panel.
I'm totally down for that. Yeah.
Okay, would you like to prepare with me?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
And if you're too tired after, then we can do it another day too.
Being tired is for whims. Okay, we're gonna turn off the thing. Okay, and we're gonna go to React. Someone wrote me. Someone dropped out. You can't see anything? Save. Okay, so let's find a browser. You know what I mean? You understand my feelings?
A browser, no. What's that?
It's a thing that you use to watch pages. Always start with the ptasie mleczko. Oh, I wanted to quit the game, but the game did not allow me to. What the hell was that? This red error window when I quit the game. Was this on purpose?
The game has a mind of its own.
Sorry?
The game has a mind of its own.
Oh my gosh. Because I need them all, okay? I have all the pages that I want to revisit at some time. Why do you judge me? Why do you not like them? Arkael, can you believe this? Only criticism is hit on my head. Protect me, Arkael. Say something in my defense.
I believe in you.
We'll start with the first link. I am being judged on everything. Every single day of my existence. I need all of the tabs. What? What do you mean? Bookmarks. I already have bookmarks. Why you be doing? Why you do this to me?
Why this game, myhouse.wad, inspired me to buy the book House of Leaves, which I'm going to start reading soon. I'm pretty excited about that.
Okay. Do we need a new Gender Recognition Act? Oh my gosh, No, I need them. I need the... Listen. I'm gonna have less tabs next time if you donate. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Yep.
That's right. If you donate, I will clean up my act. Why do we need a new gender? In 19, you threaten PLC with tabs? I don't threaten anybody. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a threatening person. In 1972, Sweden became the first country in the world to give trans people the right... oh my gosh, I almost read the rich. The right to change their legal gender and the right to undergo gender-affirming genital surgery.
I'll be right back.
The law has been adjusted several times throughout these 50 years, but is now in need of being replaced in its entirety. The government has just presented a proposal for a new bill. What the current law looks like. The act that FSL wants to change is called the Gender Recognition Act. The act regulates two things: trans people's access to gender-affirming genital surgery, changing legal gender. Changing one's legal gender means changing the gender marker in one's passport and a slightly altered personal identity number. Wait, really? I don't think that would apply in Poland as the personal number thing. Wait, I have to do something real quick. Okay. Okay. Now I can come back. Okay, I don't think that's true for Poland. There are different kinds of diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Today, only people with a diagnosis of transsexualism are eligible to change their legal gender and given access to gender-affirming genital surgery. I have such a diagnosis, actually. So that sort of applies to me. I do have this diagnosis. Non-binary people suffering from gender dysphoria are seldom diagnosed with transsexualism. Some non-binary people want to change their legal gender to the other of the two legal genders because it's better. Subscribe if you have a name with any star. It means that you have you know. What do you mean loading? What? What? Wait, were we gone? What's happened? What we were? Wait, were we gone?
I am back. I have returned.
Did the stream die for a second there and I didn't know?
I don't know.
The stream was buffering. What's happening? So as I said, everyone that does not have a white name is subscribed with some sort of tier. And if you have a white name, it means that you're not subscribed with any tier at all.
I think we're doing pretty good with the white name genocide.
That's right. Which means that I can survive to fight another day. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
It's true. Although this month is a bit slower. have to admit. That was 30 seconds. Okay, so I have to read again how many people are subscribed to you with the tiers. So I respond with all the people that don't have white names. Okay. Also, I have a Patreon if you're interested with patrons.
Yeah, she does commissions.
Yeah. I have to fulfill a commission. Okay, so how the law is used today. The legal counsel at the Swedish Board of Health and Welfare makes the decision of if a person is allowed to change their legal gender or undergo gender affirming genital surgery. The legal counsel is connected to the Swedish Board of Health and Welfare, but it's an independent body with its own decision making power. There's currently an age limit of 18 years for changing your legal gender and or having genital surgery. Anyone who wants to change their legal gender and or undergo gender affirming genital surgery must have been in contact with a gender clinic for at least 2 years before an application can be sent to the legal counsel. A doctor's certificate from the gender clinic must be attached to the application. The time it takes for the application to be answered varies, but it is usually at least a 6-month wait. There's currently an age limit of 18 years for changing your legal gender or having genital surgery. Persons under the age of 23 also need special circumstances in order for the legal counsel to approve an application for gender affirming genital surgery. Am I being legible?
Yes.
Really? The new proposed bill. A new Gender Recognition Act has been investigated many times during the last 15 years. The act has also been partially revised through different judicial processes. For example, an initial condition of changing one's legal gender was that one had to be both unmarried and sterilized. Oh, what? Today's law is, however, still ineffective and outdated.
Yeah, there have been like sterilization laws in the past.
Damn.
Or I think there might be some in some places still.
Yeah, there are still. There's a map of the whole thing. I think Czechoslovakia got rid of its. Can you turn your voice louder somehow? Yes, I can speak louder and have my face closer to the mic. That's the only way. I asked you if I was audible. Oh my goodness. I cannot please anyone, can I? Isn't that right, Alkael?
Yeah, turn your volume up, Gigglers.
I cannot please anybody in life. So yeah, in Poland you have to sue your parents, of course.
That's so wild.
I know. I was BRB. No need to be sorry. I should be sorry for everything.
What if suing your parents was just like a cultural rite of passage?
You even sue your parents if both are dead.
That's so weird.
Because the government then just selects stand-ins for your parents. Believe it or not.
They should make you sue God.
Oh my gosh, true. And ask God to come to court. The proposal suggests that no medical evaluation should be necessary to change one's legal gender a first time. Changing one's legal gender would instead be done by submitting an application form to the Swedish tax agency. The agency would make no judgment on whether the person applying is trans or not. They would simply judge if the application has been submitted correctly. There would be a waiting period of 4 months after the Application has been submitted to the Swedish tax agency, after which the person applying would need to confirm their application in order to change their legal gender more than once. The person would need to go through a short medical evaluation. Anyone over the age of 12 would have the right to change their legal gender, but children under 18 would need to apply together with their legal guardians. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
In order to undergo gender-affirming genital surgery, no permission from the legal counsel would be needed. The decision will be made by the person themselves together with their physician. The age limit for gender-affirming genital surgery would not change from 18 years of age, but the requirements of persons under 23 needing special circumstances in order to undergo the surgery would be removed. In this proposal, gender-affirming genital surgery would also be available for non-binary people. Okay. What does RFSL think about the new bill? What is RFSL?
Website you're on, I guess.
Sorry?
Let's see. They're the website you're on. The Swedish Federation for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, and Intersex Rights.
Okay. Now I understand everything. Should I change the title of the stream?
Yeah, probably.
I just hope I won't be sleepy on the panel. That would be rude. Then everybody will really tell that I'm like a woman President Sunday or something, you know? If I yawn during the panel. You know?
Yeah.
BLOODSPORT! There you go. How do you like this new title? Do you like it?
Preparing for the panel. Blood sports.
BLOODSPORT! Singular. Just try to fall asleep on the panel to assert your dominance. Prove to everyone else you don't even need to be awake to beat them. True. True. What if I did that? What if I actually did that? And then I will become the person that falls asleep and I will have to say I did not fall asleep. Is that right, Arkar?
Yeah.
Oh my god. What a rep that would be to have. What if that really happens? That would be so strange. Wouldn't that be really strange if I actually did fall asleep during the panel?
That's a power move.
Oh my gosh. Who's gonna be on the panel other than you and Deadalus? Zonia. Do you know Zonia?
I know of Zonia.
Who here in the chat knows Zonia? Vaguely. I am here. Fake Kyle Parker is white? Oh. Ay, ay, ay. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Hello. Hello, fake Alec. Also, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Do you know Zonia? I don't have the money today, okay? It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. Don't make me say it's okay to be white. Oh my god. Do you see what they're making me say, Arkael?
Yeah.
They're making me say it's okay to be white. Oh my god.
Can't believe you're a Nazi.
Oh my god. What are they making me say? I can't believe this. What a stream today. Intense, emotional stream. With money, true. Why not, Connor? So where were we? Hello, Mitrelen. Alec must follow in his... What? No! What do you mean? That's so mean. Okay. It is important. It is... oh, no, wait. I'm not... Oh, God. I got lost. I got lost in the sauce. I got lost in the text. I got lost in real life. I got lost on the stream. And now I got lost in the text. Are you observing this, Arkael?
Mm-hmm.
RFSL thinks the bill is generally good and we want it to become Swedish law. We do, however, not agree with all parts of the proposal. Yes, the sauce. The sauce. How has your day been, fake Alec Kyle Parker? You have not been super active in the chat lately. It is important and good that the law is split into two different laws. The current law is not in line with the current view on gender identity. Tiring. Oh. Where body and identity don't need to match in accordance with norms of gender and sex. It also does not secure trans people's right to self-determination. They're happy? Oh, thank you. But I feel guilty now. I feel really guilty now. Oh no. What did I do? You should. Oh no. Did I perform a bad deed? Okay. Did I just do a bad thing?
I'm sorry, I was zoned out for a second.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe. It's because of me, fake Kyle Parker. Oh. Thank you. No. Yeah, best Kickler. Okay then. I'll adjust my hair a bit because you never know who's watching. You know? I like Absol's Lucy of the Sins. 7 Deadly Sins. The anime. Okay, let me see. Also does not secure trans people's right to self-determination and integrity. Not all trans people want, can, or need to go through gender-affirming genital surgery, but might still want to change their legal gender. The current requirement that anyone wanting to change their legal gender needs to have had regular contact with a gender clinic for at least 2 years also contributes to the problem of the waiting period for gender-affirming care being up to several years. Thus, important healthcare resources would be liberated with new law. You should be able to change your legal gender as easily as you can change your first name. True. Is it easy to change your first name?
In some places.
Is it easy in the US?
I think so. I remember reading it's really difficult in places like Russia.
Oh, to change your first name?
Yeah, and there are like certain names that are illegal.
Oh.
At least I think it was Russia.
To change your name to Igor or to Sonia, you know?
Like, I don't think you can change your name to Optimus Prime.
That's right. That's because Optimus is the name. And Prime would be the surname. You know? Lucy, we're mumbling. What? What was I mumbling? What do you mean? I don't mumble. I don't do that. I don't do that, right, Arkael?
Not to my knowledge.
Exactly, I don't mumble. I would
Chad,
never.
are you feeling okay?
I would never mumble. Why would I? I would never. It's true. Also, I must adjust my hair because you never know who is in the audience, lurking and watching. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
What is the topic of the panel again?
President Sunday.
Wait, the topic is President Sunday?
Yes.
Interesting.
The topic is I am defending President Sunday. And the other group is attacking President Sunday.
Oh, that sounds so cringe.
Yes. So I must do my best to protect President Sunday's honor. It would be very interesting if President Sunday would be the moderator.
Is that like, do you have any idea what like their positions are gonna be? Just like he's cringe and he runs, I guess.
I guess it's about the context is the whole Brianna Wu situation.
Leaking DMs. Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be about that. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, that's an untenable position for them to defend. But
was President Sunday the first to leak the whole secret chat thing, or?
Well, he didn't. He's not the one who took those screenshots. Somebody gave them to him. But yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure they like were dropped on his stream.
So they were not dropped before anywhere else?
I don't think so. I could be wrong.
How could you do this, President Sunday? How could you demonstrate that a bigot is a bigot? I can't believe. That's not very... I don't know the word. That's not very knightly of you. Is that right, Arkael?
Yeah, I can't believe he would do that.
Are you sure Sunday was the one first to publish?
Like, so their idea seems to be principally against leaking anything that isn't like specifically said to be public text or whatever. So like, the question that I would have for them is...
No, it's not. It's Delicia.
How far does that logic extend? Like, would you say that to a politician who was like running for gay rights or something, and then it found out they were like extremely homophobic in private? Like,
exactly. Also, the secret correspondent. There was literally a huge leak of politicians just writing with one another about anti-trans policy, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Was that bad?
But I think people have the right to know when you're like a public figure like that, or when you're affecting policy, or you have power.
Exactly. And just
like,
because
it's not
I'm
just
so
their
sleepy,
business,
I'm gonna steal your comments.
And also, it wasn't DMs. It was like a group chat with lots of people. Like, anybody could have leaked that. Like, it's kind of dumb to think that that was always going to be private.
True. It's silly.
Like, it's just idealism.
Exactly. And it's destructive idealism because it's pushes for protecting people that just spread harmful ideas behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's toxic idealism.
And also, I know for a fact that they have, at least, maybe not Wick, but I've seen people making this argument who would absolutely defend somebody leaking DMs if it was on their side.
True.
Like Rico Rants, for example, was making that argument on Twitter. And I know that he defended Keffels leaking DMs before.
True.
So it doesn't make any sense that they would take that position. It seems like it's being
those are not DMs,
rationalized. Yeah, it's not even DMs, so it's not even as bad as that.
Plus, President Sunday has a... Sorry, I have to... Plus, have you considered that President Sunday has a very presentable voice?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Have you considered this argument? If anyone was gonna leak... Wait, did he read them or no?
As to my knowledge, he did read them.
Okay, so if anyone was gonna read them, it had to be him because he's a very presentable voice. Don't you agree?
What's more funny is that people keep jumping back and forth between arguments where it's like, oh, they were fine actually. There was no problem. Actually, what she said was based, and oh well, no, it wasn't
well, of course,
fair that they
bigots will
leaked it.
say that.
Yeah.
Well, based bigotry.
Based. Oh my god, based.
Biased. I wonder if Chud Logic is gonna cover this whole thing. We're gonna
I'm
go
sure he
back to
will.
our big beef with
That
Chud Logic.
That is primo content for Chud. He's probably starving for that shit.
I'm gonna be back in Chud Logic's radar when I manage to get off of it.
Well, Sunday is like red meat right now for Chud, so he might not even notice you.
Okay, that's good. I dislike that guy. Wait, what guy? Chud Logic? I mean, if you don't want to like compromise your political future, then maybe you should not be a bigot behind closed doors. Just just like a suggestion, you know? Or run as a bigot. The Republican Party will have you. Isn't that right, Arkaya?
Yeah.
There's either run as a bigot in the party that, embraces bigots, or just don't be a bigot. Privately or publicly. You know? I am a bigot but only against the British. You cannot be a bigot against the British because... what's his face? Oh my gosh, what's his name? Camel. Bobby. Stephen. Kaim. Kaim is British, I'm pretty sure. Isn't that right? Arkar.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Kaim is?
Nope.
From Drakengard, the main protagonist?
Okay, I have not followed any of Drakengard.
Okay. So yeah, Kaim is British. How can you be bigoted against Kaim?
Wait, that's not true. I watched the Gaming Brit Show's video on it forever ago.
Wait, do you mean Total Biscuit?
Is Total Biscuit the Gaming Brit Show? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Gaming Brit
He was
Show.
called like something Brit. He's Spanish.
Total Biscuit.
Sorry?
Who's Total Biscuit again?
Total Biscuit is the person that died of cancer.
Oh yeah, he passed away. No, this is somebody else.
Subscribers.
Nah, the Gaming Brit Show is a pretty good channel. They're still making content.
I mean, Total Biscuit was a bad channel. It had 3 million. Oh, and wow. Brianna Wood attacked him and left at his death.
Yeah, I've heard they got a lot of or they were divisive or something. I didn't know much about them.
Well, they were not as bad as some people say.
Just Brianna Wu making shit up. It's par for course, I guess.
More Drakengard memes. That's right. I'm not even sure if this thing that we're reading here is gonna come up. It might. And then I might need to read the article or something because it's all sitting through my brain. Can I do this? Do I have the power to succeed? Do you think? Do I have the fortitude to... wait, it's 3 a.m. What time was this supposed to begin? The other says at 1:38. We actually 2.5 hours.
Okay, so it's probably going to be another hour or half hour. I don't know.
I lost count. I am too tired to do complicated mathematics. Like adding 60 minutes or something to something. Simply let the Adalos do all the heavy lifting. That's true. That's true. Like, ladies should not lift anything ever. A strong man should do it. Isn't that right, Arkael? We will depend on strong man to, how you say, do things for us. Isn't that right?
Yep.
That's right.
That's gender theory.
Exactly. Women are too weak to do anything. Non-binary people are weak also to do anything. Is that your... Because from Daydem, I assume you are non-binary, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so non-binary people are also too weak because only men are strong, okay? And so we need to leave everything to Arkael. How do you feel about this whole thing while we're at it?
About the President Sunday Brianna Wu thing?
Well, look, okay, I'm going to ask more broadly. How do you feel about the whole strange movement? Well, okay, not movement. How do you feel about the whole, like, part of the, I guess, community that seeks to weirdly, well, are anti-non-binary?
I think some of them are rubes, and I think a lot of them are groypers.
Like, to me, this is, like, unacceptable, you know?
Okay, so everybody's heard this. What was that quote by again? 1 second.
Okay.
It's a quote about anti-Semitism or anti-Semites.
Right.
So let me see if I can find it.
I am doing...
It's a very famous quote. I'm sure you know it.
I am doing ASMR right now.
By Sartre? Sartre? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Can you hear me poking the mic?
Yes.
ASMR.
Okay, so
Yes?
everybody knows this quote, but I'm going to read it anyway.
Okay.
Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for, by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and to disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating that by some phrase that the time for argument has passed.
Interesting. Can you post it in the DMs?
Yeah.
Also, what am I doing? ASMRs. You never know who's watching the stream. Oh no.
And I think this kind of applies to a lot of people in that crowd, where they're very silly, and I think they know it.
Yeah.
It's like a game to a lot of them, and I would consider that groyper behavior, honestly.
Well, yeah, considering the fact that it means, like, treating whole groups of people like crap, you know? It's ridiculous. Like, in a movement of people who are discriminated against, either we all stick in it together or we all fall together. That there is no, like, middle ground in which some of the people get to benefit, and even that benefit is in, like, short lived, you know, and other people are just abandoned, you know. It's ridiculous. It's just not acceptable on any level, you know, in my opinion. Oh, that's right. This stream is dedicated to you. I have to add the writing. Let's do this. Let's do this, Arkael, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add writing, text. I hope the text will work this time. Gom123 is going to be the name. Also very silly, but I try to make sure that I am harmless, kind of silly. Am I silly? I think I'm not silly. I think I'm super serious. Isn't that right, Arkael?
I've never met anybody more serious.
Exactly. If I'm not serious, then nobody is. That's right. I'm the most serious person in the universe. Nobody is more serious than me. Not even you. But I'm the super serious Dacker Quacker. I'm gonna prove it on the panel. I'm gonna prove it so hard that I'm gonna... Okay, this is the font that I need. Oh, it's working. Non-binary, you write together, right?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. You can't see it yet, right? Or is it already?
I cannot see it yet.
Why is it all lumped together? I don't get it.
Connor is saying you should pull Ethan Klein and bring me onto the panel.
True. And then we'll be like, what a nightmare. It's Arkael. Arkael? Oh no, what a nightmare. There we go. And we're gonna make it big. Brrr. There we go. Do you see?
I see.
There you see. There is no straying away from this. We have to have this like as a statement for the whole panel.
Love and solidarity.
Apparently there are too many present Sunday people. Thank you, Mitzas Len, for being here. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Mm-hmm.
There is no place for exclusion. There never will be. Who wants people to be excluded is extremely deluded. Yes. I rhyme. It's perfect. It is the perfect rhyme of the day. I just don't understand it. I just don't get the logic behind it. I extremely think that the extremely disgusting is when people try to say, oh, non-binary people are making binary trans people's rights to go away or something, which I'm gonna give a hot take, okay? I'm gonna give a hot take. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
I think binary trans people is a self-defeating term.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
Because if gender is a spectrum, then men and women are just on that spectrum. There is no separate, binary trans people. So technically speaking, it's all non-binary people.
Yeah, the binary is just like kind of a reductive metaphor
It's
that we
like
use to.
it just happens that two things that are part of that spectrum happen to have the label man and woman, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, everyone places somewhere on the spectrum.
Right.
Even with sex, not just with gender.
Yeah, exactly. Those are like not
I
simple
mean,
things.
that's just biology.
Exactly. Solidarity serves everyone. Who does hate serve? Exactly. Also, thank you very much for the $5. It's true. We need solidarity. We need unconditional solidarity. Together we succeed, or together we fail. It's like the rabbi said: if we don't stick together, we won't have a sweet and good New Year. Should I use this as an argument on the panel? Like, I am a gender abolitionist. I would prefer to do away with all of it. But at the same time, as we live in the current world, I'm not going to go around calling out people for not being NBs. True. I just, in a very strange way, I don't think things would, like, if people would still, like, if gender was abolished, if people wanted to sort of live, dress, speak, etc., in a configuration that is now under the label of woman, they still could, right?
Yeah, nothing
So
would
it's
really
like,
change in that
yeah,
sense.
exactly,
Nobody would be robbed of anything.
exactly, yeah, I think so too, yeah.
The only thing that would be gone are the roles that
The only thing
are
that would be
imposed on
done
people.
that, yeah, that everybody would have like the freedom to do whatever they want.
It could be the case that it's just in our human nature to create categories in that sense, and that some other thing would replace gender. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth pursuing that
I
line.
just think that the more freedom people have to live as the most, you know, the person, as the person that you most see yourself as, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to live the life that you want to live. People should have the freedom to do that. You
When
know,
I'm making arguments like that, it really depends on the audience, because like I wouldn't I wouldn't go onto like a WIC panel or whatever panel you're going on to and start like preaching gender abolitionism, because you don't really need to go
that's
that
true.
far to address their
Oh, it's not
arguments.
a WIC panel. It's a food,
Um,
food,
it,
food shop.
if it's anti-president Sunday, then I imagine it's like tangentially in that
It's food shops.
direction.
It's
Yeah.
food shops
Okay.
panel. Is it time?
I think it takes a certain type of person to defend Brianna Wu's honor in this situation.
My goodness, that's true. Especially I hate the people who go after trans people, specifically saying that they reinforce gender stereotypes, which just purely an excuse to hate on trans people. If you're also going to call out cis people for doing, oh yeah, that's just an excuse. It's an empty excuse. It's like it doesn't. Yeah, it's far for me to imagine a world without gender labels. Exactly. It's hard for me to, but all the same time, it's hard for me to imagine a world without liberal hegemony, which doesn't mean it's not possible. Just be raised in a culture where there be kid. Like to me, like the labels themselves are not necessarily like, you know, for me, like whatever gives people the biggest opportunity to
Yeah,
be themselves is like the, you know, it's best not to be rigid, you know.
yeah. The labels aren't the problem. It's the hierarchies that
That go
form
with
around the
them, sort of.
labels.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think those hierarchies forming is just like a natural product of human interaction and the way that we tend to categorize things.
True.
But it's something that we have to be like vigilant towards.
We need to be the vigilantes.
Yeah.
It's okay. I have to grow my hair a bit. You know, people might be watching. So yeah, let's continue reading for now. People are dropping because people are like, what is this boring stuff?
They came for video games and blood sports, but they're getting gender theory.
True. We're gonna get BLOODSPORT soon. I'm gonna ride the Daedalus. Sure, but at the same time, the labels themselves will always imply a hegemony in some sense, even if it's not as harmful as the ones which currently exist. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. You're fixed now, Shide. Wait, you still... I have to refresh the page. I'm gonna refresh the page and look again. Didn't you want Shide? It says Hide. Hello, Maya Mayor. Shide. Oh, there you go. Mitzerlin.
Oh, I guess Chud Logic was the one who took the screenshots?
What screenshots of me?
No, that President Sunday leaked.
Oh.
They came from Chud Logic.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
The Chud Logic.
Oh, so Chud might be on Sunday's side here.
Chud Logic is present. How do you know that?
An unlikely ally. Well, somebody said that in your chat, and earlier today, Sunday said that Chud's
Wait, who said
screenshots
that
are paying.
Where?
Let me find them.
Wait, where? In what chat?
In your site chat.
I don't see it.
Connor says, as the lore goes, Chud Logic was the one to take the screenshots.
Oh
and I remember Sunday said on Twitter earlier today that Chud Logic's screenshots were paying dividends.
Chud Logic is the secret informer. I should debate him on that.
An unlikely ally. Maybe they should be debating Chud about this.
Maybe. Well, and ironically, maybe yeah. Maybe I should be debating Chud Logic about it.
Oh, you said it as a joke, though.
Who, me?
Okay. No, Connor.
Oh. Wait, Connor said I think Sunday's just memeing.
Oh, okay, so it's just a rumor. That's a funny rumor.
I should debate Chud Logic about it, don't you think?
I choose to believe anyway.
I should say
because
I should tell Chud Logic, you leaked the messages.
I base my beliefs on whatever is funniest.
And then I would turn Chud Logic says, do you have any evidence that I did? Can you prove it? And then I can smugly say, that is what a person that's guilty would say, you know?
It was revealed to me in a dream.
True. Chud Logic screenshot paying dividends. People called me mad, but I knew there was still good in him. Oh my god.
I can't tell if Sunday is just like starting shit or if he's serious.
Oh my goodness. That is
That's really funny
so
either way.
funny. I knew there was still good in him. Good job, irrational Chad. I doubt he'd leak anything for benevolent reasons. Serious question marks, Lisa, question marks. What? You're mad. Oh my gosh.
Well, if I remember correctly, Chud like did speak on this to some extent, or somebody was like mad at him for
He
something. I
did?
can't remember what.
That is so funny.
Yeah, Wick and Chud were beefing over this.
What? When?
Let me see if I can find it on Twitter.
Oh my god.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
That cannot be. Am I getting some secret tea?
Wait, I gotta find.
Dragon
Okay,
Guard,
here's
the end of
Wick's
the Dragon Spear.
Twitter.
What is this? What is this supposed to represent? Why does that make him Spanish somehow? I love that Sirius and Lisa just going, huh? Under the tweet. I just sent one of the Dragon Guard memes I have. You'll understand in due time. Oh. Oh my goodness. What an intense and emotional stream today is. What a roller coaster, dare I say. It's a real roller coaster. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I am...
I can't find the tweets now, but I swear to God I saw Wick being mad at Chud.
Okay, you have to show me now. You have to provide sources. You have to provide receipts. Receipts for your claims. 40-something minutes to the thing, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so nervous now. You would not believe how nervous Lucy Haze is. Do you remember what Haze means?
You told us, but I forgot.
Aww, come on. Who's Dagger? I have a bad feeling about Dagger. I'm not a fish. Show us. And we're gonna read the beef on stream. In a dramatic voice. I have a dramatic voice, right? Even if
I can't find it. Maybe I dreamed it. It was revealed to me in a dream.
Maybe. I have a dramatic voice even though I don't rage, supposedly, right?
Yes.
I can sound angry, right?
You don't sound angry.
What? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? I don't sound mad.
I think that's why the loner box combo went so good.
Why?
Because you're just very chill, and like he wasn't able to like there was nothing for him to like sink his teeth into in terms of flipping the conversation.
Oh. You saying I'm a piece of meat to sink teeth into?
No, I said you're not. Because he couldn't.
My goodness.
He was looking for some opening to divert from the topic throughout the conversation.
Wait.
I think that's why you got so mad at your chat.
Oh, you sounded disappointed before. Wait, when did I sound disappointed? Don't worry, Lucy. Just look at the Drakengard memes and slowly sending you instead. It's true. Still waiting. What does that meme mean? Mission complete. Still waiting. Still looking. Mission complete. What is that from? That funny.
Mission failed.
That funny looking. I know this is not from Drakengard.
Fission mailed.
Why insists shouldn't be censored? What? Is this a TED Talk? Is this a TED Talk?
Is it not?
It looks like a screenshot from a TED Talk. Also, Drakengard has nice artwork. It does have nice artwork. I don't know when just times the topic something annoying and you're sounded disappointed or expert. Oh. I don't ever sound angry? That's impossible.
That's just not the vibe that you give off.
What do you mean? I'm so angry that I get angry all the time. Who is F? Oh, wait. Oh, I got you. You bastard. Oh. I kill you. Did I? Yeah, I got him. It's a moth. And I've got so many books that I cannot suffer any moth to live, okay? Isn't that right, Arkael?
Mm-hmm.
There is no safe haven for moths. I don't want you to show them. Maybe angry like you go in time and think what you did. But they eat books, literally. Isn't that right, Arkael?
Who eats? Oh yeah, moths. Yeah, they're degenerates.
They literally eat books. Look at this room. I cannot suffer any one of them to live. I'm gonna have to spray anti-moth thing later in this room. What? What are you talking about?
Honor is biased. They want a big mommy moth girlfriend.
Oh, so basically everyone that's anti-President Sandy is a maybe. So maybe no one will show. So maybe... I don't know. What's happening?
Just win by default.
What's happening? Everyone's scared of me. Who? What guy? What guy? What? Gamergate? Tachyon Blue. Oh. Oh yeah, this person will be on this panel. A Gamergate book telling your stories. Nexus mods bans Starfield pronoun removal mods. Why? What? Why would you want? Why? That makes no sense.
Oh, are they gonna get mad that they're banning like certain mods?
There was a whole Starfield pronoun controversy. That was a controversy.
Yeah.
That is so silly and ridiculous.
What's dumb is that like Nexus Mods is a private website. Like the idea that they're not allowed to decide what content goes on there is like authoritarianism. Like,
true.
Oh, this private corporation isn't allowed to control its own business. Like, what are you, a socialist?
Who won the Gamergate debate? last night, shocking there was a Gamergate debate 1 month ago. What? This cannot be real.
The mod removed all binary pronouns, making every character an NB.
Really? Honestly, the funniest thing about it is that mod removed binary. That's the game that the British human is. Oh my god. Gamergate 9th anniversary debate. People have anniversaries of the Gamergate thing. People do Gamergate anniversaries. Debating Ukraine, the economy, and oh my god. Oh, and someone here is playing Brood War, I guess.
Was that Destiny?
No, it's the person. It's the person whose channel I am looking for. Tachyon Blue. Heaven Sword Sprout talks. Cypher talks gay. Why would anyone still want to talk about Gamergate? How many subscribers does this channel have? 1.84k.
Are they pro Gamergate or anti Gamergate?
I don't know. I'm assuming pro. I don't know. You want to check a video? Slowly losing my mind. I apologize. Don't lose your mind. Oh my god, Giggler. It was supposedly about integrity in journalism and video games or something, and then it just became about bigotry or something.
Yeah, it was like it started off as people getting outraged that certain games journalists were acting unethically, and in some cases it was like a manufactured outrage, and in some cases there was like actually some cringy shit going on.
Believe it or not,
but then
yeah.
That movement got hijacked basically by reactionaries, and that turned into like this whole anti-SJW movement that kind of evolved into what the modern alt-right is today.
Oh, believe it or not, I lived through Gamergate. I was just sort of outside of it. I know
it was mostly just about harassing women.
I know the bare basics, but I did not. I'm pretty sure I did not interact with 99% of the Gamergate stuff.
There were a lot of people like kind of manufacturing shit and pulling the strings. I'm pretty sure that Steve Bannon was like kind of an architect of that whole thing.
Wild, and people still talk about it and have anniversaries. What
Yeah,
a wild.
It's mostly just about hating women. Anyone who's still on that bandwagon today is like a straight up cultist.
Oh my goodness. What a day. Gamergate was considered all the years ago, wasn't it? And now?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 2012, 14 era, I think. Maybe earlier.
you know? We think it's good that the focus of the proposed law is on self-determination and personal integrity. We also think it's good that it would be possible to change one's legal gender through a simple administrative process and that the age limit is lowered to 12. We would, however, rather have the age limit be even lower so children would be able to start school with their correct legal gender. People under the age of 18 have the possibility of living in accordance with their gender identity by going through a social transition where they can change their gender expression and their legal name. Currently, there is no age limit for changing your name. Your legal gender is, however, still on your identity documents, which forces you to come out or be questioned on your gender identity while traveling, applying for library cards when your age is checked, at the movie theater, as in several other situations where your identity needs to be confirmed. This causes discomfort and limits what you can do in life. That's right. It's true. Who is Neva? Oh my god, Gilger, are you not nervous? A lot of people that did GG side attack that have issues, they just went way too far, harassed, etc. Them, thus making any attempt at actually addressing the problems impossible. But most of those people are basically unheard of these days, so whatever, I guess. You're still here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you fall asleep.
I did not fall asleep.
That's right. Excellent. Excellent. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I agree.
Where was I? Ah. We also do not think that a medical evaluation should be necessary in order to change your legal gender one more than once. One should always have the right to change their legal gender under the same conditions as the first time. I think it was journalist and a game creator having a relationship which affected the game score or something, right?
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, that was one of the like almost completely manufactured things where like nothing was as people actually said it was.
Oh, interesting.
It's been a long time, so I'd have to like look back into it again.
We think it's good that the decision to undergo gender affirming general surgery would be taken by the patient together with the attending physician. Gender affirming care is given with the purpose of reducing gender dysphoria. All other treatments are given after extensive contact with a medical examination team led by a doctor. Gender affirming general surgery should not have to be an exception to this rule. We also think it's good that non binary persons would get access to gender affirming general surgery. We're skeptical of the 18-year-old age limit on gender-affirming genital surgery on principle because we are generally against age limits for healthcare. Instead, we would prefer that this form of healthcare is given on the same basis as all other forms of healthcare, guided by evidence and proven experience. I agree with that. Do you agree?
Yeah, seems like a good article.
Or are you gonna debate me on it? Come and join VC. What? Load in early for what?
I think they want you to jump in.
No, they said just for fun or something. I'm not gonna jump in for fun or whatever. I wanna be in for the serious thing. I'm gonna have to go, so why you have to go, fake Alec Park? What happened? You don't like the stream anymore? What happened? Oh my goodness. How long have we been streaming while we're at it? Martial
5.5 hours.
That's not long. Good luck on the martial arts. Martial arts, not sleeping, Greater Ain't. Martial arts. You don't sleep on martial arts.
You don't sleep for martial arts?
You don't sleep during martial arts lessons, I don't think. I hope
that's not. I mean that's probably a valid technique.
Maybe. And then people just kept being pulled into the drama and harassment of using it to push their own agendas. Brianna Wu for publicity's sake, or Steve Bannon to push his political agenda until it was basically all encompassing. Yeah, see you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Become the best artist of the martial arts. Wait, so when is this thing starting?
It sounds like it's starting soon, probably in 20 minutes.
20 minutes, Yen. Oh my goodness. I'm feeling sleepy. We'll see. Is it gonna be a mess? If it's gonna be a giggly time. Should I adjust my hair a bit? Do you think? One moment. I'm gonna take my... Better? Better?
Looks good, Giggler.
Okay. I have to look my best because, as I said many times tonight, you never know who's watching. How do you feel about the panel? What do you think? Do you think I will do bad? Do you think I will do horribly? Do you think I will be blown out of the water?
I do not know what to expect because I have no idea what the kind of people you're going up against are like.
I'm going against... people
if it's the kind of people like I'm imagining, then it will. I think it might be very unproductive.
Yeah. Zonia. You'll be great. Really? You think so? Boo 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 boo. True. President Sunday will do well because President Sunday know what's up. That's just gonna be my line of defense. More memes? What's up? Panel. The panel is up. I'm gonna have to turn off the camera here and turn on my other camera. Oh, my plate is here. Oh. Okay, I have to not...
Okay, so Zanya seems like maybe a little bit cringe.
Listen, I have to pull on the zipper. And I have to be nice and not... I cannot have that thing. That... No, I don't have it. It's okay. You never know. You never know who's watching, you know?
Being nice is the best strat. Usually.
I don't look nice. It's impossible. I have to do the wing. I have to give a seductive wink. Did you ever do a stream showing all of the books in your library? No, never. There are so many. Have to clean the room. So I look. I don't need help. I need to look. I need to do a seductive wink. How do you like my seductive wink? Nice? Is it nice?
10 out of 10.
Did you feel it was a nice... Siri, I don't know this character yet, so I will not understand the meme. Bonk. Why are you bonking me? That's not nice. That's not nice at all. Are my hands super big? Oh, that's better. That's better, right? When I hide my thing and do it like this. That's better, right?
Oh, so Lucy, if you're feeling up for it after the panel, I'm definitely up for more My House. If not, then we can definitely do this on another day if you're feeling too sleepy after.
Let's see.
It's
Maybe
up to
I'll
you.
be woken up by the panel. This is better, right? And if all the whole hand is visible. Or no?
You might be overthinking it.
I am always thinking about everything. Yes? I finally found it? Oh, I thought you were responding to me. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. French? Wait, where's Poland?
French isn't a real language.
Poland's somewhere around here, isn't it? You don't get to go to Poland ever in Drakengard? That just sucks. So no, Kaim is not Spanish, Kaim is French. French. That explains a lot, honestly. Okay. I will show it. I think you have to tell me this better or this better. What do you think? Two? So that's better? It's better when I hide my then and can it be? Can it be? Okay. I got too caught up in thinking. That's what I do. I get caught up in thinking. French. Somebody, the lore master I follow on Twitter, seems to have deleted his dragon guard map. Oh. Do you think I should get a turtleneck? Like the ones that my artwork uses?
Turtlenecks are cute.
Should this be the way forward for me? This is the thing. This is the thing. If you appreciate this meme, then please respond with Kaim duck emotes. If you appreciate this meme. Damn, literally Europe. I don't think you ever go to Poland. I have to be careful. Believe it or not, I actually have a broken tooth. I've been walking around with a broken tooth for 2 years now. That's not good, is it, jigglers? How did that happen? I don't know. It just happened. It just broke. Broken tooth. Is that right, Tarkael? Chipped, yeah. Chipped. No. It might at some point. Fortunately, dentist is still outside of my page range. I'm going to do the food shop server and to link in the group chat. So when should Lucy go there? Oh my god. OMG. Early is better than late. How long till that thing? It might be starting. I don't know.
Yeah, like 5 minutes, I think. If it's on the hour.
Okay, I'm gonna. Then I'm gonna have to go 6 minutes. Okay, then
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Kill them with kindness.
Yes. Watch the thingy.
Yeah, I'll watch it and eat some lunch.
Yeah, lunch. Okay, I'm gonna go here.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye bye.
Press disconnect. See you. Disconnect. I don't see the luz.
Invited? Yeah, they were invited. Then, like, who cares?
They were invited. And I'll actually read out what they said. And they are aware of the panel as well. So
Okay. I'm muted. I muted in case they didn't want this to be, I don't know, heard publicly or something. That makes sense, right? You cannot hear them, right? You shouldn't be able to hear them. Tell me if you can or no. Yeah, I'm gonna do That's because everyone's muted. Okay. So I have to turn on the camera here. I'm gonna. Am I lagging? Okay, that's perfect. Hello. This is still a private conversation before anything, yes? So, you're muted on the stream. Whom? Who? It's okay. Daedalus is powerful as well. Hello. It's true. All of it. Yes. I run the Lucy Haze channel. Okay. I do history, gaming, a bit of politics, and art, and languages, but I've not done languages in a while. And I go by she, her. Well, I'm from Poland, so I speak Polish. I speak Japanese to a pretty satisfying degree. I started learning Hebrew, and I hope to start learning Yiddish next month. Sorry? Oh, Yiddish is like the language of Jewish people. It was especially used in Eastern Europe, and it's used in the US. Unfortunately, it's an endangered language because of, well, history. Yes, it's based on Old German. One moment. Mm. Did my mm, So okay. I will unmute soon. It's okay. I will unmute soon. Wait, is it starting now?
Panel. This is hosted by yours truly, Food Shops. And yeah, I'm a content creator, commentator, debater, and
now you can.
And other than that, I like talking about subjects that are typically too complicated or like a little bit more nuanced than Twitch poll in general. But I like dumbing things down for Twitch poll because I think that there's still important subjects to talk about. And that's about it. That's my entire gist. All right. So in terms of drama, this is for President Sunday, Wick TV, and Brianna Wu drama. So the premise is this. There has been an occurrence of late, a whisper in the ether, if you will. All right. Brianna Wu has been chatting in private and in public in both Discord and otherwise group chats about her transmedicalist related takes, or some may call transmedicalist, some may say not transmedicalist, and some may say based, and some may say not based. Okay, these chat logs have been leaked to President Sunday, who has then live streamed and made at least one video on Wu's past in a negative light, as well as posting about her negatively on Twitter. All right. So there are two main group chats at play. The first is a primarily transgender and some may argue transmedicalist Twitter group chat called Sissy Hippo Pub. In the chat, Brianna Wu's most contentious statement on former TYT trans employee Benny that Sunday has repeatedly posted is, quote, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally, end quote. The second is Wick TV's public Discord server, general chat. What has been contentious especially is Sunday has took the logs from Wick TV server where both Wu and Sunday has been active in and has posted them online onto his YouTube channel, to which Wick TV has banned Sunday for a week because Sunday broke the rule of Wick TV's Discord rule of turning server logs into content or publicized material. So the first question is this. Do you think that private group chat messages where the messages don't cause direct harm, quote unquote direct harm, so you guys can argue over this, to others or public facing figures should be regarded as something serious? If a public figure gave their opinions in private only, but said other things in public, would that be a cause for concern, as long as it is not harming anybody directly, like unwanted sexual advances? Discuss.
Well, doesn't it kind of depend on the context? Like, if you're a politician and you're saying, hey, publicly I'm saying this thing, but privately I have this different view, and I'm telling my donors that thing, like, obviously that's in the public interest. But if it's just people talking and, like, you're shooting the shit with your friends and maybe you say something that's not fully thought out because it's a private chat, like, that probably shouldn't be leaked out. No, I don't.
Wait, hold on. In Brianna Wu's case in particular, she is a politician.
Yeah, Brianna Wu is running a PAC. She is attempting to insert herself into a conversation and saying one thing publicly and saying entirely a different one privately. I feel that is a public interest.
She runs a PAC. She ran a failed congressional campaign. During her failed congressional campaign, by the way, she also had a bunch of insane lies. Like, she claimed to be a cybersecurity expert in campaign advertisements. She claimed that she was homeless, but, like, before that, she was claiming that, like, when she was 19, her parents gave her $200,000 to start up an animation studio. She's just, like, her entire history is just her being a chronic liar and saying one thing publicly and a different thing privately and then getting caught for it. Like, that's her entire history on loop.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that's a bit different then.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, it really feels fairly cut and dry that this is a case of public interest.
Yeah.
I see. Is there no disagreement whatsoever then on this issue?
I think that. Well, I would think that the Brianna Wu in this particular case would absolutely be, putting herself at risk because yes, she's in organizations that are tied to her opinion. So obviously, contradicting one of them privately is still a big deal. But Wick has every right to ban President Sunday in this constant because Wick TV is not. My understanding is he's just a moderator, but I mean he has his own public political opinions, but they're tied to a debate channel. So I think that
they said he didn't care himself.
The career of the person matters, or what their intentions are matter.
Look, is there anybody on here who actually thinks that like Wick doesn't have like a right to ban anybody he wants from his Discord? Like I think so. I just think that it's like just because he has a right to do it doesn't mean that it is right to do it, right? Like you can have a right to free speech, but that doesn't mean that like calling.
Well, yeah, I would argue. I would point out that Wick is perfectly at liberty to ban whoever he wants from his Discord for no reason. However, like there's, I think, an important point in that Discord for the rules. I don't know if it's been updated as of today. It probably has. I would imagine it would have been. But originally it said that you cannot record anything in voice chat explicitly. There was nothing about the general chat. In that, I don't necessarily think that it's reasonable to assume that you are not being monitored in a public-facing Discord. Like anything you say is going to be said in public. So like he can do whatever he wants, but I don't necessarily think I would make that argument as a reasonable one.
You should act as such, absolutely. Like especially on the internet, you should act as such that like the worst person in your personal life is going to see that particular thought or whatever. But I mean, aside from that, the conversation again, the intention of a particular conversation were not stated to be broadcasted or whatever. So I think that really is, a reasonable argument for Wick to make. And the fact that President Sunday was only banned for 7 days makes it even more formidable to me. So,
yeah,
like,
I don't necessarily.
I don't think anybody thinks it's like a big deal that President Sunday was banned for 7 days. I just think they think it's like dorky that Wick did it. I think it's kind of like silly.
It's funny more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever.
President Sunday doesn't mind it, no? They talked about it.
He was very.
Said anything.
Well, there was a split like conversation he had with Wick that was just nothing really. But yeah, he doesn't seem very bothered by it.
Yeah.
So.
It was like, oh yeah, sure, it's your prerogative or whatever. I don't really care. It's fine.
Regardless of how pointless and entertaining that conversation was, it was good that they were able to at least have that conversation face to face, even though it was just really mundane and kind of boring. Because yeah, like if it is one thing to like ban someone from your castle or your point of authority, but to not justify it, that is another layer of what sometimes causes the turbulence. So
yeah, I really think that Wick is a fairly minor player in all of this. I mean, he's obviously having a temper tantrum on Twitter for the last 2 days, but that's totally his prerogative.
Temper tantrum.
He's not really. Yes, he is fighting with Zanzi and Sunday and me and Sirius about how serious he is. So like he's having a normal one today, but like I don't really think he's the principal player here. Like it's a minor show, and he's mostly upset because a source of funding for him is been accosted. He was paid by Rebellion PAC, which is the PAC that Wu runs, to host a panel show. He has a vested financial, to host a panel between Vosh and some guy on abortion. I forget the other guy.
Some Catholic dude or whatever.
It was about contraception.
Okay.
Yeah, there was also there were two. There was one about there was the debate between Vosh and the Catholic guy, and there was another panel or something that was sponsored as well. I think the panel was contraception. Do you have that correctly?
The debate was contraception, I think.
Oh, okay. And the panel was something else then, I guess.
Yeah, I think it moved. The topic moved in the middle of it. I was only half paying attention. The point is, though, like he has a vested financial interest here, so he's understandably upset, just not necessarily justifiably upset.
Do you? I have a question. So, do you think that maybe simply just dismissing it as like a vested, financial aspect might dismiss, genuine criticism that he may have?
I don't know.
Well, if you go and you look at the criticism, he's just basically spent the entire time calling anyone who opposes him the R slur. So I'm not entirely certain he's articulating any criticism he has in the most effective way possible.
Well,
You're talking about Wick, right?
I don't know all
I don't
the
understand the
details,
question.
but from this, I just want to understand. It sounds like President Sunday took the screenshots and chat logs from Wick's server, right? That's where he got these, or some of them?
No, he got these screenshots from a individual who gave them to him on the condition of anonymity, and he got the logs from Wick's server on Wick's server, of which he is a member.
But so he leaked the logs partially from Wick's server, some of them, right?
It's not really a leak if it's a public-facing log, but sure.
But would Wick, does he have any reason to be upset that someone was in his server and was taking these things? That it is a public community, but it's semi-public because you have to be invited in theory. And they were trying to cause drama involving.
I was able to.
It's a Discord link. You can just click right in.
Yeah.
Right,
But if you searched it up, would you be able to join?
Well, he's not here to defend himself. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here a little bit. He runs a server. People are taking screenshots or logs from that server, and they're posting them publicly. He might be a little bit upset about that. I think that's not super unreasonable.
Okay.
So I had this happen to me recently. I had this I am an admin for a server as well, and this happened to us recently where it was posted on it was posted on a live show, and I decided not to ban the person who screenshotted. Well, it was a VC conversation as well, a little bit different, but I decided not to ban them. I just stripped them of their, what is it called, their access type stuff. But that was in the case of a VC. I think that yeah, I could see it go either way, honestly. In this case, I understand though.
So let me ask a different question then in this particular case. What we're talking about is a limit. Where is the limit of what you think is acceptable to take? Because people take things from Discords as a matter of public comment and put them in other Discords all the time. In fact, in Wick's Discord that very morning, I saw someone take something from Sunday's Discord and put it up there to mock the individual who was speaking in that photo. So it's a question of limits. I don't necessarily think that you can say it's universally wrong if he's... Oh, excuse me, I'm about to have my dog bark furiously.
Yeah, but I think the point that Daedalus is making, maybe to pick up where they left off, is there's not really a good reason to believe that there's some kind of universal rule against taking screenshots on Discord. Obviously, there's plenty of cases where it's justified. Obviously, in this case, it's probably pretty justified. Now you can say maybe but Wick had an expectation or something, but it's kind of a silly expectation, right? Being realistic. You having the expectation people aren't going to take screenshots of your posts on social media, on Discord, on Facebook, on Twitter. It's just a silly idea. Obviously people are going to do that. You just don't post things to the internet you don't want seen publicly.
I'm not sure if it's even a big topic since Wick and President Sunday talked about it, and President Sunday said, "Oh, fair enough. You decided to ban me. I think it's it's your right. Fair enough if you felt that it's against some of your rules or whatever." 7 days, no big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, and you shouldn't have an expectation of privacy. I just trying to see it from his perspective here a little bit. It does seem like he's like, dude, what the fuck? This is you're bringing this massive drama into this space from my server. I'm not really comfortable with it. I understand. I think that having that expectation of privacy is stupid, but if he wants to ban the guy for 7 days, I think that's perfectly chill. I think he has the right to do that, to moderate his own private space that way. But it's also just kind of silly to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's got a right to do it, and it's a dorky or whatever to do it, but who cares, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think the real maybe the real disagreement we can figure out is just is Brianna Wu guilty of some wrongdoing? I know that I think so. I'm guessing that the President Sunday people think so.
What was the specific statement that you would be basing that on?
Oh, I have an issue with her lying. I have an issue with somebody having one position in public and then misrepresenting the positions that they actually hold in private. I have an issue with somebody
Can you elaborate on that? Because I didn't really know who she was until I looked into the context. So.
Yeah, so she's got a long history of doing this, but the most recent one is basically the thing that I take most issue with is the fact that she secretly held contempt for the Black Lives Matter movement and never voiced this publicly. Now, I would disagree with her if she voiced it publicly, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal, right? I think it's yeah, you know what, there are some reasonable critiques to be made. I would disagree with you at the end of the day, but you at least you have a fucking spine. But something about this person who's like running a PAC, who's like running a congressional campaign, and has this long history of lies and is now lying about her political views, that puts a really bad taste in my mouth. I think there's something deeply wrong about that.
Sorry, and this Black Lives Matter disdain was voiced inside the
group chat in secret, yeah.
Which is what has caused all of that so far.
Yeah. There's that,
Yes.
as well as her attacks on a transgender individual who is on one hand is kind of a fucking dork, but like the way she attacked her is on virtue of the fact that she was trans.
Yeah, I feel like there is a degree. I believe you speak about Benny, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, there's a degree. Like I can understand to a certain degree, like, you know, fighting with Benny, what Brianna Wu was doing, but then turning around and saying, "Wow, Benny's an asshole." That's, you know, pretty valid. I feel like necessarily in disparaging her as a non-passing trans person feels wrong, just beyond the pale of simply pointing out that you dislike a person.
I think that like on one hand, it feels like shitty. But like I wouldn't have such a fucking bad taste in my mouth if she wasn't like publicly woke scolding other people about like much more minor things, like the whole fucking Total Biscuit situation. Openly called Total Biscuit as transphobic, as racist, and as sexist as you can be. Those are her fucking words, right? But the dude is like openly, like even in fucking 2017, until the dude's fucking death from cancer, he was like one of the most pro-trans people online. He like, if you guys remember the CoxCon R-Traps gay question, he was like on the front lines of like shitting on the fucking person who asked the transphobic question. He got so much fucking backlash for it. But she like threw this guy under the bus. Like, so he's one of the few fucking people in the space who is progressive.
Like, am I mistaken?
He and Jesse Cox had that person removed.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't Brianna like almost like gloating over his death?
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, she said some really fucked shit. Like the fact that like, oh, the only legacy I want to get the exact quote. The most impactful legacy of John Bain, which is Total Biscuit's name, I see is an army of toxic gamers who harass women they don't like in his name.
That was her
like,
quote?
Yeah, it's a direct quote from her, yeah.
Wait,
obviously
I know
that's
the
not
quote,
true.
I just didn't know it was hers.
Yeah, obviously that's not true.
The claim isn't true, yeah. I agree, she's lying.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, yeah, it's not true.
And it's also a really crappy thing to say to somebody as they're dying of cancer, especially when it's not true.
Right after his death, to be clear, right? Not to the guy, but like
Well, still his family, his friends, people in his community. Obviously, it's
any better.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure his wife was also experiencing some troubles after his death.
Yes, his wife has effectively left public life, but she was
She has some
very
financial
upset
trouble,
at the
if I'm
time.
not mistaken, regarding the
Yes.
house and some other things.
What had happened in their particular case is they had put a great deal of money and leverage into a StarCraft 2 esports team. So in that particular case, that was what was happening with them at that time. But old news aside, I think kind of the bigger things I think are this. Brianna Wu makes a tweet the morning before Sunday does his stream, where she categorically states that she unequivocally supports non-binary people, and obviously that wasn't true. There's a whole host of things here to talk about, even kind of the larger aspect of the emerging talk about the debate between self-ID and transmedicalism, whereas not everyone seems to feel that transmedicalism is a inclusive path forward for the trans community.
In fact, it was used as a tool to enforce, and still in some cases is used as a tool to enforce sterilization on people. We do need to remember that aspect as well.
Now, I do have a question. Now, I know that Neve specifically has, some views regarding, specifically on, transmedicalism and, non-binary people.
Come on.
What would your take be specifically on, Brianna Wu? Would Brianna Wu necessarily be contradicting herself on that?
Well, in my opinion, not at all, right? Because I make the distinction between trans people and non-binary people, right? That is at the heart of my opinion with regards to the communities. I think you could even step outside of transmedicalism and self-ID. I mean, I think self-ID is definitely an issue there for me. But I think the issue is that she is contradicting herself publicly, right?
What's a trans person?
Even though, Sorry?
What's a trans person on your view? Like, what do you take a trans person to be?
I think that they must meet like a medical requirement. They must be making some sort of like effort to convey themselves as the opposite gender.
The opposite gender? So like if you have dysphoria and you're non-binary and you're taking effort to convey yourself in some kind of androgynous way, you wouldn't consider that person trans?
Well, in a conversation about people who are transitioning from one gender to the other, no.
Will you be transitioning from one gender to not having a gender, or from one gender to some kind of neutral ground, or one gender to bigender?
Yeah, they can do that, and I think the validity is in, you know, their ballpark to explain to other people. I personally have no quips with that. I just don't think it's trans, and I think that the separation matters in the context of like medicalization and things like that. So
it seems like an arbitrary distinction to say that it has to be, like, you're just saying like you have to be binary to be trans. You're not saying like the definition of trans entails it. You're just saying something like, well, my definition of trans is built to entail it.
Cool.
This seems like arbitrary to me.
Nice.
So you could just like draw the lines around anything, right? You could be like, oh, well, what I mean when I say trans is like when a white person transitions from one gender to the opposite gender, just like any random arbitrary line. Like,
wait, so why don't you tell me where you obviously don't make the distinction. So instead of, you know, sprigging on my take, why don't you just tell me yours?
Yeah, sure. So the thing that I think that makes somebody trans is identifying as a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth, or not identifying as the gender they were assigned at birth. I think either is sufficient condition.
Cool.
Yep.
I think that works for some people. Well,
yeah,
I think it works for some people. Sorry?
I don't think there's any reductio on the view. I don't think there's any like logical issue. I don't think there's any like silly entailments. I don't think it's got arbitrarity issue.
Nice.
I
know a lot of people.
Any definition you want or whatever.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that would disagree with you, and I think a lot of people that would be, you know, a lot of trans women, a lot of trans men. I think that
they would disagree.
Non-binary people, you know, in their own experience, one I can't relate to. You know, they have their own life experience, and I think that's cool and acceptable. But it's not the same experience.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the same experience. Like my experience and your experience aren't the same experience, right? But that is like irrelevant.
Yeah. So again, I think that the definitions of both, like the way that we exist in life, they shouldn't be conflated with one another. And I think that the way they are in society right now is problematic.
Do you think that it's conflated to the degree where people are saying like, if you are trans, then you are non-binary, and if you are not trans, then you are binary? I think that's what people are saying.
So my particular reason for this, I think, is that when we get into things like, you know, they, them, I think it's actually reasonable. I don't think it's actually that difficult to incorporate it into everyday language. I do it quite often. When you get into things like neopronouns and you start to get into the weeds when it comes to like ambivalence, gender abolition, then that sort of thing just really doesn't.
This isn't really answering.
Shouldn't coexist with gender. Well, that's fine. You can state a question, and I can just tell you how I feel. Right? That's definitely you probably more the productive way to get into the point of the conversation.
I'm curious. I am curious. Okay. Tachyon, who do you agree with? If you were to choose a side, who would you agree with?
I think Neve is the person who is wearing the white headset.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I actually probably lean more your way, but I don't know a lot about this topic. I don't know a lot about the transgender stuff, so I'm here partly to learn, but I do think that your arguments about the medical side are probably better from what I've heard so far, but I'm open to hearing other arguments.
Yeah, I think that if you have to get into like the mental gymnastics of why your experience is close to mine is so counterproductive to like what you should actually be doing, and that should be like working to further the non-binary movement as it should exist separate from the trans.
Now the pro Sunday side, I want to ask the pro Sunday side just one moment, okay? Do you guys believe in neo-pronouns?
Why wouldn't I?
Food Shops is trolling me, I swear.
Okay. If you guys believe in neo-pronouns, Tachyon, do you believe in neo-pronouns?
No, I don't really see the value of them.
No! Oh my god!
Or the utility.
Wow.
Oh my god, Neve, do you believe in neo-pronouns?
I believe they exist, but I wouldn't I would probably reduce them to arbitrary Like, I think they're pretty silly. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have
I think
you're okay
that's-
with arbitrary
I think
definitions.
neopronouns. I think Okay, sorry. Am I talking? I think I am.
Yeah, you talk
so
too much.
neopronouns are actually okay. Laugh at your own jokes, and then use that to validate them later. Okay.
That's so true. That was definitely just a joke. I didn't actually mean that.
Totally. Okay. No, I think neopronouns are contributing to the distaste that like cis people have for trans people as a whole.
That's so true. Look, are you able to engage with arguments, or do you just like ramble like a retard?
So you
make the pro
state
Sunday people dislike me, but I don't care.
that's okay. No, I think you would like to set the parameters for the discussion, and then I'm going to engage with what I need to say. Sorry, can I talk? Sorry,
No.
I'm just going to state what I need to state, and reinforce my opinions. And if you want to set a little like target for me to hit in the conversation, you're fine to do so. But I'll engage with it if I feel I should.
If you feel like shit.
If I feel I should. You should turn your headphones up. You should.
I don't think
you
that
should
was on
turn your
my end.
headphones
I think
up.
that was you like slurring through your speech or something. Did you
Cool,
come here
wonderful.
sober?
Wonderful.
You're not able to engage
Why
with
would-
arguments. You just like ramble indefinitely. There's like
Okay,
engage with
but you're
nothing.
not. But you're not able to engage in a conversation with your camera on. Can you see why that
That's
would make
so
somebody
true.
feel like a little thing? Yeah. Why
I
is
don't
that?
care. I don't care.
Why is that?
I don't care.
Okay.
Because I didn't
Do you
want to
feel
turn
like
my
that
camera on
makes it?
today. I don't want to plug my camera in.
Okay, perfect. Do you feel like that
I've
makes
got like
it a
videos with
little?
my camera on. If
Do
you
you
go
think?
look at my
Do you
fucking
think
face or something.
engaging? Do you think engaging in conversations in bad faith is easier to do with your camera off? Do you think that's the case?
Probably.
Okay.
Do you think that you've engaged in the conversation in good faith by ignoring every question you're asked and rambling like a retard?
I think that I've stated my opinions very honestly, and you're free to
No,
do
you
with that
haven't.
information with whatever you want. Yeah,
No, you
absolutely,
haven't.
I have.
No,
Absolutely.
you
I
haven't.
have.
You just ignored any
Well,
response.
you can
to the
watch the
argument.
you can watch the VOD from yesterday, and I am just as consistent as I am here today. So
That's
Well,
crazy.
to be
I don't
clear,
care that you're
though,
consistently
I don't-
stupid.
Oh, I want to hear
You
tag
should judge. You should judge people based on the arguments that they make, though, not because they're on camera. And I know. Obviously, I'm not on camera. I probably will get a camera at some point soon, but that has no relevance to the argument that they're making, though. We should judge it based on the quality and strength of their argument.
cool.
Infighting. Wait, speaking of infighting, Lucy and Daedalus, what's your thoughts on Symph using the word retard?
Who cares? Oh my god.
It's not my place to enforce rules here. Synth can use whatever word she feels necessary. I wouldn't use it, but I'm not going to impose myself upon her.
I honestly think it's super fair to find it distasteful. Like I'm not even gonna disagree that it's like distasteful.
Fair?
I'm a
Fair.
distasteful person. Everyone knows that.
Well, what's your thoughts on this entire neopronoun stuff? Well, how do you justify neopronouns and stuff, Lucy and Daedalus?
Lucy, feel free.
Oh. Well, what's my thought on neopronouns?
Yeah, you guys haven't been
Yeah. Well,
just to
Well, first of all, I don't really think that it's a matter of belief. It's like they exist. It's like we can't not believe in them, Like, and second of all,
On a perfectly philosophical level, how are neopronouns any more arbitrary than he, him, she, her, they, them, it's in any way? Like, language is at a certain level arbitrary. To assign one as arbitrary and not the other just is only because one feels common and we use it commonly.
and as a
Is it
small,
just that it's?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
as a small insert, I would just like to. I'm not sure if we're gonna go into that discussion in any way, but I would just like to remind that medicalization as a thing was not exactly created to help trans people. It was actually created to, for example, as I will remind, force sterilization on people, which is still a thing in many countries. So the term medicalization carries with it a lot of not necessarily positive connotation on its own.
Oh, okay, but so free informed consent, the ability for anyone to access, medical, let's say hormone therapy, like HRT right now. HRT is going to render you infertile anyways. So how is that any different
From what?
from what you said, medicalization being used to sterilize people?
Because there's a difference.
Like, why make that
between-
distinction if it's happening either way?
Because there's a difference between consented taking HRT that may or may not make you infertile and making being sterilized a legal requirement to be able to change your gender. I think there's a pretty big distinction there.
They call Lucy the
Okay.
question answerer. She'd be answering the questions and shit.
Do you not see a difference between these things?
I don't know. I don't think you were. I don't think that I was aware of the first portion of what you had said.
Okay, I just want to know, like, is anybody here supporting like neo-pronouns?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Why? Why?
Why not?
Why? So the reason why
I'm sorry.
The reason why I support neopronouns is just because I don't really think that like policing other people's language usage is always the best idea. I think if somebody's like lying or something, that'd be an issue. But if somebody's just like using language the way they want to, that's not that big of a deal to me.
Yeah, frankly,
But
it's not my job.
isn't it also kind of actually policing other people's language if you're like, I expect everyone to call me Zer, and like no one in like the normal world, like most people, the vast majority of people don't use that kind of language, don't understand that kind of language. Don't have
Okay, what if you worked with what if you worked with someone whose name was Richard and he wanted to be called Richard and you insisted upon calling him Dick? How is that very different?
Well, it's very different because we're referring to someone as their name, right? And we're talking about pronouns. Pretty different.
No, it's not. A pronoun is an extension of your name. It's how you identify yourself.
No, it's not.
But in a conversation about pronouns, neopronouns specifically, then how would you feel like somebody shortening someone else's name in a societally, I don't know, that's stupid as fuck to me. I don't know why you would just call someone Dick if their name was Richard. But I get what you're saying with this, and it's just irrelevant.
Do you want to tell why it's irrelevant, or you just want to like cast out that it's irrelevant while you're just like
because we're discussing neopronouns, right? And I think that people who don't people who don't want to use pronouns or neopronouns or anything, respectfully, they're probably just going to call you your name, right? So it just doesn't make sense that like if that's what we're not doing to not favor that, then I just don't see how it's analogous to use like somebody's name.
Yeah, what's the dissimilarity do you think is morally relevant?
Well, one is a person's name, which is something that I think it's perfectly reasonable in society for people to expect to be called their name. It's not reasonable to infinitely affirm that somebody is something that most people, the vast majority of people, don't have any reason to think is real, like Zer, or if they identify as like a dog or whatever. Like we wouldn't infinitely affirm and be like, no, you have to bark at me. You have to like.
Yeah, but nobody looks.
Who has ever done that? Who has ever said, "I want you to bark at me"? Like, what the hell?
The other
internet disgrace.
The other conversation do identify as.
Oh, jeez.
Look, the other kin people who identify as animals are not the same as people who are using like xenogenders or neopronouns. Right? There's like a different.
You guys won't take the time to make that distinction, right? Like, there's no like calling people out in your community side of things. You guys think everyone is fun, having a great time, right?
No, I think that a person you're a dog
because you don't take the time to call out people's language. You said that yourself, right? So
hold on. Do you understand the difference between calling out pure language usage and calling out somebody lying?
I think in a practical sense, you've made it pretty clear.
Yeah, I made it very clear. Yeah, I made the distinction very clear. Thank you.
I think it's fucked up. Like I personally think it's fucked up.
I don't think that's helping your position the way you think it is.
You want to tell why it does?
I think it's fucked up when you have these oligans and that kind of shit. Well, you definitely have like fucking trans people like having like a hard time, and meanwhile you have these people that calling themselves like fairy gender or whatever. Like I think that's fucked up.
You think it's fucked up to call yourself fairy gender?
I think it's transphobic.
Yeah, it is transphobic. It is transphobic.
I think it's very transphobic, especially because I make the distinction.
It's transphobic. It's transphobic. It's transphobic. 3 times in a row. Just say why you think it's transphobic. Or say what you think transphobia is.
Okay, you could unplug your mic, turn your computer off, and go have this conversation with yourself in the bathroom.
You could log out.
If you want to just turn your own voice, right? You know that's an option for you, right?
You're just crying. You're just crying.
Yeah.
With your armpit size looking ass.
Fucking fairy gender.
Can I talk?
What is going on there?
Can I talk?
Instead of repeating yourself 3 times in a row, say something original and new. Say something novel. She's dumbfounded.
You just like hearing your own voice. Like I just super cringe. Like I don't think you understand how you sound.
It's really cringe and not even they.
Right now.
Really?
No, I don't think you do.
Be on the internet less often.
I don't think you understand.
Points only.
Like. I don't
look good in this discussion. Like, there's no way that you think you're
strong in this one. The autism is strong in this one.
I'm 100% sure you're diagnosed. Like you can throw out the autism accusation all you want or whatever, right? You
I don't think there's anything wrong with having autism. I just think that I'm gonna
use it as an insult, dumbass.
What? That's your okay. Well, that's your impression. All I'm saying is that I'm gonna factor it in. Okay, can I talk or say anything, or are you just gonna interrupt me?
Are you going to say anything that's relevant? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All right, Sim, calm down. Sim, calm down. All right, Sim, calm down. Calm down.
What I'm saying is that you having autism, I'm going to factor it into our personal interactions throughout this conversation.
That's true. When you said the autism is strong with this one, you totally didn't mean an insult. Do you know like normal people would interpret that as an insult, or did you actually not mean it that way?
No, I think I have a lot of compassion for people with autism, and if it's the fact that you do have autism, then I'm not going to sit here and try and dunk on you throughout the whole conversation. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay, all right.
You haven't heard anything I said this entire time because you've been trying to talk over me.
To bring it back to Brianna Wu. Okay, I'm going to ask the second question, all right? I'm going to ask the second question. Unless you guys have any more to say specifically on the topic of neopronouns.
I mean,
I've got so much more to say.
Is there any way to move the conversation forward?
Yes.
Yeah, Synth mutes their mic when I'm talking. Synth mutes their mic when I'm talking, and then just doesn't talk when anyone else is talking. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that.
Wait, look, I understand that's not, legitimately. How do you?
I've got a way. Look, I'll show you.
Sorry, so you're literally doing it right now.
Oh my god!
You're literally doing it right now.
No! Stop! Actually, is there any legitimate way?
This is the legitimate way for us to move forward in a conversation. Since not interrupting people when they talk.
No. Is there actually any legitimate way to like point? What is the next point? To convince the other person.
It's one simple question, right? Food Shops is a moderator. Like the only thing I can do is hope that maybe you'll press the retarded guest on answering it. But the question is just, what do you think transphobia is?
Okay.
Who are you posting this to?
You.
I think transphobia, in my definition, would be any act to like, I don't know, like delegitimize a trans person in society. A lot of that would be, and when I say delegitimize, I mean like more like, committing violent acts against a trans person would be like would be transphobic because of having that be the only reason that you're committing like violence against them. I think for one, but no, yeah, I think it's transphobic because it's trivializing the use of pronouns that are important to people who are binary trans and people who obviously rely on the distinctions to get by in everyday life.
So on your definition, being an ugly trans person is going to be transphobic. That's silly. That's a silly definition. I want to try it again.
Well, do you want to lay that out for me, or are you just going to say that and hope I accept it as fact?
For the same reason that it makes trans people look bad to use xenopronouns or neopronouns, the same is going to be true of an ugly trans person. It's going to make trans people look bad.
So you're not changing my position right now. I don't know if that's your approach or your intent here, but...
Yeah, you personally changing your mind is not my goal in the conversation. Like, I don't care about you personally. You're, like, very clearly, like, entrenched in your views and not willing to engage.
Okay, wait, stop. Points only.
I think I've been having a conversation. I think that you're making a lot of assumptions in this conversation, and I don't think that you're very optically... I don't think you're very optically conscious. I just think
you're
that
not doing well on optics either.
Stop. Points only.
I don't think you're winning on that. You're not winning on stuff.
Okay, so I think that, I'm, like I said, I'm staying true to my opinions. And you were speaking over people, so I mean,
you ignoring arguments and like having a panic attack and freaking out and getting laughed at is not optically good.
Right. No, none of those panic
make a counter argument.
Okay, you guys are just literally making every 5 seconds.
Talk over you because you're talking over me. Would you would see that as anger? Do I look angry at all to you right now?
Yeah, you kind of actually do look super angry. You're making like the super big frowny face. But just go ahead.
I think this is just the way I am. But
can I ask a question about this?
Maybe.
Perhaps this is perhaps the wrong audience to ask because obviously I feel like I'm like at a panel where people are just talking past each other and not engaging super great faith. But when it comes to the neopronoun stuff, what do you think the expectation should be for other people? Like if you want to call yourself Caesar or whatever, right? But like when you interact with other people in the world, what should that expectation be?
You probably shouldn't expect that other people are going to call you by your neopronouns. But if you want to use those alongside like something like they or something, I don't think there's any issue with that. And some people will call you by it.
Okay. Thanks.
I personally have no problem with calling somebody by a pronoun that they choose. It costs me nothing.
Yeah, it's like free, and for some people it's pretty easy. I know that like for a lot of people it might be kind of difficult to retrain your brain for pronouns, but like it's already good to do that just for the sake of trans people, broadly. So in case of like people who use neo pronouns, I think that's fine too.
So yes.
Okay.
I guess
Okay.
there's yes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No,
Okay.
of course.
I just feel that the argument around pronouns feels a bit empty to me. It feels like a pointing to normalcy, to what's normal, as to a person is saying that pronouns are bad because they won't be perceived as normal, and certain things as opposed to the things that are normal. And I just think that it's not really a strong argument, considering that most bigots will simply not really see the difference between pronouns or the so-called binary pronouns. To a bigot, a trans woman will be a man. They will say, you're policing my language just by expecting me to call you she, her. So I'm not sure if that argument really holds any water.
Yeah,
well, you want to talk about...
Please
go ahead. You go first.
In the broader sense, language isn't static. It does not stay the same. It changes over time. Words are added to the language. New definitions come up for old words. So, like I don't necessarily see a normalization of language as even possible, or we should really apply it in this case as really a case of special pleading, really, at the end of the day. Like, words change all the time. Ain't used to be considered improper English when I was in primary school. Now it's in the dictionary. It's always changing. And so, like, it would be difficult for me to sit on an argument of normalcy and when it comes to what language is.
I do want to ask though too about like, do you think it's useful to like talk about this in like terms of like bigotry? Because like obviously there are people who like hate trans people like legitimately, but I think like most people, even a lot of people who are more like centrist or center right, they'll be like, I don't really know about this stuff, and I think if you're an adult, you should be able to do whatever you want. Some of the kids stuff, I'm a bit more, undecided on. Some of the sports stuff, I'm a bit more undecided on. And you're like, oh, well, you're a bigot. Like, is that even useful to engage in that way? Or is it better to well, let's talk about that. Let's see what the good arguments are. Let's see what the science says. And let's see what X, Y, and Z.
When it comes to neopronoun discussions, no, it's probably really dorky to go ahead and be like, you're a bigot if somebody disagrees with them. Even if it's true or something. Like, even if you have some argument for it and you think it's true, it's really not that effective. Yeah, that would be optically bad. That would be optically kind of silly.
Yeah, I'm not personally. I talked about on my own channel not too long ago the nature of meeting people where they're at, and obviously throwing yourself to the first place where you're calling names is not going to meet people where they're at. But at the same time, I also need to recognize that I am in a position where I feel much safer and I'm more capable of doing that than other people. So, whether I would do the thing or not, I think really depends on where you're sitting, what your perspective is, and whether you feel because I feel like the person who's going to call you a bigot does not wish to engage with you in the first place. So if that's the case, then someone like myself who might be more able to talk about the thing because I don't feel immediately threatened is going to be less likely to go to that.
Well, this might be a good segue for Kat's next part. She wants to bring it back to Brianna Wu, but I do feel that some people use the term bigot and make these accusations in order to shut down conversations rather than have those conversations.
Yeah, sure. I think the rhetoric conversation is a topic for another time. Obviously, that's a completely different topic, and we had a lot of that talk, yesterday. When it came, by the way, the entire talk was about transmedicalism, and that was a clusterfuck of a panel. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We have tackled subjects that has gone far beyond anything Twitchpool has ever talked about, said cancelable stuff that Twitchpool has ever said before, just because I was the one that was organizing it. You're welcome. Okay, all right? Because if it was organized by anybody who was not a transgender woman, they would have been obliterated, okay? But anyhow, so my second question is this, okay? In the meantime, one side of the aisle has been saying that since WIC is growing larger and larger, that even his public Discord server is no longer going to remain a safe space from being made into content, especially the general chat. However, the other side of the aisle says that no matter what, the users of the Discord server never consented to be made into content and would never chat there if they were turned into content while being posted online. Do you think that it is reasonable to expect the Discord chat of a public figure to be treated in the public spotlight? If so, to what degree? Would it be the same as on Twitter? Should it be as reclusive as possible? Discuss.
Yeah, I think that they don't consent. Oh, you go ahead first.
To be perfectly frank, it feels somewhat ridiculous to imagine that your public-facing servers channels are private. They're public-facing server channels. And insofar as Wix community expectation goes, it's never been a safe space. It's barely moderated. Like basically nearly anything goes anyway. So I don't necessarily know I'd make that argument at all.
I think it's reasonable. I'm just gonna say that it's not this isn't Brianna Wu isn't the first person this has happened to. Discord chats and whatever have been leaked for years. So it's kind of like a norm at this point. So if you had the expectation that it should be private, then you would be kind of naive.
It's okay.
The other thing I'd point out is
we'll do my house.
I think all of us here are content creators, and at least I've made it an objective to create a space by moderating it in which people feel safe and secure, and that means telling them sometimes to not say things or to keep it to themselves. So, I can't change your thoughts, but I can certainly police my space. So, if that's the concern, moderate.
True. You have the tools to, especially Wix, since he's growing larger and larger.
Is he? Actually, let's look.
I mean, that was the claim, I believe it. I don't check, I just believe.
No disagreement.
No, I think we all agree. You're kind of silly if you don't. If you think this is not gonna get recorded.
All right, sure. Okay,
there's no Wix on Social Blade.
Yeah, I mean, if so, then we can just go directly to the third question, which is proponents on Sunday's End might argue that promoting a person such as Brianna Wu will be sending a bad message. However, on the other side, pragmatism is more important than simply a few differences. Where would you draw the line between somebody that is too problematic to simply associate with for the sake of pragmatism and making a difference in the real world? When does somebody stop being worth it? Discuss.
Oh God, holy!
I might have some interesting insight here actually, because I was involved with. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but I was involved with an online community.
No, actually, just say it. Why not?
I was involved with the Gamergate conversation, and as a part of that conversation, I obviously interact with a lot of people, and every once in a while you'd run into a bad actor, and I think that when somebody crosses the line, and those lines might be different for different communities, but I think that something like doxing or sending death threats to people is obviously a line that absolutely can't be crossed. Now, when it comes to something more nuanced like lying, I think that you obviously should call out the lies to be like, hey, look, what you said wasn't true. But I don't know if that means you cut them out entirely. This whole Brianna Wu conversation does have sort of a cancel culture aspect to it. It seems like a lot of the people who hate Brianna Wu want to go after her and take her down and destroy her publicly. And I don't know if that's good, actually. I don't know if that's good for society. Even if Brianna Wu did lie about this, her public and private views are different. And she is a public figure in the sense of being a politician, so that's a bit different. But to say that she can't be in the streamer community too is a bit. It feels very much like you're trying to destroy this person rather than you're trying to claim a scalp. It feels like, and I don't know if that's good.
Yeah, I don't think the view is that Brianna Wu can't be in any space or something. I think the issue is just that it's kind of optical suicide. Ironically, I have a pragmatic view on this. I think that it's kind of optical suicide. to let Brianna Wu into your movement. Like everywhere she goes, she's kind of like optical hell for whoever side she's on. It's an optical nuke for whichever side lets her in and tries to defend her. And I mean, like, this is like one of many fuck ups in a long history of fuck ups. If this was like a one-off lie, then it's like, yeah, I mean, kind of fucking cringy, but like not that big of a deal at the end of the day. People can reform, people can get better. But she's got like a long fucking history of just like insane lying. Like Tachyon, you said you were in Gamergate. Do you remember like the literal woo thing? Like literal who, literal woo?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yep. The reason why that
I don't support using that kind of language, to be clear, and I didn't then either.
I mean, I think that's I don't see a language.
I think it's fair. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's like evil or anything, but I don't personally speak that way.
Well, like she in particular, right? The reason why the meme came about is because like she had been like harassed by Gamergate and like nobody knew who the fuck she was. She had like just made this the fuck up. And like she did this like several times in a row with like fake harassment campaigns. Like claimed that somebody was like sending her private death threats. Turns out they were just like a shit poster who didn't send her shit. Said that like the police had arrested them. Turns out they had filmed like the police had arrested them and they had crashed their car on their way to go kill her. And it turns out they were just the shit poster had just crashed their car street racing. She had said like that she like did that fucking crazy Steam green lighting thing. Do you remember that shit, Tachyon? From the Gamergate?
I do
remember this. Yes, I believe Kat and I have talked about it actually.
Yeah. She's
just obviously she obviously blew up that video from the comedian guy who crashed his car. Like obviously that was he was literally a comedy YouTube guy who made all sorts of weird skits. That was obviously fake. And the Steam when she posted that very suspicious topic on her forums, that was very weird and obviously very suspicious. But also she did receive legit harassment on at least one occasion. There was a third-party troll who was not associated with Gamergate called Pterodax, and he actually did send her. He trolled everybody. He trolled pro Gamergate people too. I know people who he harassed. Arguably, I mean, what do you want to call what he did harassment is? But he did send her like he sent her a picture of a gun, and he was a third-party troll not associated with GG. And then also, so to be clear, like she did receive like that actual harassment, and we had like over 50 people mass reporting it on the Gamergate side because we're like, hey, look, this is an actual harassment, this is actual death threats. We don't want our community to be associated with this. So and of course, this guy wasn't even one of us. He was going after our people too. And then of course, Ethan Ralph did actually have like I don't know if you want to call it harassment, but he was on his private. I have logs I can show you. He was a bad actor in Gamergate that no one wanted to associate with for the most part. But he was like a legit bad guy. But he actually did talk about how he wanted to make a hit piece on Brianna Wu, basically, where he wanted to do a live stream show attacking Brianna Wu, and he also did associate himself with doxers.
Well, yeah, but that's like a four-dimensional adult by association. I think Ethan Ralph's like a piece of shit. Like, I don't think that like him making a fucking hit piece on her and like fucking doing a live stream talking shit on her is like that. I don't think that's harassment.
Yeah. I don't think it's the end of the world. But like, you could call that harassment maybe if like because like it is weird, dude. Like, why do you want to
someone who associates with doxers should be like making exposés and not like making strict claims like
absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't support Ralph in any way, shape, or form. The vast majority of people in Gamergate condemned him, by the way. Kotaku in Action banned his website. He's on the tier 3 block list. Okay.
Tachyon, would you say Gamergate was a harassment campaign?
I would not say that. I'd say that was a smear that partly Brianna Wu spread. But Brianna Wu also was harassed by some people.
Oof. So you're against Brianna Wu for a completely different reason than these other pro-Sunday
he's against her for being right.
I don't think so. I don't think he's against her for being right. I think he's against her for being wrong. I think
you guys are uniting against Gamergate. I mean, it's not. Sorry, you guys are uniting against Brianna Wu for different reasons.
No. Me and Tachyon have very similar reasons. We're not different reasons. We both did. I mean,
I think to come back to the issue at hand.
Why are you like this?
To come back to the issue at hand, I think the question is not that Brianna Wu should be excluded from a space. I think the question is that Brianna Wu should engage authentically with that space, that she should be held to account for what she views and to speak with her chest when she has a viewpoint. Yeah. Because, like, that's the standard, I think, that the minimum standard of entry that should be for this space is that you should get up and you should be ready to fight for what you believe in and not sit in the dark and mutter it.
Okay,
Yeah,
but we're talking
you're
about
like
a
a dumb
space
fuck
like
if you ever
Wix.
trust anything she says.
If
I
we're
think you're like
talking
any...
about a space like
Go ahead.
Wix, then Wix doesn't have standards, so that's ridiculous to say.
Yeah, look,
Wick is
saying
not the
Wix-
only person involved here.
No, but
Yeah,
he
we all
doesn't have
agree, look.
standards, so that's never going to happen.
Look, that's
And
that's fine. Right?
secondly,
Point is
like,
not
it's
like
one
Wick
thing
doesn't
to
have.
say-
Oh my god.
No, let me finish.
You
It's
go
one
ahead.
thing to say that she should have standards. Like, yeah, every personal person should have standards for themselves. It's another thing to say that when other people think she doesn't have standards, we should automatically favor those people over what Brianna Wu says. If you're just going to have this one-way narrative that forgets that she may actually have standards for herself that we just don't relate to or notice at the moment, then I think that your narrative is very lacking in actually attacking Wu as a person.
Well, that's not what I said, is it? I said that she should say those
No, it
things with her
relies on
chest
it.
out
It
loud.
relies on that assumption.
How does it rely on that assumption?
Because because if the whole thing is like she should have standards, and if she doesn't, then we should get rid of her. And if she has
not what I
standards
said, though.
already, then well,
Yeah, nobody's
who's
saying
gonna
if she
police
has
that?
what we're saying is
Who's
that
gonna
she
police
should
that?
speak those
Who's gonna
things
police
out
that?
loud.
If the
Who should
issue
what?
is there's
Thing.
one specific standard, there's one specific standard that we're taking issue with or not upholding, which is like not being a lying piece of shit.
But how do you know the difference between being a lying piece of shit and being wrong? Like somebody mentioned Black Lives Matter earlier.
Because
as far
she
as I
said
looked
one thing in
into it,
privately and a different thing in public.
Publicly proclaims that she did a thing which she in private did the
she didn't
opposite
say
of.
anything in public for a long time, and then she said something differently in public. Whether or not what she said privately really reflects
What
on
she
her
said in
journey
private.
is a
Oh my god,
different
then she'd be
thing.
lying in private. What she said in private was that she held her views, that she kept her views secret.
It seems to be more about rioting than about BLM, so maybe you should get your.
No, it was
facts
specifically
straight.
about BLM. You should get your facts
Ninetales,
straight. Go look it
Ninetales.
up, dummy.
Are you steel manning or do you support Brianna Wu?
I don't. I'm guessing that she's been demonized because that's what Gamergate victims have had happen to them. It's very
Okay, I just
clear,
wasn't sure where
based
you
on the
stood on
rhetoric,
the
that
issue.
Doing
none
no
of you
Were you
research
have
on
listening
any
before?
actual criticisms of anything she's actually done, and every time you try to hit, you miss.
Okay, but
Ninetales, you've once again
but
jumped the
before
gun
you
and done
came
no
in-
research on the topic you're talking about. What was the quote that
I've
you were
already
talking about
done
regarding
research
BLM?
on this. I debated Tachyon,
Answer my
you
question.
dumb fuck.
Answer my question, dummy.
Maybe I'm gonna be able to
What
answer
was
the panel question at some
Look, the
point.
question is just, we made a specific claim about her talking about BLM. You said no, it was more about the rioting. What did she say about BLM?
Look, I'll go back to exactly what she said because I have it, and it was about rioting.
It was about BLM and rioting. It was about the rioting that she's blaming BLM for.
Maybe.
So give me a quote then. If like, why are you so afraid of giving me the quote
It was
you want?
posted publicly. You said that I haven't done my research. You were calling me on my bullshit.
No,
you
I
were
have
trying
it
to
in my
do.
bookmarks. Let me find it.
Go ahead, pull it
You
up.
could just give it to me sooner if you weren't.
No, I want to hear it out of your mouth. It's funnier
Of course
that
you do,
way.
because you're too afraid to say it yourself.
We've all seen it. You're the only person in the
Ninetales.
dark here.
Ninetales,
Yeah,
you said
Tachyon,
that.
can you say it?
You said that Gamergate was about harassment, but do you know what percentage of Gamergate people engaged in harassment? Because we have 2 studies on this. It was 0.66% is what one study found. Another study did not look at harassment itself, but looked at negative sentiment and found that only 1.26%, I believe it was 1.26, I can pull it up here, but 1.26% of the people had sent tweets containing negative sentiment towards people. Okay? Like this idea that Gamergate was about harassment is just not true. And I kind of resent that you coming in this space and saying this. I think that you should back it up with some sources if you're going to make accusations against people that I know and that
I think I
people
already
that
have, and you're
care
just
about.
ignoring them. Because I sent you sources, and you're ignoring them. I also sent other forms
Send me
like
YouTube videos.
No, that wasn't it. See, like, this is what I mean, how you've been ignoring my sources. Because if that's all you think that I've sent, then you've clearly been ignoring the non-video sources at your own convenience. The point being that, like, yeah, you can actually critique BLM for the rioting if you do it right. And chances are, nobody here who's critiquing her is nuanced enough to tell the difference between if she's critiquing the rioting versus critiquing BLM. And I doubt that any of you actually carry a concern
You don't
for
even
that
know what
criticism,
she said, Ninetales.
aside from
Good
wanting
shot.
to hold her to a
What are
double
you
standard.
doing?
By the
Good
way,
shot.
like,
Can you
if we
restate-
hold-
If you're going to accuse me
if
of
we
dodging,
hold-
you're going
if
to.
we
I have a right to
held-
respond to that. If you're
if
going
we
to accuse
held
me of
your
dodging, what am I
contribution-
dodging?
I was worthless.
One at a time.
Good jobs. Can you
you're
restate
dodging the
your
actual
original?
evidence I sent you. Here, I'll send it to you again.
Can you restate the question and then have Nine answer it? Because I feel like she's leaning one way, but I just want to hear her say it. I don't know.
Specifically, like the question I wrote down, right?
Like the pragmatism versus like run them out of town witch hunt type thing, I think.
Okay, so specifically the question I wrote down on the document is, Proponents on Sunday's end might argue that promoting a person such as Brianna Wu will be sending a bad message. However, on the other side, pragmatism is more important than simply a few differences. Where would you draw the line between somebody that is too problematic to simply associate with for the sake of pragmatism and making a difference in the real world? When does somebody stop being worth it?
So
I'm just gonna say this much: like, this is not how the space handles most people. Like, most people are not like, they're not run out because they have a double standard. There are plenty of people who are loved because they have a double standard. Doobie is a perfect example of that. The reason that we see this time and time again, that people have double standards, is because either people evolve or people say some dumb shit and then never actually change it because they thought they said it in private.
So pragmatic.
So,
You know, the same people who are defending those individuals are defending this one, right? Like, this is like mostly a DGG Twitter retard campaign. Ninetales.
Maybe DGG is the R-slur campaign, the ableist campaign. Seems more likely.
It seems like you like to make
What are you
accusations
talking
against large groups of people, Ninetales.
Without putting
I'm
any
the
effort in the
one
research.
that-
DGG is doing bad stuff.
Yeah, they make it easy.
so could I answer?
So, if we really want
Wait,
to
wait,
unpack
hold
what
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
Brianna Wu,
But I want Lucy to
does
answer
anyone-
first. Because Lucy has been wanting
sorry.
to answer for a little
she's
bit
just
now.
very
so-
quiet for me. So my
No,
bad.
Oh,
yeah.
should I
no.
speak? Is it okay
No,
now?
that's much louder. Yes, that's much louder and
Yeah.
clear. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
So I think that, to me personally, the problem is twofold. The problem is, of course, the double standard, but to me, the problem is, of course, what the double standard itself represents. And where I draw the line when it comes to people like Brianna, who is not the bad optics or Brianna who being problematic, but the fact that her private interactions indicate that she is perfectly okay and perfectly willing to discard a whole group from a community in order to further political goals. And that is basically where I draw the line, discarding whole groups of
This-
people to advance a goal.
This doesn't make sense because if she said it in private, then she's not expecting it to disenfranchise the groups that she's supporting publicly.
If she said it in private, that means she's willing to do it in public when it's opportune.
No,
Well,
it
but
only means that
Ninetales,
she's
but
willing
like
to do
to
it
be
in private.
fair,
No?
You're trying
before
to
you
extend
got
this
here-
logic further than it goes.
but before you got here, we were debating on whether the expectation should be that if you were posting something in private as a person of whatever significance, that should the assumption be that it's public anyways, because the likelihood of somebody posting it is so high. That's the context you don't have right now. That's why Lucy said is actually kind of reasonable.
No, because most professional interactions between streamers are done in confidence.
Hardly
But
any
there was more than just streamers
Speak
there,
for yourself.
right?
Pardon?
There was more than just streamers there. Like, am I wrong? Was that just not like a general chat, or not a general chat, like a private chat? Like, not everyone there was a streamer.
No, I don't agree that. Okay, just to be clear, I don't agree Wix server was private. So if she's saying that that's in private, I disagree. If she said something in a private message, and I'm pretty sure it was a private message, if I'm not mistaken. It's the thing that she said in Wix server that seems to contradict it.
No, it's the
Do we know
the
that?
thing that we're talking about is not the Wix server
No,
thing. The thing that's
she-
being talked about is the group chat on Twitter.
Yeah, she was definitely in the group chat for that, more some of those messages.
How many people are in this group chat?
I don't know.
How
That
closed
I
off
don't
is it
know.
supposed to be?
That information wasn't disclosed. Only the information relevant to her
Like,
hypocrisy was
it could be
disclosed.
it could just be one extra person, then it counts as
There was
a
like
group
5
chat.
to 6 that you could observe, probably. Like, it wasn't small.
Well, 5 to 6 is pretty small,
No,
especially
at
if
least
those are like
5 to
people
6.
that you
Well,
would know.
most likely.
If those are
At
people
No,
that
like
you
at
would know.
least. Because but there's a lot of discourse coming from a lot of people. So I'm just saying that because I saw like 5 to 6 people say something, but there was a lot going on, like people replying to replies and stuff. So messy.
It's important to remember that this tacitly supports the act of leaking DMs, which I will not condone. Like, I think what people say in private should be kept private.
Insane views. Look, I don't see anything.
the
that
perfect
seems
world,
to be
yes.
in private,
Views.
so everyone should see all of my messages in private.
Well,
In a perfect world, yes.
Here's a question that I think we could ask too. The people who want Brianna Wu gone from this space, what do you think should happen to her? What does that look like in practice? Because that kind of is important here.
No,
Are any of those people here?
I just wanted to point
I don't
out,
think humans want
does
that.
anyone who's
I'm kind of
speaking against her have
conflicted.
real constructive criticism for her? Do you have any constructive criticism?
I'm just
maybe
conflicted
that's
on the
maybe
idea.
it's a
Said
skills
in this
issue.
chat.
Maybe it's just
Like-
a skills issue, and like this is why you want to get rid of her.
So true.
I don't think that I. Sorry, go for it. Did I just?
Sorry, my push to talk was fucked up there for a second. Yeah, I don't think that the reason why anybody here is like wants to criticize her is because we want her like out of the space forever or something. I think that the two big pieces of criticism from Brianna Wu are: one, stop constantly fucking lying and seek therapy for that. There has to be some reason why you constantly do this thing where you seek attention by lying publicly. And two, maybe take a fucking break for just a little bit and come back and stream like a normal person, stream video game content. Maybe politics is not the place for somebody who doesn't have the ability to handle this kind of situation. You can't do that. You can't like do politics if it's the case you're going to constantly fucking lie. People aren't going to trust you. It's your bad optics.
Maybe you
for
could
inside
also
the
not narrate her experiences lying when you don't actually know what's in her heart.
I do know that what the thing
We
she
have
said is that she
publicly
lied.
seen her lie.
About what?
About the
She
fact that she
posted.
said that her public view is that she was silent on the BLM issue. She was silent on the BLM issue because of the fact that she thought there was resentment on there. She said that she was a cybersecurity expert during a congressional campaign. She said that both of her parents were
Well,
millionaires.
she said she was against the rioting that
she said that
BLM
both
did,
of her
which is a
parents. No, she said
common.
the BLM riots. She called them the BLM riots, right? So let's get it
Yes,
correct.
it's common for BLM people to
Jesus
be
Christ.
against the riots. That's nothing new.
It's common for BLM people to be against the riots. I
Yes.
agree. Saying you were silent on it is different than saying something like, I am against the riots. There's a big difference between I was silent on the riots despite knowing I had an issue with them, and
No,
saying
because
something
that
like,
was a private
I am not against the
conversation
riots.
You were a part of that you're making assumptions of. The people in that conversation already had the context. You're seeing the conversation out of context and assuming that that's what she meant.
I assume that she meant the words she said?
Yeah, because the words she
obviously.
assumed
That's how words
were
work.
in the context that they understood. When they
What
heard
context
that,
do you think is gonna
about
fix
the
the
riot.
situation of her obviously admitting to lying? What's the
Do
context?
you understand why journalistic integrity involves adding context to things like this and not just quote?
Adding context. Sometimes adding relevant
Yeah, you
context.
don't just
not
click
adding the
quote.
entire message history.
So, if anything, for you, how do you know that this DM or like her other view or what she said publicly doesn't add context to her private DMs?
Because she said that she kept silent on an issue she had publicly. She said she kept silent on it.
Well, yeah, because maybe she doesn't want to actually like hurt the BLM movement. Maybe she's not as against it as you're narrating.
Oh, no,
her
no.
as
She
being.
gave us her motivations. She didn't want the trouble. She didn't want the fucking backlash. Did you read any of these? Are you just talking out of your ass?
Seems like
Nigel?
she's aware of the consequences of her actions and avoiding it by what you're saying. Yes, I did.
Exactly. She's aware that people will be mad at her if she says this. So because she's fucking
No, she's aware
spineless,
that it
she's
would
not
hurt
saying it.
people to
No, that's not what she said. No, that's not what she said. She gave her motivations, Ninetales. Is that she didn't want the trouble. She didn't want the backlash. That's not saying something like, I don't want to hurt the movement. That's saying it will be bad for me.
It sounds like she's picking her battles. Like, it's all perception in there.
If you pick your battles by going silent on an issue that you think the left is wrong on, you're fucking silent. I feel
But
like
she's
I think
only
you're fucking
one
spineless.
person. She's only
but if
one
you're
person.
silent,
People
Plenty of
ration
people are
energy.
only one person.
People partition their energy for particular
One time,
things.
one
If she
time.
didn't feel like she was able to do it, if that was part of the reason, then I don't know. Like, I would sympathize with that.
If you're publicly defending the fucking leftist movement when they're doing fucked up shit, and then privately you're saying, man, I just don't want the trouble, then I think you're a spineless piece of shit. And I think any reasonable person would come away with the exact same impression. That if you're publicly
this is
saying one thing, and then
This is
saying
okay.
another, you're a spineless piece of shit.
Do you ever argue
Well-
from optics?
I think there's a big difference between optics and lying. I don't think it's good optics to
Well,
lie.
you would just create an imaginary group of people who agree with your point, right?
What are you talking about?
You just said you think most reasonable people would agree with your take.
I think most
You're-
reasonable people would do that. I don't think most reasonable people are imaginary.
Okay, you're imagining a group of people who would agree with your point because I think to everyone else, like, we don't know that.
You don't know that. Yeah, most reasonable people would agree with this because it's pretty fucking transparent.
Well, that's a pretty strong belief that you have. That gives me even less reason to believe that fact.
What's the counter argument? Silence
I'm
is the
just
counter
saying.
argument?
No,
Anything
but
else?
The argument is that I don't think that you're speaking to a popular opinion the way that you're trying to make it seem like you are.
most people don't think if you're a fucking political activist who runs a super PAC, who ran a congressional campaign, that if you're saying, I didn't speak out on this issue because of the fact that I didn't want the backlash, that you're a piece of shit? You don't think most people have an issue with that?
I think she's doing good optics.
You people are so disconnected. Log off.
I think when you have a super PAC, that's when optics matter more than anything.
You think when you have a super PAC, optics matter more? I agree. Optics do matter more. And lying is bad optics.
Optics and optic considerations, right?
What do you think a lie is? Ninetales.
It's not being silent on an issue. That's for goddamn
What is a lie?
It's not being silent on an issue. That's
Answer
for goddamn
the question, you weasel. I know you don't think this is a lie.
No,
what is a lie?
I'm calling out what you're doing, which is making it out to be being silent on something, which is not what a lie is.
I know you disagree with me, Ninetales. What do you think a lie? What do you think a lie is?
See, I don't think. I'm actually of the opinion that no one needs to engage. Like you're using a rhetoric tactic right now.
A rhetoric tactic of asking what a lie is.
I don't think that people need to.
You know what
publicly are saying BLM. If you're publicly saying BLM is okay, there are no riots, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing, and then privately saying you're fucking silent, that's a lie.
You were getting a response.
I know what a lie is.
One at a time.
I just want to point out, Synth knows what a lie is. Synth knows I know what a lie is. This is
I don't.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Answer the question then. Make it nice and clear for me. What is a lie?
Kind of seems like stupid semantics to me.
It's not semantics to ask you what the fuck you mean. Semantics is like, that's not the real definition, like you did.
To turn it into a qualifier for the conversation is still a rhetoric.
I'm asking for one clear fucking answer to a question.
Answer it for us and prove you have a
you're
definition
gonna have to wipe your tears because you won't get it.
I think that actively choosing to promote false beliefs is lying. I think lying by omission is still lying. I think most people agree lying by omission is a kind of lying. Hence why it's called lying by omission and not saying everything by omission.
But you also know that every politician out there chooses their views based on optics. So this is nothing new, and you're freaking out over literally a nothing burger.
This is just a pivot. Now you're saying, oh, well, all the other politicians also lie.
No, this is just autism on your part. Like I'm
autism on my part to have an issue with politicians lying.
You're
because you're hyper focused on a small element.
Don't tell other people they're autistic. I'm not using hyperfixation to understand the topic. You're just stupid.
You're using hyperfixation. Focus on one specific issue when you yourself acknowledge she's a political figure who is going to factor in optics into everything she fucking does. So you are focused on one specific element of this whole issue.
There's a wildly different issue between I'm factoring in optics and I'm misrepresenting my views because of optics.
So because she's a political figure, there's optic considerations that she makes that we all understand.
It's bad optics to lie. I don't think you retards get this. You don't have good optics when you're constantly fucking lying.
Cynthia, hold on. I gotta say something.
Wait. Calm down. Agnostic just joined. All right. What do you have to say?
Are you really going to be claiming that Brianna Wu, of all people, is the one who needs to be checked for lying about pretty much anything?
True.
Anything.
Let's explain who this individual is. This is Origin, who paid $20 to be humiliated by Sunday on stream.
We're not talking about me right now, okay? Chill.
Wait,
yes, we are.
I thought he was being so. Oh no, you're serious?
Who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this person?
This is Origin of Language. Or Logos, I think he's changed his channel to now.
You're not saying anything about stuff that's not
so
relevant to this discussion.
He paid Sunday $20
this is not relevant to the discussion to latest.
And he turned around and got a hate boner for it afterwards.
You're talking over each other. Stop, please.
Let me actually say what I need to say.
You had a question for me. Your question was something about Brianna Wu lying, right? Am I actually going to say Brianna Wu's the one to lie? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that Brianna Wu, like, sure, she probably lies. We all lie, of course.
Constantly.
Sure, but here's the thing. If you're going to talk about somebody who is like the king of lying, the king of doing whatever he can to break boundaries, to backstab people, to try to have good connections with certain people, only then to be a little snake and to go into people's servers and to screenshot everything and doesn't have any sort of code of honor for anybody.
So I can answer your question. Are you done? Can I answer your question?
No, I'm not done yet because
let me know when you're done.
I think it's hilarious that you are going to be attacking Brianna Wu of all people.
You already said this.
Instead of the one person who has constantly gone after people with little to no evidence, who frames things in the most dishonest, backstabbing shit, And yet, the one person, the one target that we really need to focus on is Brianna Wu of all people. Oh my God, Brianna Wu.
How many lies can you name that? Listen. Oh my God, he keeps going.
Wait, calm
Are you
down,
normally
calm
like
down,
this?
Calm down.
Yes,
calm down.
he's
Let's
basically
try
an
to-
idiot.
Listen, guys. Let's try to make this productive. Let's do this
Can I answer
one
the
point
question
at a
Fruit Drop
time,
Agnostic asked?
okay? So that we can just look. Let's make this productive, and everybody is human beings here, okay? All right. So unless we
Arguable.
see each other as animals, all right. Let's try to have a productive conversation. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Stardust says bring her in.
Look, I want to go through all of the fucking. I want to go through the long history of fucking examples, and we can see if you think it's the case that President Sunday is the king of lying, and Brianna Wu isn't the fucking queen of it. So she lied about her fucking double major. She lied about being a cybersecurity expert. And fucking campaign advertisements. She lied about homelessness during her fucking campaign. She rose to fame during Gamergate by lying about being harassed by them when nobody knew who the fuck she was. She lied about Total Biscuit being a transphobe, about him being a sexist, about him being a racist. She lied about the fact that like his fucking entire legacy is toxic gamers who harassed her. Like, do you want to keep going, Gnostic?
I'm not going to say I know all of that is to be true. I'm not going to say all of that.
When she initially said the Gamergate harassed her, nobody knew who the fuck she was. She lied about it.
I'm pretty sure she posted some videos about Gamergate before anyone knew her and posted some, like, an expose, but she didn't say anyone harassed her until after she was harassed. Yeah, she did.
Well, let me ask you this then, Sid.
No, she didn't. Hold on. When was the date in which she was Ninetales? When was the date in which she was harassed?
Okay, I have to look this up because I'm bad with dates.
Do you have an approx? Do you know the year?
Hang on, wait. I have some receipts here that might be useful. Okay.
Do you know the year, Ninetales? You don't know the year.
Can I ask you a follow-up question real quick?
This is so non-serious. So go ahead, you guys. Sorry, yeah, I'm super not calm right now. You're super chill.
You
Can I
are
ask you
kind
a
of
follow-up question,
spurging.
Synth?
Spurging? Really? Neva, the entire conversation you've had fucking
pretty sure
meltdowns, you
that-
couldn't address arguments. You're not listening.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that your behavior is more conducive to anger than mine is, but that's okay.
I'm pretty sure actually you're the angry one, and I'm super calm.
I think that just reflects that you have like no emotional intelligence, right? You just can't identify emotions, and I think we sussed that out earlier. In the
You are
conversation.
super emotionally intelligent, and you're definitely winning on the optics right now. Anything else, Neva?
Synth,
No,
may I
just keep
ask you?
screaming over people and defending
Neva,
the
why are you
removal of
talking
an
right now? Let the
effective
other person
member.
talk. They're making actual arguments.
You're defending the removal of somebody who's actually effective because you
Why
don't
has he
like
done this
their track
effective?
record.
What has she done this effective, Neva?
I think that sorry, my name is Neve, by the way. I don't know why you can't read.
Because your name looks the exact same as Neva. I'm sorry.
Well,
Neva,
I mean,
Neve, answer the question.
so you didn't know the name, you didn't know how to say it, and I'm telling you that now. So
can you even read? Not being rude or insulting.
I posted it.
Well, I think it's a fair question. I think it's a fair question.
I think it's a fair
I posted some
question.
I posted some evidence in the Discord here.
Either your
That's
response,
pretty relevant.
I think your response is try to like mock someone or laugh at your own joke. Do you have any?
Everything
do you do
that
anything
said
else?
You haven't made any
Do you do
argument.
anything else?
When you
Do you
start
do
making
anything
arguments,
else?
I start mocking
Do
you.
you do anything else? Sorry,
Yeah,
do you do
I
anything
mean,
else?
doesn't even
Okay, so
understand
you
the timeline.
She's broken. Oh my god, she's looping.
Synth doesn't even understand the timeline beyond root. The first
May
thing
I
she did was
ask you
make
a
a
follow-up
passive
You'd be
joke
looping.
about
You'd be looping
Gamergate.
with me
The
because
first
the
thing
only
she
response
did
you
was
have
make
to
a
anything is to
passing
mock
joke about
someone.
Gamergate. The first thing Brianna did was make a passing joke about Gamergate, and this was September 19th of 2015 or 14, and she got harassed for that. So get your fucking back straight.
She didn't get harassed for that. Nobody knew who the fuck she was.
I posted evidence.
didn't.
I posted evidence in the Discord. Look, nobody in Gamergate, sorry, the vast majority of people in Gamer, I should say, did not support harassing
That's not
Brianna
proof
Wu.
she didn't get
Look at
harassed, Katyan. No one.
That means the
I'm not
fucking
saying that
probability of
nobody
her
on the
getting harassed
internet-
are astronomically low. She got harassed later on, down the line. Once people knew who the fuck she was.
A shit ton of people, and it's only because of a sampling bias, and they didn't get a big enough sample.
Because
that
of
they're
a sampling
0.66.
bias, really?
Not because they literally sampled everything.
What's the
What are
issue
you?
with the
Wait,
sampling?
what are you even talking about? Are you
What
talking about the Women
the hell
Action
are you
Media
talking
study, or are
about?
you talking about the
That the sample was
brand
too
watch?
selective to particular groups that weren't totally representative of gamers.
I'm not even
They
talking
certain-
about the Women Action Media study. We can talk about that study if you want to, but I'm not talking about that study in this case.
only
I'm
way
talking
you
about
get that
the specific
0.66%
claim about whether or
result.
not Whether let's make specific claims, Ninetales, because you never want to make specific claims. You always want to make vague. Well, this community is evil, hateful, misogynist. You always want to say big claims. Let's make specific accusations, okay?
Yeah.
Brianna Wu, Gamergate supported harassing Brianna Wu. Huh? Does that seem to be true? Well, let's see. We have studies that show it's not true. Let's also look at. You don't like the studies, okay? Well, let's look at this. What about when Pterodax, a third-party troll, did harass Brianna Wu? How did Gamergate respond? I posted evidence of this here. Look at this.
How is everybody?
All these people on Twitter were all saying, "Mass report this, mass report this, everybody." All these people, hashtag Gamergate, get this out of here. And then look at this. Oh, everyone on Reddit too was saying, absolutely.
And
this
despite
person.
That, there is still evidence that the harassment outweighed these actions. I can find something that says that. It's like
Josh would have kept this under control. Appreciate
study
Josh as a moderator.
There isn't one. You made it up.
Tachyon 0.66 study?
Have you considered? You think that study? You think that one proves your point?
You think on this
you go ahead,
and appreciate
looking at the thing you asked.
Okay.
As the moderator.
Well, I actually just wanted to ask Cynthia a follow-up question after he gave me all of this,
this would have been
list of things that Brianna Wu must have done. I'm not going to say I know for a fact that she's done all of this. Look,
we do.
I don't know all the information, so maybe it's true. But for the sake of argument,
I mean,
let's say all of it is true. Who do you think is in a better position to expose this? A journalist, like an actual accredited journalist out in the real world, or President fucking Sunday?
I don't think the president is in a good position to do exposés. Who cares?
Wait, what?
I don't care.
President Sunday's a fucking clown, and if anybody takes him seriously, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, that is my favorite lolcow. President Sunday is my favorite lolcow. I only watch him to laugh. I really only watch him to laugh. And you guys, if you're watching him for news, I don't know. You guys, I don't know what to say. Good luck.
That's just bad taste in lolcows. Like Brianna's a better lolcow. She's got like a funnier history.
She's not so even a lolcow.
Oh come on, the fucking Steam greenlighting page. That's so funny.
She explained it in an interview with me.
I've seen her explanation. No, guys, don't worry. I was.
What was her explanation anyway, Stardust?
It was 40 chat.
No.
Yes, she wanted to.
Yes, it was.
She wanted to.
Homie, it was specifically that her page was already getting flooded with people like who hated her, and so.
Wait, that's not true though. Wait, let's go through the logs.
Let me finish what I'm saying,
okay,
motherfucker.
Sorry.
Did I finish fucking saying what I was saying? No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Here comes the ramble. Go ahead, Stardust. Just spit it out.
All right. Okay, so what I was saying is that basically she said that she was already getting a whole bunch of hate comments on her page, on her Steam page. So she tried to like kind of make a quarantine or whatever by like making a thing so that everybody would just go into that one thread and spam all their hate there instead of like all
hello,
over the
thank
page.
you.
So,
hello.
Yeah, because that's how the internet works.
Oh, hello,
that's like
everybody.
the most hilarious possible
Enjoy.
excuse. It was secretly to make sure that if I made one more thread, they would all go to this one.
Thank you.
Because there were too many people making threads. So if I make one more thread, there will be less threads.
What a fucking joke.
Yes.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't a secret.
What wasn't a secret?
Like you're talking. Oh, you said you completely strawmanned like the explanation that I gave.
I didn't strawman the explanation. I made fun of it. The explanation you gave was that if you make this one thread, all of the people will go into that thread instead of all of the other ones. But for some reason, I made this thread and then deleted it instantly afterwards.
Nobody's winning.
For some reason.
There is no winning.
Like
it's impossible to win here.
What else do you want me to say?
No,
of course it wasn't working. Nobody thought it would work. She didn't think it would work to quarantine people.
No, neither of you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Guys,
What the hell?
It's a typical boomer shit thing to do, okay? Holy shit.
She's a boomer who's like owns a game development studio, really? It was a boomer thing. She left her account logged in.
And then animation studio.
One at a time. One at a time, please. Thank you
no, we're
so
not
much.
going one at a time. Do you want content or not? Jesus Christ. Okay? This guy, Tack. Okay, you shut up. Did I tell you could speak, Tack?
Oh, jeez.
I give Tack permission to speak.
Well,
I will defend Tack.
Fuck you, Tack. You do not have permission to speak.
Go ahead, Tack.
Well, hang on. No, hang on. What the fuck is this? Why are you being so hostile to me? Look,
that I have ever heard in my life. Since
here comes the ramble. Spit out the arguments, Stardust. Here comes Stardust with the argument.
Every time you fucking speak,
it's a
no argument. Just ramble.
That leaks out of my ears. Okay, I have to wipe it up at night.
You don't have any brain fluid to leak out of your ears, Stardust.
That sounds like a condition for which you seek medical care.
Hey, Synth, can you stop with the double standard shit? It's really
the moderator is not in control. I'm telling you.
Like you're telling people like stop screeching and all this, but that's all you've been doing, dude.
Do you think I told people to stop screeching? I just want arguments. I don't give a fuck if you're loud when you argue.
Have you given an argument? I haven't heard one.
Yes, I've given you several. Want me to repeat them?
Try it.
You made the argument that I can't call Brianna Wu a liar because President Sunday lies more often. I just told you, instead of pointing out the fucking fallacy, I just pointed out it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's tangential. I gave the argument that look at all of these fucking examples. Clearly, Brianna Wu's a chronic fucking liar. Clearly, any standard by which President Sunday lies too often is one that Brianna Wu fits too. Her entire career is based on a fucking lie that she told. She made up fake harassment. Nobody knew who the fuck she was.
She made a game, did she not?
So during the page.
No,
I'm gonna link
during the point, Revolution 60 wasn't out when she had her career. Her fucking career came from Gamergate, came from Gamergate, grabbing their fucking attention by pretending.
You think she got a career out of that?
She intentionally provoked Gamergate into fucking following her. That's her entire goal.
From what I could tell, it was a complete
You can't tell
mistake.
anything, Stardust.
And then, yeah, I can, bro.
No, you can't,
can
bro.
your fucking ass, bro. Okay, let me
that's
finish
too
what I
much
was
to
saying
eat.
before.
Too many fucking calories, Stardust.
Well, you guys are just being bad faith. Let's examine.
In my fucking
let's
mouth
examine.
You ever could, okay?
I bet you could fit more shit in your mouth. I bet you could.
I bet you wish you could swallow the amount of dicks I can in my mouth, okay? I can suck way more dick than you fucking asshole.
That's true!
Okay, so I just want to point out, I posted something in Trade Stream chat. Stardust, yeah, we get it, you're tough. I posted something in Trade Stream chat.
I like Stardust more than Ninetales.
About Brianna Wu stuff.
Shut the fuck up.
Ninetales, you're literally a fucking fascist.
About the Brianna Wu stuff.
I know that your alt account is named Adolf Ninetales.
Said some real
oh my god, I posted stuff in Trade Stream chat.
And Ninetales has said some real sus shit about
what she said.
Aw, Stardust, you've just been hurt by me, and it's okay. I feel bad for you too.
Now with the content, Stardust, what did she say?
Hang on, guys. We're gonna make
What did you say? What did Ninetales? Because Ninetales is one of my orbiters.
I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to speak. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, what did you say?
No, you got receipts. You're the one making the accusation. Burden of proof, bitch.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some evidence.
You know what it is. You know what it is.
Wait, Stardust, we're gonna have to see some evidence. The burden of proof is on you.
Stardust.
Hang on, guys. If we're gonna
cheering for me,
guys, can we talk about
specific?
Ninetales. So, Stardust, you said that a bunch of people were posting topics on her forums that were harassing her. But if you look at, I posted.
No, I didn't say harassing, but yeah, they were posting like messages that were like hate and stuff.
But if you look, there are only 2 other posts on her forum when she made the posts. I posted the archive in the Discord chat.
I showed her the screenshot, and she said that she made that one forum thingy, that one topic, so she could try and quarantine it, so at least like all the hate would go into one place. But
anything about that strike you was like maybe not true?
No. It's something I would do.
Well, do you think that do you want to talk about look, obviously some people did harass Brianna Wu, and that's obviously awful. No one supports that in any way, shape, or form. But you said the Gamergate wasn't a good experience for her. She was making $13,000 a month in donations. Right? Look, she was making $13,000 a month in donations.
She had to get like 5 years of therapy for it.
I mean, maybe she did. I don't know. But, I don't know about her personal life. I don't care about her personal life.
She was literally diagnosed with
fucking
PTSD.
Sunday. The accuser of
All right, wait, hold on. If you guys are gonna
accuser of women, slayer of wenches.
One at a time. One at a time. We're gonna have to do one at a time.
Accused Brianna Wu.
Wait, seriously. Can we do one at a time, please? One at a time.
I reclaim my time.
I will mute you.
Males first, okay?
All right, Sunday, please, just go first. Okay, just.
I was waiting. I guess that's Daedalus. Floor is yours.
Oh no, go ahead, Sunday. I've been
gonna
enjoying
say.
myself.
I just heard there was a hullabaloo, and I thought I'd drop it.
I thought you were trying to avoid the public eye. What happened?
Nah, nobody watches.
He heard
you.
that
It's
I
all
can
good.
suck so
That was
many
a
dicks
joke.
in
I
one-
like you, Feature.
He heard that I could suck a lot.
I like
of
you.
dicks,
No,
and
I'm
he
sorry.
wanted
It's the
to
joke. It's the
challenge me.
joke.
He
Anyways,
wanted
I just want to
challenge
point
me
out,
sucking
Tachyon has
dicks.
to be fucking delusional to not realize she got
So
diagnosed
I'm
with
challenging.
PTSD
Who am I
after the
challenging on
game was
sucking
stopped.
dicks? What?
Well, look, maybe she did. I don't know, dude. I don't know about her personal life. I don't care
Yeah,
about
of
her
course you
personal
don't
life.
know.
I care
'Cause you
about
don't
specific
actually know
claims
the
you want to make.
timeline of the. You don't know anything about the victims. You only know about your side and how
My
to do
goodness.
damage control.
What's happening?
I don't think that the people that
I
I
don't think he's
associate
doing
with
damage
did not
control.
engage
I
with.
I know 100% he's doing damage control. I've debated him.
He's not.
So are
He
we
just is
still
not aware of
talking
reality.
about where we
Somebody-
draw the
I'm
can-
line?
illiterate. I'm like you, Stardust. So
Okay.
fuck off.
Ninetails, you can shut the fuck up.
Do you know what
Again,
media literacy
I
is?
remember you
Do you
said
know what
some
media
real
literacy
fucking
is?
sus
It
shit
might be
about
hard
know
to
what
get a
media
word
literacy
in.
What is the
You
first
said-
law of
Moderator.
media literacy, Nine
There
Tails?
is.
I
Food shops.
I have seen you
She
say
doesn't
Food
know
shops.
what media
Can I have a
literacy
quick-
is.
quick
You
question?
do not have
She
the
doesn't
right.
Hold on, Stardust, please, Stardust. When you go on these rambles, like I can barely hear you because of like the overlapping voices, and the Discord is like disabling the voices, like just because of how the Discord technical function works. Anyway, Sunday, what is the question?
Yeah. Can somebody sort of orient me as to where we are?
So where we are is that I have no idea.
We are discussing where we draw the line.
We're at the point where
What about dicks?
Tachyon is trying to do damage control for.
I literally have not
saying that
seen any of this
no,
until now.
Sunday, why don't we talk about you doxing
Hold on,
earlier on
stop.
Twitter?
Stop! Oh my god! Wait! When I am talking,
What are
can
docs on
nobody
Twitter?
else talk?
What?
Wait! When I am talking, nobody else talks, or I will crush your ball sacks until it's a raisin. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So hold on. How about this? Okay. All right. There are two different conversations going on right now. Can we just stop with the Gamergate shit? Nobody gives a fuck about Gamergate. Okay. All right.
I like
okay,
Gamergate.
Second of all, okay. All right.
I like the Gamergate shit, not Gamergate. Gamergate bad, but the Gamergate event is.
Okay, the Gamergate. Okay, whatever. So second thing. All right. Second thing is that
That was good.
Stardust is
Goddamn.
accusing President Sunday of being a liar. Now what
Being a
specifically
what?
is a lie? What is
Oh
a
no,
lie?
Oh,
I
liar.
would say, look here. President Sunday is accused, not so erudite, of being a fraud in
Yeah.
a very, very serious manner.
Yep.
And now President Sunday is accusing
And she
Brianna
is.
Wu of being a fraud.
Oh yeah. By the way, in
I'm
the same
just
way, oddly enough,
I
as
am
Kyla as
just-
well. It's funny.
I am just outlining there's a pattern of behavior here. Also, let's not forget that President Sunday aired out all of her not so erudite shit, all of her personal information in one place, collected,
Not all.
aggregated
What?
her
No, I
personal info, and fucking doxed her.
No, I didn't. I have
Yeah,
access.
you did.
I had access.
Yeah,
I had
you
access.
did. Yeah,
I had
you did.
access.
You compiled it in one area.
I had
and that
access.
is considered doxing. That is considered
Well,
doxing.
no, because I literally only use information that she had already compiled in social media.
I don't have
under
anything
both
against
names
it.
simultaneously.
Join
You went
Ron
and
the
you
Anarchist.
emailed somebody
Join.
from her school,
Join
bro.
us.
I didn't
Did
get
you
any
not-
information from
Join
her
the
school.
page.
I didn't.
That's why you
that.
read
We
it,
all
please.
saw
I didn't
the
ask about her
email.
though.
Join White
But
Forest.
I didn't
and
ask Stardust. I
But
didn't ask
you
about her when I
still-
called the
Give me
school.
some donuts. I
You
deserve.
reached out to her school. We were we
Yeah, I
knew
emailed.
your video
Yeah.
was
So,
her
are you
school.
going to allow me to
We
speak?
know where.
Wait,
Are you going to allow me to speak, Stardust?
Time right now.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Stardust, but you've been talking the entire time. So
Yes.
yeah. So when I messaged the school, I was inquiring as to whether or not the degree or the certificate or the credential, in other words,
Did you or did you not in
that
that video
Kyla.
indicate that
I'm
that was her
not
school?
finished. I'm not finished.
Wait,
speaking.
how about this?
Of
Let's
course,
have
it's her
Sunday-
school.
let's have
She said
Sunday
on
finish
like
first,
Fresh and Fit
and then you can go.
she said which
Yes.
school she goes to.
You
She said her
compiled
program.
information.
This is
did
known.
you or did you not compile
That's
her
okay.
information then?
Join the.
I'm sorry,
Join
what?
the page. You'll be
I'm
able
not-
to use
Did
better.
you
I'm gonna-
not compile her information.
I'm going to try.
Wait, let Sunday
I'm going to
finish
try to
first.
finish
Let
a
Sunday
sentence.
finish first, and
Because-
then you can go.
Because I understand that like the soft approach with Richard Spencer didn't really work out so well for you, but in this case it actually kind of helps if I'm able to respond to what you say. So
I'm glad that you're okay. I'm glad that you brought.
I'm
that
glad.
up.
I'm glad that of the
It's
two of
real-
us,
it's a real-
I'm glad
really
that of the
good
two
one,
of us,
Really good one.
I'm glad that of the
Points
two
only,
of us,
points
you're the
only.
one
Let's
who's
focus on the
Uncharted
points only, so we
famous
can
for-
actually move forward in this very calm chit chat. Okay, so point first. Let's do it. Yes.
point.
Yes.
Who's going first?
Sunday, you go first, and then Stardust will
Okay, on my
calmly
screen you're
make
pointing
her
at Stardust, so I was confused.
Alright.
Yeah, so Natsa Erudite made specific claims about her qualifications. So I asked the university, hey, given these qualifications, I didn't say any names, would I be entitled to say that I am of the profession of X, Y, or Z? And they answered. I'm perfectly within my rights to do so. In fact, the fact that she's giving qualifications is an invitation to check that out, because that's the purpose of qualifications. That's what they're for. They tell people that, hey, if you back check me, I have training and I have approval to call myself X, Y, and Z and to perform X, Y, and Z tasks. It's very simple.
Sunday,
you could do the same thing to me.
Add to that.
Wait.
If I may add to that real quick. Oh. Because you didn't just do that, Sunday. What you did was actually very dishonest. You didn't you didn't email her saying like, what would I need to do in order to be considered a psychometrist or something like that? You didn't say that. Instead, what you said was, hey, I have
could I call
Does that
myself?
mean I can be a psychometrist?
Well, Origin.
How is that dishonest?
Well, hang on, 1 sec. There's
because it would be honest.
No. Jesus Christ, people. It's the same question. So if I say, can I do this? The reply is going to be, no, you can't, because you would need X, Y, and Z to do this. And that's the answer I received.
You framed it in such a way. What you should have said was,
but they're the same. The answer is the same, Origin. The import of the question is identical.
How do you know that, Sunday? Did you test it?
Yes, the question was, can I call myself...
Did you send both emails?
Can I call myself... Yes. Can I call myself this title if I have this certificate? And if the answer is no, then I know the answer to the other question. What do I need? More than this title. They're functionally the same. I'm not trying to become those things. I just wanted to know, am I one given these credentials? That's a perfectly
That's not really what you did, but anyway, also
that's exactly what I did. It's in the letter.
Okay, wait, now, hold on, one at a time, stop. Now I want to hear from Stardust. Why this is not exactly what Sunday did. And I only want to hear from Stardust. If I hear from anybody else, I will be booting you. I'll be scrunching up your testicles. Okay, Stardust, go.
I have no testicles to scrunch. I'm here to make content.
Okay.
But let me address a couple of things here. President Sunday is the most pathetic piece of shit I have ever seen in my life.
Points only, please.
But wait. Even more than you had Richard Spencer on stream. Are you sure? That's pretty bad. I'm worse than Richard Spencer, huh?
Yes, you are.
Really?
You are, because at least that dude is fucking honest about what he believes. If he's anti-Semitic, he will be honest about it. Okay? You are a piece of shit who will lie about other people and ruin their fucking careers. You got somebody fired. You got this random. Let's see here. Academic agent person fired because they happened. Yeah, you did. You did.
No, I didn't. No,
yeah,
he got him. No, actually, he wasn't even fired. No, you don't know the details. Can I reply to this? Food Chops, can I reply to this?
No, let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm actually asking the moderator, not you. Food Chops, can I reply to this? You have a mute button, yes? Presumably you can mute just the people talking and then put us in order?
Yes, but I let my voice do the muting. Okay, so wait, is there...
But I'd like to reply, respectfully, I'd like to reply to that point in particular first, then I'll let you move on.
Okay, first, go first.
I will not be
go
able
first
to
real
speak
quick,
here,
okay?
will I?
Me?
Yes.
Impossible.
All right. The academic agent wasn't fired. He was laid off. And one of the things that went into factoring into whether or not he was laid off was that he was threatening students with lawsuits because they caught him on Twitter talking about giving socialist helicopter rights a la Pinochet, which, when you have a bunch of socialists in the school, is essentially advocating for physical harm for your students. He was never fired. When I saw on Twitter that he was battling with those students and he was rendering legal threats at them, I went on and I confirmed, yeah, this guy was doing that. That's it. I didn't dox him.
Why did you?
The only reason why I knew who he was, the only reason why
did you tag his university?
Because he was threatening students and I was providing confirmation.
Nima
Parvini, yes. No, the only reason why I know that name, why do I know that name? Well, I know that name because he revealed his name. He revealed it publicly.
Tag the university.
Because he was,
mention this
because he was
agent person.
Because he was threatening students.
If they were already threatening students, then you could have
No, he was.
That instead of talking.
I did.
What I'm saying is, if you
Incredible.
already saw
We're really gonna defend the person
this
that
guy's
threatens
threatening students, you wouldn't need to say this person runs multiple alt-right Discord servers and personally promotes racial segregation.
He does.
You would just link where he's threatening students.
Am I not allowed to say this?
Have
I broken a law?
But you clearly have a fucking agenda behind it. You want to get this fucking fired.
Sunday.
Of course I do. Of course I do. Absolutely.
That's
Sunday.
Number one. That's number one. If President Sunday trying to ruin somebody's life. Number two, if
I don't
somebody
even know what we're talking about anymore.
Trying to ruin somebody's life.
Gamergate.
Questioning NSC's
President
credentials
Sunday's-
and accusing her.
She lied about her
Some
credentials.
teacher,
Of fraud.
nothing
She lied about her
died.
credentials.
Wait a minute. Let me
She
finish.
lied about her
Let me
credentials.
finish.
It's like
Let
a
me
million
Sorry.
finish
topics.
what I'm saying.
And
You
everybody
have
is
to.
talking
her.
at the
She
same
lied
time.
about her
You
credentials.
accused-
She lied about her
He's
credentials.
short-circuiting again. He's not going to let you
On
finish.
President Sunday, he won't let me finish my point here. Can we?
It's his
Can we get a
tactic.
mute on President Sunday, please? Because
True.
I need to finish my point, and he won't let me finish my
Okay,
point.
but
And
after you finish, we have to let Sunday ramble. Okay, we have to let Sunday ramble. Okay.
I need to
So-
finish
we?
my point because
Do we?
you let him interrupt
Yes.
me.
Who
You
joined?
let him interrupt me once already. You have.
I have.
Yes, you have. I was not done with my
Whatever.
point.
Just
okay?
go. Just go. I don't care.
That
Just
was
go.
number one of that. That was number one. You tried to get this academic agent fired. That is one first example of.
I
you
thought I
trying
got
to
him
ruin
fired.
somebody's life.
Did I try to get him
Can we get a
fired?
mute on him? Can we please get a mute on him?
All right. Sunday, I'll just mute you temporarily. Okay. All right, whatever.
Okay.
What?
You should have done that a long
He's
time
being
ago.
Silent, so fucked up.
His
Look,
face.
if people appealing to the mod is bad. Look, he was appealing to the mod himself. Okay, I can appeal to the mod too if he's doing it.
Yeah, what's
we'll
your-
play that
wait,
game.
what's your
we'll
answer to
play
the
that
question,
fucking game. Okay, number one, that is the first example of him trying to fucking ruin somebody's life. Number two
I thought he was trying to.
is him
I thought he was firing. And he got
accusing.
fired.
Excuse me.
Wait,
Let me
Sim,
finish.
I'm gonna kick you. kicked
Number
him.
two is him trying to accuse not so erudite of using federal funds
I heard.
incorrectly or possibly even like fucking embezzling them, which is fucking wild. That is an accusation of fraud. You are going to ruin somebody's life or get fucking sued, and I hope you do. I hope they sue you up the ass. Number three of you trying to ruin somebody's life is leaking somebody's personal messages where they happen to say some mean shit in it, and trying to ruin their fucking career when they are actually doing real activism. Unlike you and your pathetic ass with your stupid fucking octopus plush on your face, you looking like Jabba the fucking Hutt, okay?
Can Sunday respond now? Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna let Sunday respond now. Sunday, go. Stardust is now muted. Go.
Look, you say what you want to me, but you leave Squiddleton out of this, bitch. I'm sorry. There is a limit. There is a line, and I'm drawing it here. I wasn't really listening to that, except for the last bit. So, Brianna Wu, who is in a quasi-employer relationship with Cenk Uygur of TYT, while she was going publicly about how much of a, how much she cares about the trans community, how much she knows how much non-binary people suffer when they're forced into boxes, etc., etc. She's castigating other people for not being up on trans issues and not being able to talk about or to trans people in non-dehumanizing ways. Went after a admittedly not a very politically savvy, to put it mildly, former employee of the Young Turks, and called her transvestite presenting, mocking her dress. So, with all due respect, Stardust, and your faux moral outrage, you can stuff it wherever you like.
Hey, Sunday, why can't you actually listen to criticism? Why can't you actually sincerely listen?
No, Agnostic, I will kick you. Can you please stop? Stop. Thank you. I'll mute you. All right. Stardust, you may not respond. Thank you.
I have a question for President Sunday. President Sunday, have you ever called somebody you don't like stupid or dumb or implied that they're deaf?
Okay, now I will unmute Sunday and I'll mute Synth.
But did I answer or was I muted?
Now you're unmuted. Go.
Was I muted when I was just talking?
Yeah. Can you go?
Okay.
Again.
Well, you ruined the whole flow of that.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
It's no point now.
Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just unmute both of you. Sorry.
Yeah, unmute both of us. Okay, President Sunday. My question for you is that have you ever called somebody stupid, called somebody dumb, implied that they may be blind or deaf? Have you?
Be honest.
Never. Me?
Oh yeah, you have
Slander.
definitely. You have.
No.
You have. That's like.
You have no proof. There's no evidence. You can't prove anything.
Can we be
Harassment,
serious for a
there's
moment
no
here?
chance
Can we
it
be
will
serious
go
for a
to
moment here?
anything
You have
that
a
you
long
send.
history
Can
of
we?
accusing people of this shit.
There's no way.
Yes, can we? And
We're not
if
gonna
that is
go
the
to the
case,
thing that you
President
sent
Sunday,
us.
that you have a long history of using
No
mentally
chance.
disabled as a fucking insult for people, why the fuck do you care? Why don't you care about mentally disabled people, President Sunday? Do you even care about them? Do you even care about like them getting treatment, getting healthcare, access to healthcare? What the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid little man?
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to laugh.
Don't blame you.
So I want to point out, Brianna Wu has apologized for what she said.
Yeah, unlike President Sunday here, who loves to use mentally disabled people as his crutch, as his way of insulting other people. Don't you?
When in particular?
Yeah, plenty of times when he's referred to me, he's insulted me and claimed that I like am a dimwit or something, which is, you know, whether you like it or not.
Bless you for proving me
who
wrong.
are mentally disabled, right? He's done it to multiple other people. This is a long history with President Sunday.
It sure is.
It is.
It is. Well, I wasn't expecting the knockdown, yeah, you call people stupid retort, but you got me there, Stardust.
Yeah, well,
Guilty as charged.
if you want to go after people, if you want to say, oh, people can't, you can't claim that you care about this thing because you said this mean thing using this word for this people. Well, guess what? You can't claim to care about
There's a
you don't care about mentally disabled people.
There's a very particular reason why Brianna Wu in this particular case saying that particular thing matters. So you'll notice, for instance, I didn't go after Jenny Matrix or Zonya or any of the other people in that chat. I didn't mention them at all, really. Why do you suppose that was? Do you have any particular idea as to why I would not care about those people? Jenny Matrix, by the way,
clouded, and you can get more clout off of shitting on her because you know all the Gamergate bros love to shit on her. I know you were a fan of Sargon. I know you're a fan of Sargon. I know you were a fan
in like
of
2016. I'm like an anarchist now.
Bro, you were pro Gamergate. You were pro Gamergate, and you know that you can
Stardust,
get the clout from
Stardust,
shitting on Brianna Wu.
Stardust,
you know
you're having Stardust. Stardust, you were having casual conversations with Richard Spencer last year. You were getting heat for it.
Yes, I was, and guess what? I wasn't getting clouded off of him.
Well, you're trying. You weren't getting clout off of him because you have no appeal.
You know anything about me?
It's fair to debate
Stardust. There's a very.
The rest of you guys need to be quiet.
Why don't you just mute everyone but me and Stardust for now?
Let me finish what I'm saying here, okay?
You weren't finished. You've been.
No, you said something, and I want to respond to it.
Well, I wasn't actually quite finished. Like I was asking rhetorically. The reason why you didn't get. The reason why you didn't get.
Trying to get clout off of Richard Spencer would be the most phenomenally fucking stupid thing I could try to do. I am a brown Indian woman.
I agree.
I'm not getting clout off of him. The reason why
yes, you will. Yes, you would.
I'm massively interested. I am incredibly fascinated with the far right and the dissident right. I just like to know what's going on with them.
The reason why you didn't get the reason why you didn't get clout off of him is because you have no talent as a host and you're just a deeply unappealing commentator with nothing interesting to say.
Okay, is that what it is?
The reason why I was interested in Brianna. Would you let me finish my sentence, please? Could I?
All right, one at a time. Do you guys want to do the mute one at a time thing again, or?
I kind of just want to say something very quickly, just as an explanation, because this will take all night otherwise. The reason why I was interested in Brianna Wu there is precisely because, well, she is publicly saying that she stands for all of these people, and for their identities, and for their advocacy, and for their being treated as human beings and not being treated in a dehumanizing manner. In secret, she's not only dehumanizing them in a pretty egregious way, much less former people who are sort of working in her orbit. She's also pretty much directly organizing with people who are opposed to their identities. She's saying things to the effect of, I don't like that. I think we need to move to a more exclusive notion of transsexualism. I don't like that these non-binary people with their weird pronouns have taken over the movement, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just a matter, it's the equivalent, and I posed this question to Wick earlier. It's sort of like, would you be clutching your pearls if a gay rights activist who was trying to get into government or to influence policy was suddenly found in the background in like private conversations or whatever, talking to his friends about how, I don't like how all of these queers have taken over the Democratic Party.
That's not what
between
she was
you
saying,
and me.
though.
Oh, it's basically what she said. She said
she was talking about
the
somebody who was
screenshots speak for themselves.
Wait, let Stardust answer.
The screenshots speak for themselves.
She was talking about somebody who had been harassing her. Yes. Was she mean in those screenshots? Yes. Did she
wasn't
use a
just
slur
mean.
in those screenshots?
No.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Did she use a slur in those screenshots? Yes. Guess who else uses slurs? The gay community. They call each other F slurs all the time when they're talking about each other and bitching about each other. I'm sorry. So does the black community. So does any community that's a minority. I'm sorry. No,
the trans community, Stardust, just to be clear.
Excuse me, I'm not finished. I am
Take
not
a
finished.
chill pill,
I am not
Stardust.
finished. You
Wait,
cannot,
let's have Stardust finish first.
This is a
you have to let me
non-argument.
finish. You are wrong
This was
on the slur
transphobia.
shit.
This
Any
was
community
not
that is a minority
being
community
mean.
has a history of using slurs against them, appropriating them, and using them to shit on each other when they want to bitch about each other. I have seen it. I have seen it with the gay community. I've seen it with other communities of color. Okay. Secondly, what you're saying is not even analogous to what was going on in Brianna Wu's thing. If you wanted to make a better analogy, it would be a gay guy in a chat with a bunch of other gay guys getting mad at a gay guy who doesn't like him and calling him an F slur. That's what the equivalent would be. That doesn't make him
Her defense
all of a
is
sudden
so
unfit
weak that it's
to
pathetic.
be doing political advocacy
like,
just because he gets
Is there no difference between
person.
bigotry and
What is a transvestite, Stardust? Because it's a little bit different in content than the
I
F
said
slur.
it's a slur. I said
it's
it
not
is
just
a
a
slur.
slur. It's not just a slur. What is a transvestite?
Yes, what is the N-word, President Sunday?
No, I'm
What is
asking you.
the
Like, what is the
what is the
hang on.
N-word? It's more than just a slur.
Well, actually,
Isn't it?
I was kind of asking a question. I was hoping you would engage with it. When somebody says the word transvestite, what is the image that comes to mind? What is being referred to by that word?
I think of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
So you think of a man in a dress, yes? You think of a man in drag. You think of somebody who is not, for example, a woman, who is dressed as a woman.
Yes. What do you think?
So
the
if somebody,
N-word is?
so if somebody,
What do you think the N-word is? The N-word is
the
to
N-word,
dehumanize
the N-word is a mutilation of another word to make it seem gross and whatnot. That is then used
This is
to
all
slur
for
a category.
dehumanization. All slurs are for dehumanization.
I really would like for you to
They're for
attempt to
degrading
operate
people.
at like an adult level for a few minutes, if you wouldn't mind.
When
I
you
would appreciate
haircut.
it.
I don't know if you're capable of operating on the same wavelength as the rest of the panel here. Your IQ might be too low.
Probably.
For this panel.
So when you're calling someone transvestite presenting, what you're actually saying is, oh, see that trans woman there that I used to work with that was complaining of a history of tacit or quiet transphobia while working at the Young Turks. Yeah, she looks like a man in a dress. She needs to wear normal clothes because she's slim anyway. She can just dress normally, right? She doesn't need to dress in these women clothes. They don't work for her. That was what she was saying. That's egregious for somebody who's operating the space that she is, especially one who's touting coalition building. She's encouraging people in the background who are bigoted towards other trans people to be more and more encouraged in those views. She's actually sowing very strong dissent within the trans community, within the community she's supposedly trying to build coalitions with. She's encouraging the absolute worst elements.
So one of my moderators
Yeah.
said Benny uses the word transvestite on their OnlyFans. Is that true? Can somebody
Is
confirm
it? I don't
that?
know. I don't know. Doesn't
Let's
matter.
look. I don't know that it would matter as to whether or not people find it right or wrong for Brianna Wu to use it. Like if Benny's wrong, Benny's wrong too. But that wouldn't change anything for the rest of them.
Yeah. Brianna
Well, it'd be
has
sort of like just
for
on
the use
the
of
on the
it.
N-word thing.
She's
Hang on a
admitted
sec.
it was mean.
On the N-word thing, as an example, it would be sort of like if somebody called somebody else that, maybe somebody like Barack Obama did, and that other person had happened to use it in like a different key in like a piece of music they wrote, maybe in self-description even, right?
No, okay, so no, that's not what I'm talking about. President Sunday, what I'm talking about, first off, you got that
Yeah, that is
wrong with
actually. That's
Benny.
kind of exactly what you're
No,
saying.
that's not what I'm talking about. Let me finish, okay?
What
First
did I
off,
get
you
wrong
got
on
the thing
Benny?
with Benny wrong. You got the thing
How?
with Benny wrong.
What did I get wrong with Benny?
Because Brianna Wu was not talking about Benny as a whole. They were commenting on a specific picture of Benny.
Yeah,
And they
a
were
picture
critiquing
that
one
this person took, a picture that this person took, to show like, hey, look how good I'm looking today. Brianna Wu goes
but it
into her
wasn't
group chat with
fundamental
21
to
other
her.
people.
It
A lot
wasn't
of people with
fundamental to
audiences,
her.
by the way. What do you mean?
I mean, I would
What do you
say
mean it
the
wasn't fundamental to
picture
her?
was fairly representative of
Who's that?
Benny's
Who are you to say
general
that?
representation.
Who are you to say that, Stardust?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't fundamental to her. It was a critique of the way that she looked.
Sorry,
And
I just had to kick Sim.
that's right.
It wasn't just a
I'm not
critique
saying
of the
that
way
it's
that she
right,
looked. It
because
wasn't just a
even
critique of the
Brianna-
way that she
wait,
looked, Stardust.
Wait, even
She didn't just say,
Bri-
"Ooh, that dress isn't working for you." She said,
No, she
"Yeah,
said
that
that-
trans woman, she looks like a man in that outfit. She needs to wear something else."
Yes, but it was still a critique of that outfit. It was still a critique of that outfit. I'm not saying that it's right, but I am saying that it is not about her fundamental character. It is about the way that she appeared in that photo.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't think
let me
anybody
finish
was
what I'm
saying she was commenting on the state of her
Let me finish what I'm
soul.
saying. The second part of what I'm saying here is that, okay, first I said, right, that this is not a critique of her as a person fundamentally. It is a critique of the way that she was dressed, and it wasn't right. And Brianna Wu acknowledges that it wasn't right. Secondly,
So fuck off. What are you going on about? She already
Secondly-
apologized. She acknowledged wrongdoing already. It's over.
Wait a minute. No. Secondly, yes, we all do mean things, behind closed doors. We all say mean things. But if you want to talk about like using slurs, I have friends who, I have a friend who. Wait, let me finish. I have a friend.
Wait, let me
who
finish.
will call her brother.
Wait.
the N-word with a hard
Let me
R.
finish speaking, please. Wait.
Let's have Stardust actually finish. And then Sunday you can respond.
I think her point is that it's not necessarily transphobic. It's just her commenting on her look with his other women.
Maybe it is transphobic.
About that look.
So we agree.
I would
Maybe
say
we can
it's not transphobic. I would say it's definitely not transphobic.
Okay, maybe we can all look at the photo and make up our own minds. What do you think?
Or we could also look at the remainder of the messages, because that's a page that we're arguing about right now.
Okay, I just freed up everybody.
This is the third one. This is the third time
So
that
to be
President
clear-
Sunday has tried to
So
blow
to
up
be clear,
Sunday's career.
so to be clear,
This is the third time.
So to be clear, in your judgment, Stardust, that
Mhm.
person who wanted that conversation to be known because they wanted people to know what kinds of things Brianna Wu actually believed, contrary to her public-facing statements. That person
That
did a
person
grave.
has leaked a lot of stuff. That person is a drama chaser.
Really? Who are they?
Yeah.
Drama
I'm not
chaser.
going to name them. But
Drama
they've leaked
chaser.
many things.
But they're
before.
not. They're not getting any drama from this.
Oh,
I'm
they
the
are.
one. I'm the
They're
one who
seeing all
posted
the
them.
drama unfold. They're seeing all the drama unfold. They wanted that.
No, I really don't think so.
Yes,
That's
I do
not the
think
impression
so. And
I
I
got.
think that you
No.
are a useful idiot. You're a
No,
useful
I think
idiot.
I think what
cannot
happened.
believe how
I think
low
what happened.
IQ you are.
I think what happened.
expected better of you. You have you present yourself as like a fucking professor aesthetic. I have no fucking idea. Do you have a fucking PhD? You have a bunch of books behind you. Have you read any of them?
A few of
Clearly
them.
not.
I got a duck.
Holy
It's a
shit.
banana.
So, President Sunday, what do you think it is that should happen? I think that's like an important question to ask here.
I think all centrists should be swiftly and summarily. No.
Jesus.
What's supposed to happen? Nothing. What
He
should
doesn't
happen?
want people to look at Brianna as an ally. He wants them to know what her real feelings are about
Well,
these things.
I
and
want-
he
I
wants
want
them
people-
to understand where she really stands.
And isn't
maybe
that
not,
fair at
maybe
the end
not
of the
so
day?
much. Maybe not so much to in that sense. Like if people still want to ally with her, so be it. But I think people should be aware of what her
Who they're
actual
allying
feelings
with.
are.
You would say, I'm saying,
Well,
you
here's
would
why
say
it matters. Can
not
I
an
just very
ally.
quickly? Here's
The
why it
different
matters.
women you tried to ruin their careers because they were smarter than you.
Destiny is a girl's game too. So when it comes to Brianna in particular, Brianna is someone who's trying to mold policy, who's making strategic suggestions to people and saying you should do this, not do this. You should not advocate for this. Sometimes for
And
entire
her
categories of
advice
people.
is good.
I wasn't finished.
Are you sure you're not
Sometimes,
intimidated by her?
sometimes, like don't advocate for these whole identity groups.
And get an energy drink.
Things like that. Sure. So when she's doing so, for that advice to be taken on good faith, you need to know what the goal is. What are her actual motives? And if it turns out behind the scenes that she has contempt for the groups that she's dropping, we can't trust that she's actually making this advice in their interest. It seems like she just doesn't care.
And again,
So
what I will.
So that's why you need that consonance between what she says in private in these conversations with other people when she thinks you're not looking, and what she says
But
in
you don't
public.
get
Because
to
if
say
she's
who gets to appropriate the word or not.
President Sunday,
Well-
you have no idea. Like, look,
Just
you
ignore what Nine
in
Tails.
public will insult
Yeah.
people for their intelligence, and then
Yeah.
you're claiming the moral high ground here.
Yeah, 'cause you're
Seriously?
dumb.
Like, why? Why
'cause you're-
would you?
'cause you're dumb.
Bro. You have tried to ruin
You're
multiple
silly.
people's. You've tried to ruin multiple people's
President
careers.
Sunday, I have a serious question for you.
President Sunday. Let me just reiterate one last thing, and then I will let everybody else have the floor because I
Okay.
just don't want to be involved in this anymore. Okay, President Sunday. Let me just tell you guys. Okay, President Sunday is only part of this because he used to be he used to be pro Gamergate back in
Oh,
the
was
day,
he?
and he knows that
I wasn't
it is
pro
still
Gamergate.
in.
I wasn't in
still
Gamergate.
It's still in to shit on Brianna Wu, and he knows that he can get
I didn't
clouded
shit on Brianna
by
Wu back
shitting
then.
on Brianna Wu. He knows that he can do it. He knows
No.
that he can still get
What?
clout off of it today.
What are you talking about?
That is
Where?
the reason why.
How do you
It's the
even know
reason
that? I
why he
wasn't
went
even on
after
YouTube back
NSC.
then.
It's the reason why
I
he
was
went
in-
after
I think I was, like-
everybody
I
else
might
that
have been
he's
in
gone
high school
after
still.
and tried to blow up their fucking career. There
It's
is
a weak
Are you
nothing-
writing
there is
fiction
nothing
now?
President
that
Sunday, I have a-
President
But you know what?
won't
But you know what I
do.
didn't do?
He
Hey,
will
hey,
not.
no, that's good. That's
Fiction
great.
club
But you know what
now?
I didn't do? I didn't go canvassing for a segregationist like Wu did.
Okay, so
Oh,
the
okay,
the
wow.
issue
Okay,
What's
that
happening?
can I ask Sunday a question, please?
But also, by the way, very quickly, and I'll let you ask, please. If you're all right.
You're fucking retarded, President Sunday. President retarded.
Okay, you're not
You're a
contributing
Friday.
anymore. You're not
You're a
contributing
Friday.
anything.
You're a Friday.
I like Fridays.
Fridays are great.
Wait,
Yeah, they're the
Stardust. Do you wait? It's not
Fridays
like I
are
don't
fun.
doubt you or anything, right? But do you have any receipts for like him like?
Oh, I
like,
mean, I
anything?
like back in college, I absolutely did watch Sargon, but I wasn't watching Sargon for Gamergate. That shit was
No,
boring.
like even
I watched-
even
But
for
you-
right now,
but you
like
were
even
a
for right
fan,
now
and
or
you
whatever.
know that it is in to shit on her because all of the ex.
No, I didn't really pay attention
All
to.
of the GGers came
I
out of the
agree with you,
woodworks
Stardust,
to
but you're
shit
not
on
I
her.
wasn't.
Is he still in contact with
Stardust, what are you talking about? I've
No.
been pretty fair-minded here, have I not?
I'm not
Who?
talking about you, Tack. I'm talking about all the
You're
Twitter
chilling.
retards.
Wait, attack him! What the fuck? Stop! You're not okay. You're
So
okay,
very
cringe.
quickly.
You are not
From-
representative of all
From
of them.
about till 2016, I came from a conservative background and I watched a lot of Sargon because there's a lot of friction between, liberal lefty stuff in university campuses and people from that culture. And over time, I educated myself out of that. So in
Yes,
2016,
and you
I
know
was.
where the clout is. You knew the clout was in
What?
shitting on NSE, and you know the clout is shitting on Brianna Wu because all the GGers will come out of the woodwork. You care
That's
about
not clout. What are you
nothing.
talking about?
You don't care about
I was
any
streaming. I was
morals.
streaming a.
You-
I was streaming a
President
Hegel
Sunday-
read through before
President
this.
Sunday does not
Like-
believe in any morals. He does not have any values. The only thing he values is clout.
What
That's
about
all I need to
Chanterelles?
say.
Stardust. It's not like I don't believe it, right? But like, if you would lower your decibels by like a few 20 or 30, like I
can't
I
when he's
promise-
always interrupting
I
me.
promise I would.
He was always butting in.
You said you're going to leave it to other people. May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, Nine go.
Mr. Sunday, if anybody
Yes.
were to reappropriate hateful language, which group do you think is most, suited, entitled to do that? Would it be the group that language targets, and thus it would be empowering for them, or the group who uses that slur and has traditionally done so to weaponize it?
I don't think it's a reappropriation if it's a weaponizing of an ongoing term that has outdated connotations, because the purpose of it is to invalidate the person by way of their appearance, to say this person looks like a man, especially when you are acting in a professional or a public capacity and you're representing yourself as someone conscientious of that. And this is another crucial point, when you are castigating other people for doing things of an identical kind. So Brandon Wu has gone out of her way.
She castigates people for public things.
She does. Well, not just for public things. She castigates people for speaking to trans people in a dehumanizing way, period. And there's no excuse for people in politics to do so. This is yet precisely what she's doing. Why?
Well, no,
because fundamentally she's a chameleon.
why
She is whoever she's talking to at the moment.
This is why Startup brought up the N-word, because the N-word was dehumanizing.
Yeah.
But black people found a way to say it in a non-dehumanizing way.
Yeah, that wasn't used in a dehumanized.
Black people still use the N-word with the hard R to degrade each other. The fuck are you guys talking about? You clearly don't hang out with black people.
Thank you,
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying they reappropriated the language. And if anybody is suited,
people will still use that.
I gotta go soon. Does anybody else want to ask me something before I go?
Yes, I want to ask Mr. Sunday a question.
Jenny Matrix is in.
Okay.
Yeah, Sunday, fuck you slimy piece.
Wait, is that what we all? Is that all you have to say? It has to be more than
I was gonna ask him an actual question.
Is that all I have to say? I said like fucking 4 words.
Okay.
How about somebody who was already here? Because we already know Jenny Matrix. Jenny Matrix.
Now that the person whose DMs you leaked has shown up, suddenly you don't want to talk.
Hey, Jenny Matrix, do non-binary people exist?
Do non-binary people exist? Not in the sense that you would think they do.
What does it say on your Twitter?
You what?
Huh?
What does it say on your Twitter?
It says the non-binary. Okay, so in a tweet where I was cramming.
How about you just read it? How about you just read it?
Yeah, sure. I'll read the whole tweet for you. It's fucking base.
What?
Non-binary is not a real thing. Transgender is a meaningless category. Self-ID is a terrible idea. If you're not transsexual, you're not trans. Most trans activism is a complete joke, as you're proving right now. And the trans movement has been hijacked and subverted by gender abolitionists like yourself, you slimy scumbag. The way that people think non-binary people exist today is not how third gender or fourth gender people existed throughout history.
Food shops, I'm so sorry. But I do have to go, and there were people here who were waiting. I would like to answer a question from somebody who was already here.
My question is this. My question is this. Where were you inaugurated, and who can I call to verify that information?
I was not inaugurated in a country where the rule of law is in place. I rule by will. Ultimately, the presidential title is just a vestige of the previous regime.
Sunday, you understand?
Quite suspicious
of your when somebody has been harassing.
Sorry, can you start that? Can you start that conversation? Can you start the sentence again?
Somebody needs to check his creds.
I missed the opening of that sentence, Stardust.
Okay, so you understand that when somebody has been harassing a person for a long time, sometimes a bad thing is going to happen. Wait a minute. Sometimes a bad thing. Excuse me. Let me finish. Sometimes a bad thing is going to happen, and this person is maybe going to say something really bad about them in a private message that they don't expect is going to get out. It's not indicative of the entire community of trans people, but it is out of frustration.
If I was in a public beef with a black person, I wouldn't resort to using an anti-black slur. Not in public
but you're
either.
not black.
Well, I wouldn't use an F slur to refer to a gay person either in that key. Like there's certain keys that you don't do these kinds of things in. And if for example,
Black people call each other the N-word with the hard R all the time.
If, for example, the
that's supposed to be an argument?
is not to say in an offhand way, hey, like she is another slur later on that is used in that key. That is a reappropriative. So when she refers to other people in the group as
other people,
these are the good T slurs or whatever, like that's different. But when you're specifically,
do you even know that? Do you know? Do you know that those words are not? Do you not know? Do you really know that those words are not used?
I'm assuming she's friends with the. I'm sorry.
Do you really know that those words are not used by that community?
I didn't say they weren't used by that community.
So
you
then
weren't following
what
I
is
said
your
for
fucking
you.
point?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I was presuming I was speaking to somebody with a basic grasp of English. Maybe I was mistaken.
Oh, I thought I was speaking to somebody who actually knew how to put a sentence together.
Tom, do you have a question?
Together.
Yeah, so Sunday, it seemed like going through most of the logs that most of what Brianna Wu was talking about in them was neo-pronouns. It seemed like she had a bigger issue with neo-pronouns than with specifically non-binary people. I guess my camera just unplugged, but yeah.
Well, what are neo-pronouns for? What did they do?
So I think that this is indicative of her having an issue with gender abolition, not necessarily non-binary people.
Well, what do you suppose non-binary means?
Well, non-binary means that you don't fit into the binary, but I don't.
Not
think
exactly.
That...
Here's the trick. If
it depends
gender and
on
sex,
who you're asking, but
yeah, certainly. But if gender and sex are separate, then sex should not necessarily, therefore, limit the range of gender expressions that are possible. And so maybe you can be a gender abolitionist, for example, but still fit that mold, or even say everybody who lives only fits either a male or a female gender expression. Or it could be the case that we lack the vocabulary to describe people who have gender expressions that are outside of that categorization scheme. They can exist or they cannot. That's going to be a historical incident, right? There may be at some point in time born only people of like some subset of expressions, and some just will just not appear for whatever reason, so on and so forth. When you're talking about...
What? Stop.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry, my mic's messing up. Something dropped onto my stuff.
You better not do that again. What the fuck?
It's
So-
really, I
so-
him. It's hard to listen to a wet towel go on for as long as it has. It really is.
I feel so sorry for you. So when you're talking about, for example, when you're talking about ridiculing people with neopronouns or calling them insane, or wanting to take away the helm from them, because that's an express statement of going against that group's interests. What you're doing effectively is you're saying, yeah, people who have gender expressions outside of a binaristic thing, we don't have any respect for that, because ultimately it's what neopronouns are. They're ways to particularize gender expressions outside of the binary.
Is it though?
They, them is the way to be ambiguous.
I don't think that these people actually.
Okay,
yeah, I don't believe that these people actually believe that you can exist outside of the gender binary. I think most people believe that you
no,
are
they do.
going
They
to.
believe that. They believe that very strongly.
Maybe non-binary people.
No, it's really very simple. If having
like me, most of us believe that they're going to be more androgynous than anything else, but they still exist within the gender binary.
Right.
Okay, but they don't. So when we're talking about the gender binary, what we're effectively saying, and the reason why we have a distinction between sex and gender, is that the range of ways in which you can express in a gender fashion in that way is limited by whether or not you have a penis or a vagina. And essentially, when we call people a man or a woman, that actually continues into that, where we're referring to people as penis bearers of the spirit, so to speak. But some people don't fall into that categorization. And that doesn't mean, therefore, that they're simply androgynous. Sometimes they have like very, very particular forms of expression. And that doesn't mean that the range is simply endless. Like it's distinctly possible that there's some that are more reasonable than others, or that start to lose meaning at a certain degree of they become sort of abstract or whatever, or something like that, to the point where maybe the language of gender is no longer appropriate, and maybe that's simply the case. But no, absolutely, there are people who really believe this. There's a lot of people with these identities, a good number. The reason why the reception to this has been so negative is precisely because there are so many people who understand this is actually not an unserious thing.
I don't think the reception has been all that negative, actually. I think that most people, when we're talking about gender, we're talking about like masculinity and femininity, and I think that most people, I think that pretty quickly, as soon as you start to take other identities that have literally nothing to do with masculinity and femininity and call them gender, you are immediately getting outside of what is reasonable.
Well, no, because masculinity and femininity are themselves gendered categories, right?
Sunday,
like when we're talking about gender, we're talking.
Do you think it's valid if somebody says their gender is a Pokemon?
If their gender is a Pokemon, well, Pokemon is a brand, so that's a little bit odd. But like, for example,
but they're outside the gender binary.
Sorry?
They're outside the gender binary.
Well, the identity wouldn't be literally saying that they are the
Indigo,
fictional.
specifically.
Let's assume that somebody did that. If they were being serious and they were using that to represent their gender identity, that would be a label for a particularization of their gender expression. That would not be trying to say I am literally the fictional character from this IP, right?
Do you understand the point, though, that like if we're making pronouns for every single, excuse me, let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
If we are making and using pronouns for every single gender identity that is outside the binary,
transphobia is just
whether
being
whether that's deer, whether that's Pokemon, whether that's fucking star gender or cloud gender.
You will be relieved to know that nobody. You will be relieved to know.
Let me
finish.
Wait. After this, Nine will ask her a question. Yeah, but after you. I'm saying after you. Okay, go.
Okay. If you, can you understand that if we have to go and use neopronouns for every single person who says that they want to go by neopronouns who identifies as something like star gender or cloud gender or Pokemon gender outside the gender binary, that we are going to have endless amounts of things to remember, and it's just not.
You have to remember people's names. What's the problem?
Yes, but remembering somebody's name and remembering like the pronouns of every single non-binary person outside of the gender binary who goes by Pokemon.
She just doesn't want
How many are people actually? Hang
TV.
on. How many are people actually using? As far as I'm aware,
Well,
we have
there's
exactly
specifically
really
in that chat,
Stardust.
we're
Stardust. How many
specifically
people
talking
can you
not about-
even? Stardust.
Wait, the people.
Stardust.
Are we back? Are we back? Oh, everything just died for me for a second. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart. I don't know, everything just died for me for a second. I have no clue why. Like, what the hell? What happened to the... Oh my god. I have no idea what happened. Something like this has not happened before. Like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Like, just both chats died. Discord just died. No, I'm out of the talk.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello, hello.
Is there anybody non-binary in that chat right now?
I don't know. As far as I know, I'm probably the only room that's frozen around. You know, we're gonna need. I'm not on the stream.
Yeah, I'm non-binary. Yeah, oh, Naomi, you're non-binary too?
Yeah.
We've been Okay, so annoying. My goodness.
Who's the person who can move people into the stream?
Food shops.
Food shops. Everything just died for me for a second there.
In particular, unprovokedly. And if in addition to this, you are complaining to that group of people that you're addressing that these people are corrupting the purity of your movement, and then you're going afterwards to the public and saying, no, I unequivocally defend these people, I think that's deeply disingenuous, and I think that's a deep betrayal, probably the most damning kind of betrayal you can make as a political figure, is to be be secretly working against the interests or speaking against the interests of the people you're supposedly representing, and then lying to them afterwards and saying that, no, I'm actually 100% on your side.
Well, if their public advocacy seems to be working in the favor of, then that's pretty good, right? I mean, politicians are two-faced all the time,
I don't think her... Well, no, that's not an excuse, Zanya. By that logic, you would have voted for Nixon after Watergate. When your public representatives are lying about their purposes and their goals, their statements afterwards that, by my highfalutin coalition, I wasn't finished speaking.
Let him finish because he doesn't have time.
By my highfalutin coalition building among goddamn Twitch poll streamers, we're going to somehow bring about the revolution, and you all be saved along with us anyways. If leaving aside the fact that no, unfortunately, her somehow involving herself in the canvassing efforts of Vosh and Destiny, that's not going to secure anything for anybody. Let's assume that it did. If she is making prescriptions that on a surface level, more than a surface level actually, but on a surface level appear to be against the interest of a subset of that group, but she claims they're in the interest of that group because if the whole succeeds, they will succeed with it. If she's secretly telling people she doesn't give a shit about that group, that's a problem, because it means that group is being misled by somebody who's claiming to speak for them, who is actually operating against their own interests or doesn't care about them. So they're lying when they say this will be good for you. They just don't give a shit about those people.
Well, so there's a very lengthy history of us shit talking each other behind the scenes constantly. It happens.
That's not an excuse.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
Right. If your public advocacy is working in the benefit of the LGBTQ community, then I think that's a pretty damn good thing.
Naive.
And if
I think you'd have to be monumentally naive.
If you're not, I don't think so. And if you just don't have, if you're not ready to, fully adopt on all of sort of the new, more modern, open-minded sort of policies,
then don't lie.
Then
don't lie to the people you're representing.
Then it's fine to not want to have to take that on right now and to be a little bit more pragmatic.
But
she's
lying. She's lying.
I haven't gone through.
You don't deny that she's lying. Sure.
I haven't gone through all of your stuff, but
There's
I do
3
know.
pages. It's not that much.
But I do know that there is always this is what I'm advocating for, and then there's sometimes I don't always agree with the people that are in this particular subset or something, right?
Well, it's a problem because one of the people she doesn't agree with is called Brianna Wu on Twitter. So if she's saying I unequivocally support non-binary people, and then she's equivocating on supporting non-binary people or outright complaining about their influence,
about Joe in that situation.
Yeah, when she was talking about...
And that Joe was dear gender.
So, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
I just think it's not okay to question beliefs in private among people who you can have those conversations with.
Well,
I do have to run, unfortunately. Food shops? we'll continue this later, Zanya. I can.
Yes. Yeah.
But I do need to leave. My partner just came home, so
Yeah, I do. Sunday, I do wanna talk one-on-one with you.
I did bring up the sterilization
I do want to hold on.
Nobody
I do want
cares.
to talk one-on-one with you about transmedicalism sometime. But yes, I'll say goodnight to you right for now, and thank you so much for coming on. And yeah, for now, good night. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
I actually mentioned it several times. Nobody cares.
How does it feel to be like a large monotone man with the personality of a rock?
He's still here.
So anyways, I have a productive question.
Oh, he is? Oh, I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
What were you gonna
Stardust.
Good night.
All right.
What were you saying?
So my question for Tom
monotone
is.
voice, also slow wit. Large man,
question.
slow wit, personality of a rock.
Yeah, we get it.
And a
We
monotone
get it. You're
voice.
mad.
Okay.
Yeah, we get it.
I think that he
to
approached
me,
the
the
like.
biggest
Mr.
argument should have
Foolery.
been the stuff about the
Mr.
neopronoun stuff,
Foolery.
because he made it sound like arguing that she's criticizing
Thanks for
neopronouns
chops.
throughout almost all of it, and then he says, "Well, you're criticizing neopronouns, therefore you're not a non." Besides neopronouns, and still be on board with
and the other problem.
Jesus Christ.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
What the fuck is the 3D avatar? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever.
Hello.
I really want to get something out of the way.
Thing fell apart fast.
Yeah, hold on.
I know you do, but
I just want to qualify
I've
something
been
real
waiting
quick.
longer than you have at this point.
All right, sure. Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Minko. So, Mr. Foolery, what do you have any objections to the claim that the
I know
gender
you have some
abolition
representation.
movement is more about getting rid of the need for people to conform to gender roles than about getting rid of gender altogether? Like, nobody's claiming that trans women need to not exist and we need to abolish gender that way. But you can recognize that, right?
I agree that is what is stated. Yes.
But you think that you have better knowledge on how it works?
Yeah, I think that as long as the patterns exist, as long as males act more like males and females act more like females, and they have separate interests and separate body language and different things that they do, they are going to have patterns that the rest of us recognize. And as soon as we recognize those patterns, we're going to categorize them as separate things, and we just call that gender.
So this is anti-non-binary because we also see that there are some people who don't have masculine or feminine traits at the end of the day.
I don't agree with that. I do not think that that's true. I have never seen a person who did not
That's
have
your
gender
subjective experience.
characteristics.
That's your subjective
It's not.
experience.
I
But you're
have
somebody who's
never
comfortable.
seen such a person.
I've never
No.
seen a person who
Then it
did
has
not
to be
have gender characteristics ever in my
Some
entire life.
foolery
And I've
has
had a lot
not
of people
seen
say
them,
that
they
they are
then- they
agender. I've
must
seen
not
people say
exist.
that they are non-binary. They might have a more mixed bag of gendered characteristics where they come off as more androgynous, and that makes sense if that's what we want to talk about when we're talking about non-binary people. But those people are not absent of any gendered characteristics.
You're talking about having a gender absent experience as a person.
As like an identity, you mean?
Both.
Well, sure.
As like
but
an
the-
internal experience, or as like an intentional identity?
I guess mostly as an internal experience, but also feeling most validated when gender isn't a part of what they're doing.
Well, gender can be very confining. So, yeah, a lot of people want to try to define themselves in a way that allows them to not be as confined by society's gendered
The
rules.
key point is that unless you have any data that it's impossible for people to feel non-binary, you are confining them to this thing where no matter what they do, what they say about themselves has no meaning.
I believe in non-binary people. I just believe that they're androgynous. I believe that
What
they
is
have
this
a more mixed bag.
use of the word belief? It's not a matter of belief.
So, as I understand this, Tom Foolery, as I understand this,
people
this
are not
means
like
you're
God that you can
saying
either
that you
believe
think
in them or
that
not.
agender people don't exist.
Exactly.
But
I do not believe in agender. I think that's literally impossible.
I would like to
Already
do
said it
one little
once.
quick qualification. I don't know how much strongly people feel about this, but like people often like to tie neopronouns to like the trans community, but neopronouns are something that predate really even how modern understanding of transgender people, and there are plenty of cis people who use pronouns beyond the basic she, they, them. So it's something to keep in mind, that it's just because someone's using neopronouns doesn't necessarily mean that they're trans.
Well, maybe we just need to address those next.
I think there's an issue where people often talk about neopronouns without understanding how they are used in practice. Many people will think that neopronoun users are absolutely insistent and get extremely angry at all times of which their preferred pronoun is not used, whereas a lot of the times they may have a hierarchy of pronouns, and a pronoun such as fey, fair might be their favorite pronoun, but it's kind of almost honorific when it's used. That's a thing that I think people miss.
Yeah, a lot of experience I've had too, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of times when we talk about non-binary people, oftentimes you're going to find that there's not really necessarily one set of pronouns that they use specifically, but it's more multiple sets of pronouns that they use, and a lot of times it's just one that they like above all the rest. And
the problem is worse than I thought.
I agree. I think that we have trouble though. Like my issue a lot of times, and this is not, I don't think this is actually representative of the non-binary community nor the trans community, but it is fairly common with online trans people, where they will have a gender identity that does not seem to drive their gender expression. And what it is that we would expect to see based on your identity is not actually seen by other people. And there's this cognitive dissonance between what you're telling us your identity is versus what we actually see in front of us. And we would expect normally the identity to align with the expression. And I think that lots of times these are, I understand that they're like, when the reason I bring up gender abolition is because I do think that these are like intentionally done a lot of times to try to break down gendered barriers, to try to like give people more room to express themselves. But I think we start to lose meaning in what it is that we're talking about when we use words to kind of categorize these things in the first place.
I think that somebody who says their gender is mudkip is saying something that is meaningful but requires more context. Somebody might just see them as being a girl with blue hair who and short hair and think, oh, this person's feminine or this person's androgynous. But they are trying to express something about their identity, and I don't really perceive it as being a problem that they are expressing this part of their identity, as it's usually done within trans spaces. People very rarely try to enforce this kind of discussion outside of trans spaces, and I very frequently
The problem is that it undermines the entire concept of gender. You're saying that these things are nothing but a matter of self-identity. They're self-referential categories. A man is anyone who identifies as a man. A woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. So
how are you going to justify healthcare? How are you going to justify healthcare?
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
All right,
one
time.
In the name of transsexual people, they want to use us, people who medically transition, who have gender dysphoria, to push this ideology that we all now have to conform to, or you get your private group chat DMs leaked.
Well, like the big problem that I see, like, because to like build off of both of your points, Stardust and Jenny, is that so like Stardust, you're saying like getting healthcare, like it's a big priority, it's a big thing. There's like actionable things, and these are some things that through science we can actually win arguments on and win politicians on to get them to actually provide support for transition and for HRT and such, right? But then in addition to that, what like Jenny is talking about, the problem that we're having, and this is something I wanted to push back on President Sunday about, but there actually is a very concerted effort to say that if you're a binary trans person, you're a trans medicalist. And if you're currently focused on advocating for the medical needs of binary trans people, because it's a very valid fight and it's a desperate thing right now, that we're actually losing in some battleground states, you suddenly are labeled as a trans medicalist, and then you're maligned as being Nazi adjacent and shit.
There is no such effort like that whatsoever. Binary trans people are completely accepted within the trans community. And as far as healthcare goes, similarly...
I beg to differ. We've actually seen evidence to the contrary quite aggressively right now in at least online trans spaces, which is where all this stuff is blowing up, which is what triggered this whole panel in the first place.
So,
I've never seen that in any online trans spaces at all.
Yeah, if you don't look for it, you probably won't see it because it's easier to blind yourself to things like
You
that.
sound like you're deeply entrenched in a community that nobody else can relate to.
Yeah, I want to bring this back though to what Jenny was saying because
this is the whole point that was built on by actual Jake. This is what was being built on by President Sunday as well. So what I don't know what you're talking about.
But this is very different from like what Jenny and I were talking about is that like when I agree that you can have all sorts of identities and you can identify as a cat or whatever, like Kip or whatever. There's tons of identities that you can have. I identify as a Falcons fan, and that's freaking insane, right? But that doesn't mean that I call Falcons fan being a gender, and that's the different thing, right? It's like identify as whatever you want, have these identities, but when you start calling these identities gender, that's where it starts to kind of muddy the waters.
I just think I'm hearing a lot of empty and frankly nonsensical arguments here. Like when we talk of gender-affirming care, we talk of treating gender dysphoria, which can be a thing which trans men, trans women, as well as non-binary people can have. And when we talk about affirmation of identity, we don't really enter the space of medical healthcare. Those are two very different subjects, and affirming an identity of a person does not block the way for a person with gender dysphoria to get medical health care. That is nonsensical.
Yeah, I would agree with that position. So why are you saying that that the arguments are nonsensical? Where does that statement conflict with what's being stated by everyone right now?
Because what is being stated is that affirming non-binary identity or even xenogender identities will somehow block the access to that healthcare, and I just don't see it.
If you were to, if your goal is to try, it depends on what you're trying to do. In the case of Brianna Wu, which is sort of like the basis for this whole thing, if you're going to politicians lobbying and you're saying, hey, we need to fight for, right now we're trying to fight for the medical coverage for trans people to be able to go through gender affirming care. She's talking about the gender affirming care. She's talking about the medical transition, the HRT. She's talking about things like that she's trying to fight for. She's not going to a politician and saying, by the way, we need you guys all to write legislation so that you have to recognize neopronouns. That's not what she's doing, right?
I mean, it's fine that she's not doing it. I mean, different people advocate for different laws. These are two very different legal things, and for the most part, the healthcare that non-binary people and binary trans people need is relatively similar.
Yeah, so it seems like there's not really an issue. So what's the conflict
there is an
then?
Issue.
Why?
The conflict is that Brianna Wu, by her private discourse that has been leaked, is indicating that she is more than willing to cut off non-binary people as not really trans people.
Can you demonstrate that for me in her political advocacy?
her immediate political advocacy does not even have to be relevant. What is relevant
Well,
that
cool.
what
So
is
she says some things that are kind of disagreeable behind the scenes, but her political advocacy is in support of. So that's
what she
great.
has
With neo
Perfect.
pronouns
it's
again.
not
with
great,
neo
it's the
pronouns.
opposite of great.
So since she's impure in private, at least she's doing the right thing in public. Awesome.
For now.
The issue
Sounds
is not
great.
that
I mean, it
she's
sounds like
doing
you should be
public
praising
things,
it.
but
It,
the issue is
seems.
that
Hold
she's
on. It seems
shown-
like you should be praising that because, like, holy shit, she could be advocating against us, but she's not. She's actually doing something that is supportive of the broader trans community. That's awesome.
No.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just-
perfect. That's great. That's awesome. You're basically saying that because she says it in private that she should somehow be condemned for all the pro-trans stuff that she's done in public that has not been anti-binary or against binary people.
Okay,
That's
can see that
insane.
there
That's
is-
like mental illness that you're advocating for there. That makes no sense whatsoever. You're talking about trying to sacrifice somebody who's actually fought for us broadly without singling out people based on their gender identity. You're actually wanting to sacrifice that because she has some personal disagreements with certain subsets in private. What is this madness? This
So
is
what I'm
absolute
hearing
madness.
is
This is
basically-
self-destructive to our advocacy. This is like, you know what? I don't think we should succeed in fighting for our own advocacy. I think we should self-destruct because our advocates, even though they're doing the right thing, in private, they're just not pure enough and perfect enough for me.
So I guess what I'm
The
hearing
issue
is
is not that Brianna
basically
Wu is a perfect advocate. We're not asking for perfect advocates. We're asking for
That's what
advocates who
Lucy
are
is asking.
stand by-
No, that is exactly what Lucy is asking for
That
right
is
now.
not what Lucy
That
is
is
asking
exactly
for.
what Lucy is
No, that is
asking
not
for
what-
right now. That is exactly what she's asking for. She's saying in private, her views are slightly different and disagreeable.
Not just
but
slightly
but she
different.
cannot point to her public advocacy and her political advocacy in being in line with those disagreements. So she's literally saying that she's not pure enough in private to be an advocate, and so we should sacrifice her. That is what she's
Daedalus,
saying.
you have
Why people not be allowed to discuss these things in private in a slightly disagreeable way?
Daedalus, you have
and
been
explore
following
these.
this media.
Talk through these ideas.
Yeah, and why
can
why
we
does this
also-
one
can
thing
we also
matter
point
so
out-
much more? No, one sec. Why does this one thing that she did matter so much more than the good work she's actually done?
Right?
I think
And
that you guys
also,
are
we need
ignoring
to
something
point
though,
out-
just real
we need-
quick, because
Like, if you think about her
I
as
feel like this is a little bit
total
unfair because she she is like the way that you talk about other people, it does affect other people socially, right? Like actually advocating for non-binary people, making them feel welcome in spaces, talking about how they should be normalized more so. That is still political advocacy. That still does make changes to our social norms. You can't act like people having very like slurring non-binary people consistently isn't going to hurt them in any way, right?
Yeah,
That
but
is
it's a
still
very
some sense of
specific
advocacy.
There's a very specific
this is
group
for-
chat that had a very specific group of people, most of which agree entirely with that whole thing.
And they
So
were all referring to somebody, to Doe, essentially, who was like.
that was I was the one who started
Yeah.
that.
No, we
Yeah, they were all
Naomi?
referring to a very specific type, right? Somebody who they thought or were under the impression that was like deer gender, right?
Naomi,
So-
you are. I want to confirm with you that Brianna Wu has publicly stated an intent to remove non-binary people from the movement to try to be more clear about goals. Essentially,
No, she said she wanted to take the movement back. She said that she wanted. Yeah, yes.
Since then, also stated an apology.
True. So yeah, what Ninetales is saying, but she said initially she said that I want to take the movement back from this wing of the trans community, but as Ninetales stated, she
What
did
does that
give an
mean? They were
apology
talking
on
about
that.
neo-pronouns, I thought, as well. Again.
Yeah, I don't think it was non-binary. I think it was neo-pronouns, which again,
It was neo-pronouns.
yeah,
Is
we
the
did
movement
differentiate.
is the movement
No.
taken over by
This is
neo-pronouns?
this is the thing. Now, non-binary people are definitely, by and large, the biggest users of neo-pronouns. But it is some shit to say that neopronouns are tied strictly to gender identity. That's some bullshit. So neopronouns have existed for a very long time. There are neopronouns like Caesar that go back hundreds of years, like a couple hundred years.
It seems like the majority of non-binary people don't use neopronouns as well. So it's just talking about neopronouns, not the majority of non-binary people.
I'm a binary trans person. I use any, all. I go by she, her, but I don't give a shit. So they're used all across the board. I know cis people using neopronouns, and it doesn't matter. It's don't try to say that it's strictly a gender thing. That's just ridiculous.
And what she didn't say is that they aren't a part of the LGBTQ IQ2S movement, right? She very much includes non-binaries in that and always has.
Yeah.
I don't think the existence of that makes me think, like, I don't think the pre-existence of neopronouns existing in some form of society makes me change my position on that. It's like you're telling me the history of something, but I also don't see how that validates the use of them today. Like, we're currently in a pretty different time where neopronouns are actually
her point is that they don't attach to non-binary people. Not that they're more valid.
It doesn't mean that you strictly get to own the neopronouns. That's fucked up and stupid and retarded. I'm sorry, just plain stupid. The neopronouns are used by cis people, they're used by binary people, and they're used by non-binary people. I'm a binary person who uses neopronouns. There are plenty of cis people who use neopronouns. I call total fucking bullshit on this whole thing that you're going to try and say, oh, well, if you're not in support of fighting for neopronouns, then you're clearly not in support of non-binary people. That's some bullshit.
Can you provide me of an example of a cis person that uses neopronouns?
Yeah, we were just looking at them the other day. We were exploring a bunch of different people who were using them. Jenny, who's the person we were pulling up, and she was she, it, and she was cisgender. Was it actual Jake's partner? I think it's actual Jake's partner.
No idea. I wasn't.
Actual Jake's partner is she, it. She is cis.
This is a cis person?
Why should this
doesn't this further trivialize, this is a stronger argument for people who think it's trivial.
A binary transsexual person with dysphoria who's medically transitioning, why should this exist under one label?
Because having neopronouns and having non-binary people exist is not mutually exclusive with having medical care for trans people.
Okay. Maybe you don't speak English as a first language or something. Those two things existing aren't mutually exclusive. Why should they exist under one label?
How are they mutually exclusive?
I said they aren't. I said
they aren't mutually exclusive. The point is that it's not just a non-binary.
Then why act like non-binary people are harming the trans community? If you can have
again, we're talking about neopronouns harming the trans community, not non-binary people. Right now.
You can have neopronouns and medical care for trans people and legislation.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that.
Considered the same thing. Why is it all under this umbrella of transgender? Why?
Yeah, there are people who need medical care and there are people who do not need medical care. Does it not make sense to at least split those two categories?
That's not even what we're talking about. We're just saying that people who use neopronouns aren't necessarily excluded from getting any sort of medical care.
We're just
saying that neopronouns aren't.
Why do we have everybody under one label? When
right,
there are
that's the point.
Food
shops don't actually have much to do with gender, and so calling it a non-binary thing doesn't actually make sense because neopronouns aren't necessarily gender exclusive.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Yes.
I can't paste in the side chat, so I posted in the group chat. Cis person, this is actual Jake's partner. She, it are her pronouns.
Is it a neopronoun now?
I
feel like that trivializes it way more than what we were currently discussing. I don't think that's a stronger argument against it. But...
No, I think it's a very strong argument to say that neopronouns are not solely owned by non-binary people, and therefore, if you don't support them, you don't support non-binary people.
Would you agree that there's a strong association with non-binary people?
I said that already. already qualified that it is probably more often used by non-binary people.
Okay, but when you're conversation about gender, we're not thinking about like past history. We're talking about the people involved.
But you have a binary person right here talking to you right now that uses them, and you have cis people that use them. So I'm sorry, I call bullshit on this whole thing that if you don't support
the fact that they're cis and like utilizing neo-pronouns in a way that it's equally as trivial if they're using it if they're trans doesn't make it a stronger argument to me.
It pushes back against the bullshit call that is tied mostly strictly to non-binary people, and therefore not supporting one doesn't support the other.
I have a question for everybody in this chat.
That's like some weird I own everything.
I have a question for everybody in this chat.
Just real quick, let me just like close that out. The majority of non-binary people are not using neo-pronouns. So even when they're talking about excluding people with neo-pronouns, they are not talking about all non-binary people. Like President Sunday's trying to make it sound like it's a blanket statement for non-binary people, and it's just it would still be a minority of them.
Yeah.
I have a question for everybody in this chat. Do you think that a movement with more people in it is going to be able to provide more support for the people and more advocacy as a single unified group?
Can I answer first?
Coalition.
That already is the LGBTQ umbrella. We already have that with the LGBTQ umbrella. I don't understand why we can't split up people with different needs.
I'm going to further on that. I think a group with conflicting views, you might even say like contradicting views, should definitely take a look at the way it's like leading itself. So if there's like the idea that they should be like separate, which I believe, I don't think that non-binary people, like, I don't think we share the same experience. And I think that's like, and I think a lot of people feel the same way. And if you were going to throw us all under one umbrella, then you can't act naive and think like we're all going to just jump on neo-pronouns, because it's just like the priorities are fucked.
Well, there's the problem that like gay and lesbian have always been the priority in the LGBTQ movement, and so most of the attention and effort and energy has gone toward them, and we've been passed over, as the T has been passed over substantially quite a bit until very recently. And so it's been something that's talked about is like, hey, why don't we kind of just do our own thing and advocate for ourselves, because we keep getting deprioritized, right? So there's definitely arguments for that. But overall, like, coalition building is a good thing to do. Yes. I don't think that we want to like single people out or anything like that. I think what I hear people saying, particularly Brianna Wu was saying, is that this kind of stuff is just not really winning us the attention of legislators and politicians. But these other things that we have here, we have scientific grounding for, and we can argue for. And so we can present them with that, and that is actually getting traction. And we really need to prioritize and put energy into that.
Wasn't that the argument during
Zonia, are you?
Exact same one?
Is the science getting us anywhere?
Emmanuel, before you go there, I just have to pop out. Food Shops, thank you for having me. Everyone subscribe to Two Guys Talking History. Have a good evening.
Yeah, of course. Good night. Thank you so much for coming by. Farewell.
Good night. So is the science actually getting anywhere?
No, I want to respond to your previous question, the strength in numbers thing. That argument just falls on its face because it doesn't ask at what cost, okay? You're talking about diluting the entire meaning of this category of my experience and of basically discarding it and saying that, oh, well, if you just identify as a fucking frog or something, you get as much say in trans issues as anyone else. You can speak for us. You can
somebody identifying as a non-binary identity doesn't diminish the experience of binary trans people.
Look at
hold on. Wait, Jenny wasn't finished. Hold on, Jenny wasn't finished. I want to hear what you were going to say with the rest of that.
Absolutely does. It conflates our experience with some. Even if I accept that it is a real thing, it's conflating what I go through as somebody who takes hormones, who's medically transitioning, who is trying to assimilate into the opposite sex as much as possible.
Are you non-binary?
Dysphoria. And no, I'm not non-binary.
If you're not non-binary, then it doesn't. It's that simple.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Isn't that an argument?
As long as you're calling both of them
How does it
trans,
complete both
There's no conflation. They're saying they have different experiences. That's why they need a different name for what they go through.
Sorry.
No, You're expecting them to somehow
Here's
describe what they go
here's
through
an
with the same
alternative
words we already use.
Okay, I'm going to provide an alternative perspective to this situation. So Brianna Wu doing this thing, I think, like, obviously it's the cause of this discord, but it's the cause of the conflict as well. Because if somebody heard, like, someone like myself would have heard Brianna Wu say that, and with not reading into it as much as some people on this panel have, I think that I would look at Brianna Wu and say, okay, maybe she's emboldening by the fact that, like, yes, the non-binary and the trans movement aren't really, like, as compatible as, like, some people, like, make it out to be. And so, like, seeing that statement, I think that if there was any trans women in her community who are, like, binary and focused on that particular thought, I think that she would have emboldened them at the same time. So I honestly don't think there's anything wrong with holding that opinion either. I believe it quite strongly, actually. So
this argument of we don't have the same experiences, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, that's an argument that I've heard often from transphobes, from TERFs, isn't it? I'm a born woman. I'm a born woman. Why should we be under the same umbrella of women?
Okay, I don't think that we should. I hate this whole.
One at a time. Let's be civil. Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you.
And
transphobes also said we should drink water.
Yeah, I know.
So I just look. We can acknowledge that there are meaningful differences between different groups without discriminating against those groups. So I may say that my experience as a cisgender woman is different from Jenny's experience, right? Or Zonia's experience, right? And they should be different. I should be able to acknowledge that. That does not mean that we're making anybody less, but we can acknowledge that these are two different experiences. And just like that, we can look at the experience of being a binary trans person and being a non-binary trans person and being somebody who goes by a neo pronoun. We can look at the differences there and acknowledge it without saying one is less than the other.
And yet they're all under the same umbrella, no?
They're under the LGBTQ.
Kind of what's being argued.
I think some people are
like
fighting
trans
that
women and
perception right
women
now.
are under the umbrella of women, no? Even though they have different experiences.
If you choose to acknowledge that, then I guess on your side of things it is true.
Or are you saying that's not true? That trans women and women are not under the same umbrella?
No, listen, we don't actually we don't think of them as like a hive mind or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Cis woman and trans woman are both under the umbrella of woman, but we don't conflate cis woman and trans woman as like the same exact thing because they are different experiences. And so your argument makes sense that you're saying like, you know, well, we're calling them non-binary. So why would we conflate the two as the same thing?
Why would we not?
I think what they're saying is that the advocacy is as one group and as one movement. And so as one group and one movement, it's going to make people conflate these things.
Yeah, and the reason it makes more sense as well for trans women and cis women to be under one umbrella than it does for trans women and non-binary people to be under one umbrella, because we have a lot of the same real experiences. There is a lot of overlap there. You know, when trans women still experience sexism, you still get treated like women in most social situations. For a fully transitioned passing trans woman, the difference in experience between you and a cis woman is fairly small. I mean, it definitely exists, don't get me wrong, but it is way smaller than it is between me and a random non-transitioning non-binary person. And
you're saying non-transitioning non-binary person.
You think
the non-binary people don't transition?
I think they don't medically transition.
But by their own definition, they don't.
Wrong about
is medical transition the only criteria that makes you trans, though? What?
Yes.
What separates?
It is essential.
What separates non-binary? Why exclude non-binary people from the trans umbrella? Because from my understanding, a transgender person is somebody whose gender is different from what is assigned at birth. So, by that definition, somebody who is non-binary, who identifies with a non-binary identity, is trans. By that definition, their identity is different from what is assigned at birth.
I'm contesting the whole definition and its value as a category.
Lots of non-binary people medically transition. I'd say more medically transition than don't medically transition. I don't actually.
I don't know about that one.
I think it's a dishonest characterization of what we have known transgender to be like throughout society, because all of a sudden it like doesn't mean that, and I feel like you're trying to gaslight us into like the contrary. It's just weird. I don't know.
So what I would say is that, okay, we can look at we've got people who believe their internal experience is incongruent with the gender that they have been assigned at birth, right? We have that as one definition of trans. But if somebody is non-binary, if they are outside the gender binary, then they are not identifying as another gender, right? They're identifying outside of the gender system.
No,
so it's
no,
not
they're
the same as trans.
I mean, if they
it
are,
depends, because there are plenty of
I just want to
non-binary
point out,
people
like, we
who.
don't. When people say,
Go ahead.
When people say that we don't belong under the same umbrella, like that is wrong. We are fighting against gender norms being shoved down people's throats.
You are fighting
particularly
against gender norms.
Gender
Speak for
norms.
yourself.
It really depends.
Some people are literally just trying to survive.
It really depends on the trans person.
So
Okay, so don't survive under your own fucking umbrella. Don't include me in
Trans
it.
people are fighting against the idea that their gender can be assigned to them within a birth. Non-binary people are fighting against the idea that gender must be something you do in one category or the other. We are fighting against normativity one way or another.
That's fine, but it's
So
you
you want to tell me what I'm fighting for, but I don't give a shit.
So you've got people you've got people.
I'm sorry, but
so you've got a lot of trans people who are trying to blend in with society, right? And so what they want to do is transition, and then that's it. They just blend in. That's their thing. That's who they are. So that's not really fighting. That is fighting what you might call like the assigning portion of gender normativity at the start of life, but they're trying to assimilate and blend in with society, in which case they're falling in with the
Don't you see how Don't you see how
Jenny, I have a question for you.
Sure. Well, hold on. Let Ninetales finish.
I'm just trying to say that our ends reflect their goals in the way that when we try to say, hey, let's get rid of gender norms being shoved down people's throat, this benefits trans people, this benefits non-binary people, and it benefits people with neopronouns. It is a common struggle.
How does that improve my ability to access healthcare?
It makes it harder.
Because nobody's going to be able to. If we live in a society where gender norms aren't the default, and we actually listen to who people think
here's
they
a
are,
real example,
no one's going
though.
to say, I think you're too masculine to apply for this therapy.
Okay, binary trans women would go for like a laser hair removal. Okay, most likely on their face for the most part. Okay. If there was a situation where a government was considering whether to cover that by like whatever form, if we were to go with your narrative, what we would be saying is that like it's okay if you have a fucking beard and you call yourself a woman. Like we're basically fucking ourselves by agreeing to that. And the justification for that surgery, the answer to that surgery is literally, well, it doesn't matter, right? You guys can look whatever way you want to look and still be called the gender.
How many trans women do you think honestly want to have a beard? How many trans women do you think? Let's be real now, Neve. How many
non-binary people identify as female and still have facial hair?
Name one example of a.
That's
because I'm guaranteeing like it would be a most one.
If you're watching Libs of TikTok, you can see all of us.
It feels like it's not that uncommon. I don't know what your experience is, but again,
we can have a more spectral view of how gender works. This incorporates it, and the more that we have this open-ended view of how gender should work, the less it oppresses people fighting treatments like gender
care about
affirmation.
views. I care about access. I care about access. I do not care about views at all. I care about the practical application. I care about the outcome. I don't care about anything else.
Wait, but Neve, that's what she's saying.
I've known several.
Wait, hold on, because she's saying
her
that.
Question. Don't cut me off.
I understand, but
I'm responding.
I'm trying to.
I'm responding. Tom, don't let me on. Tom.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. You guys are going off.
Do you understand the negative outcomes forcing people to conform to gender roles.
I think that
Because-
it might not be within someone's best interest, but throwing the whole fucking table away because you don't like the way something could turn out is worse than just going
Nobody's
there and
throwing
like
the whole
participating
table.
in it in the
You're throwing the
first
whole
place.
table away.
Well, that's what
You're throwing
gender
the whole
abolition sounds like it
solidarity
is to
table
me.
away because you don't see the intersectionality of these groups.
I was never there. Like, to be honest, for me, it was never there. I've understood transgender to be what I know it to be. Can it be a little one-dimensional? Absolutely. But I think that that distinction is important in the way that it plays out in our access to like medical care.
Are you aware that there are binary trans people who they are binary and they may get problems with accessing healthcare because of the fact that they are perceived as being too masculine or too feminine? This is binary people, not... Yeah.
Okay, provide an example of how what I said would equal that. Like a practical example, like a real life one.
I know a relatively old trans woman who wanted to have short hair and wanted to and worked out a lot, and she still wanted to do a full medical transition, but she had a lot of trouble because of the fact that the doctor assumed that she was somehow not serious about it.
Okay, so some doctors have standards that are too high, therefore let's get rid of gender. Great argument, dude.
Hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk
Would
about
you say that like
hold on.
they want to have like muscular fist like would be a little contradicting to that
One at a
someone in a
time, one at a
vulnerable state like
time,
that?
one at a time. Thank you.
Here, let's talk about this for a second because this is interesting. So there used to be a lot of more aggressive gatekeeping here in the U.S. that required that you did live your life presenting as a whatever your target sex was in and living your life day to day that way. But when they did that, at least the guidelines at the time were not that you had to have like long hair or anything, but that you like, for instance, if you're male to female, that you would refer to yourself in the feminine, adopt a feminine name, and put on sort of a presentation roughly feminine, but like you would probably be shaving a beard and stuff like that, right? Getting laser, etc. And you would have to do that for, present that way for a year or two before that they would put you on the track toward actual transition. A doctor having like an individual standard like that sounds like they wouldn't be following the guidelines. And like that would be wrong. But also most of that kind of gatekeeping has been stripped away from most Western countries that support transition and have gender affirming care, including ones that have rolled back certain recent affirm first models like Sweden. So even they are not going to be expecting you to be a long-haired feminine person if you prefer to have short hair because it's more practical or looks better.
Well,
so I don't know what this is about.
What I'm saying is I think that if we aren't trying to focus on a binary and just focus on giving people what they want and what will treat their dysphoria, then that is going to make it so that people like this woman are going to have a much easier access to healthcare.
That's what NB people think.
Well, that's what this binary trans woman thinks too.
Okay, but you're not like engaging with the other arguments about how all of this stuff that you're promoting might actually undermine healthcare. You're just giving a theoretical, whereas Sonia mentioned earlier real examples of where these arguments are being used to prevent us from accessing healthcare.
I'm giving a real example of how it is that a focus on binary expectations is making it so that people are getting denied healthcare.
I would say that's either an anecdotal or a hypothetical. It's hard to know where this comes from because I've never heard a story like this before.
Can we have a concrete example of non-binary people actually impeding healthcare?
Sonia, the thing you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, about that we've stripped away most of these things in Western gender affirming care, even in the countries that have like rolled back the affirm first model like Sweden. So yeah, is that what you were asking me to reconfirm?
No. I was asking...
No, it's about like conservatives using the well, you can just identify as whatever gender you want to say, okay, well, therefore, then you don't need medical care to transition.
Oh yeah. We had that conversation. Brianna Wu and Mix Vivian and I had that conversation a while ago. There's the whole idea. So I'm actually pretty cool with sort of getting rid of gender expectations, and so overall pretty supportive of the idea that we can move in a direction where we have fewer and fewer bounds on gender. But yeah, we do have this, like, one of the big things that Brianna Wu and Vivian Wolf and I got into a bit of a fight with, not a fight, but a debate with Vivian Wolf over, is that if you effectively say that gender is just like this inexplicable thing, anybody can identify however they want, it actually downplays what people struggle with dysphoria, where they actually have a genuine, like a medically recorded and something that's scientifically studied issue that we're able to leverage in actual politics and lobbying in order to say this is something that we need to be able to get attention on, and we need to be able to provide medical treatment for. We need medical insurance in the U.S. to be able to support this. We need nationalized health in the U.K. to support this. And so when you go and you start saying, oh, well, actually, this thing is all just kind of fun and dandy and whatever, people can identify however they want, it's actually not that important, it downplays that, and that is something that is very easily weaponized against us. Is like, well, then why are we spending national coffers? Then hold on. Then why are we spending our national coffers on supporting transition when it's just kind of a thing where people like to identify as whatever? Or why are we putting money into support for this kind of thing, right? So that's the thing. We have science to prove and show this is something that we can leverage and get people to support, and you're trying to say, it's all fun and games. That's the problem.
Not just that,
that's
but
how it gets
polling has
turned.
showed that like acceptance of trans issues has gone down over the last couple of years, while it was consistently rising for a long time. It seems like education on the differences between sex and gender and making trans people more accepted was steadily rising, and then the more gender abolitionist type arguments get into the mainstream, and then you got libs of TikTok playing a bunch of people saying pretty radical things. It makes it harder and harder for people to actually
can you provide your evidence for that?
Yeah, you're talking about the polling.
Yeah. And I'd be particularly interested in whether
evidence. You can't access the side chat, so throw it in the group chat.
I have some evidence on that as well.
We have established during this talk that a topic of identity and of gender dysphoria are not the same topic, right?
So could you say that again? I had to turn you up so I could hear
we
you better.
did acknowledge that the topic of gender dysphoria and identity are not the same thing. Just because someone can identify as like outside of the binary does not mean that gender dysphoria is a scientific.
The problem is that all of this
thing.
activism is done under the monolith of transgender. It's treated as the same thing, even though there are these distinct differences. That's like the big problem. And also, like, another problem is like when it comes to
gender is
having our own spaces,
social thing.
When it comes to having our own spaces, when I started transitioning about 6 years ago, I went to a number of trans groups to try and find people who were like me, who were going through the same things as me, so that I could have some community in my real life, some people I could relate to. And at most of those groups, they were overwhelmingly full of non-binary people who were not transitioning, who weren't on hormones, who weren't interested in being on hormones, and whose lives were entirely different to mine. And I've had to find spaces like this group chat with people like Brianna and Zonia and everyone else in there to talk about these things.
So now we are operating on turf logic, basically.
And
ironically,
our spaces. All right, Lucy, I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna ask a favor.
Yes.
don't try to immediately find a way to drop a maligning label onto something. Be a little more open-minded with the conversation and what's being said.
It's not a label. It's a one-to-one comparison.
It's a buzzword. It's very easy to lean on because then you don't have to actually build an argument to explain what it is that she is saying that's wrong. You don't have to engage
if you
with
let
her.
me speak, I will build the argument.
Well, then
Pleasure.
leave off of the label and then give an explanation why it is that you think that she's wrong.
The argument. The label contains the argument, and I can build up on that argument if you wish. Would you like
why
me
don't
to?
you engage with what she said?
I am engaging with what she said.
And by saying that she's using turf logic?
Yes. And
That's
I
not
can
engaging
explain
with
why.
what she said.
Well, explain the logic then.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
we-
then, if you will let me speak, then I will.
What's the turf logic?
That it's I cannot speak
what's
if
the turf
once
logic,
I
Lucy?
will not scream over you. I'll just not speak.
Well, we were asking, and then you said that your argument was, affirmed by that label. So.
Okay.
Yes, that's because.
Okay.
Just as you just said. So can I speak or?
Yeah.
Just as you just said, cis women who want to exclude trans women will say we need our own spaces. We have different experiences, and as much as you can find examples of shared experiences, bigots will, or rather, cis women who do not accept trans women will find differences, just as you find differences in experience between binary trans people
I
and
didn't say
non-binary trans
accept,
people. I can find similarities in the same vein as you.
I think we can accept that though. You're saying you're like loading it like it's a horrible thing. I think like trans women, they understand how the world works and they can accept facts like that. I
Also,
think when it
like,
trickles into the rest of the
that
community,
all-
that's where it gets a little weird.
Well, hold on.
Do you understand my argument, or should I go more into it?
No, when you're saying that, like when you're saying that we're just weaponizing the tactics that cis women are doing to us,
correct?
By creating the separation. Correct. And what I'm saying is, I don't see them as insults. I see them as reality, and I live in a world with like personal responsibility, and I operate around that. I'm not trying to throw the whole fucking baby out with the bathwater because it's inconvenient to me. That's what I'm saying.
And just
well,
because
I'm
we're
saying you're
acknowledging
just
differences
parroting the same
between-
argument.
Just because we're acknowledging differences between cis women and trans women's experience doesn't mean we're not accepting trans women. That it's not always a turf argument. Sometimes there's utility in acknowledging that there are differences in these experiences because there are things that trans women experience, like discrimination, that cis women don't experience,
So
and
the
there are things
answer
that cis women
becomes-
experience that trans women don't experience.
So the question becomes: are trans women and cis women under the single umbrella of women?
They're still under
Yes.
the umbrella of women. Yes.
So
No,
are
no,
non-binary
no, hold on.
people
Wait,
and
wait. You just waltzed past this whole thing. You basically
Okay.
said that Jenny was using a turf argument, which you didn't actually substantiate because you used the inverse of it. Jenny was saying that she went into a space that was predominantly non-binary people that was supposed to be a trans group. She felt
And
like
a
people
cis
didn't
woman will
hold
say
on,
that she will
hold on,
go-
hold on. She said that she didn't feel like people understood her, so she had to go find another group where people better understood her that had people like myself and others. And guess what? In that group, not everybody there is strictly like binary and trans medical and all that. We actually had a couple of cis people in there. You have me who leans farther to the left on this issue. So she had to find a place that was more accepting of her, and she found that. It wasn't about her excluding them. It was about her not feeling understood and finding a group that would understand and be accepting of her. That's an acceptance, not an exclusion thing.
And
So then how
and
how then how
cis
come
women
then
who do
Chinese
not approve of
discrimination
trans
of
women would say the same thing. I did not feel welcome.
Okay.
I went
Did you
to a
just
place where that was
categorize
my
That's not it. I'm
primary-
sorry. That is not it. That is.
All right,
one at a time,
I'm
one
sorry,
at a time.
that's not
Thank
a
you.
turf
Why
argument.
doesn't it
Okay,
tell
I
that?
have.
Hey,
That's
Sonia.
all right.
One
Go
at a
ahead, go ahead.
time.
Go ahead, Nine. I want to hear Ninetales.
So I have a question for Zonia.
Sure.
Did you just describe non-binary spaces as transmedicalists?
No.
I just wanted. Okay.
No.
Okay, so I do hear what Lucy.
She felt
Hayes
like
is
she was
saying, and I do
misunderstood.
want to say I hear what Lucy says. What Lucy Hayes is saying, and it's that we hear this from TERFs. They say, "Oh, I go into this space. They respected trans women more than cis women, and I couldn't advocate for
Well,
my
no
own
one's-
problems without people shutting me down. They pushed me out."
No.
Yeah, but
She's
that also
saying that she
doesn't-
was.
yes, we
She
have
didn't.
heard this.
Well, hold on.
Not the worst here. It's
Hold on.
ironic.
Let me clarify this. Do you think that there's a difference between feeling accepted and feeling like you're misunderstood or something?
Based
right?
on what she said so far, I'm not surprised she didn't feel accepted, to be honest.
So she went into a space that seemed like they didn't understand the kinds of things that she was going through. She wanted to talk about those. She didn't really have a place. Well, I'm speaking a bit for Jenny here, but it seems like she didn't have really people to talk to that could understand her experience. So she went to a group that was both accepting of her and willing to hear out her experience, and some shared her experience as well. So I don't see how that is a turf argument. Turf arguments are, they're invading our spaces and we need to protect our spaces. That's totally different. That's the inverse of what she just stated.
No, that is the exact same argument, actually.
It's a complete inverse. Okay, it would be a turf argument.
Why.
A turf argument would be if a non-binary person came into our space and they shut them out and said, "Oh no, non-binary people are invading our transmedicalist space here. You need to get out of here." She didn't do that. She just found a group of fellow people who deal with a similar experience, plus others, because we have non-binary people who are there. Or people who lean more diversely on the spectrum.
Does it matter if it's a tough argument? Can we talk about whether or not it's a good or a bad argument?
It doesn't matter if it's a tough
It is a bad argument.
Yeah, that's the other. That's
One
at
a
goddamn time.
My hand is up.
All right.
So when we talk about how these spaces operate, a lot of these spaces are meant to be safe for non-binary people, such that their identity is not being questioned by people who want to have careless discourse at their own privilege. So maybe she felt pushed out because she wanted to have a debate, and no one wanted to have
binary
that
trans
debate.
people are fucking
And no one wanted
privileged.
to have that debate there.
Far more than non-binary.
I think we're relatively privileged
That is
relative to
a joke.
non-binary
That is
people.
an
Yeah,
actual fucking joke.
we
if
are
you believe that.
relatively privileged.
See, this is
compared to
exactly
non-binary
why
people.
there needs to be
This
these
sounds-
distinctions
You're not-
between.
I have a question for you.
Yo,
I
let
would
me
say.
explore
That's
this.
insulting, honestly.
Sonia, I have a question
I
for
want to
you.
explore this. I want to explore this. Do you think cis women are relatively privileged compared to us? Yes or no? Do you think cis women are relatively privileged compared to
Now
us?
we're doing oppression.
No, they're just
non-binary
different.
people.
Yeah.
They're in their
Dude,
own
I'm not doing this
lane.
fucking oppression Olympics bullshit.
Zonia?
Wow.
This is starting, and this is.
Why is that
And by the way,
why is that so
and by the way,
harmful?
hold on.
I agree.
For muting people.
You're really bad
Ninetales.
at recognizing oppression. I agree.
Okay, so Ninetales, what you're saying is
Sonia.
starting to sound a little
Sonia.
bit like a turf argument, because you're sitting there and trying to split those hairs and try to divide people based on that stuff and say, well, maybe you're too privileged for this environment.
No, I'm saying we're all part of the same movement. If anything,
I mean, that's an
that,
argument of exclusion.
I don't think that we should be trying to talk about people's relative privilege that much either. But Zonia, I have a question for you. Do you think you're in 2014? You're in Ukraine. Do you think that the way to save Ukraine is to give Crimea to Russia?
What the fuck?
I mean,
Why?
that's basically
Why?
what you're advocating.
What the fuck is this?
Zonia, answer. Yes or no?
answer.
Right, I
Answer the
gotta
question,
go.
please, so we can move.
Can I say bye?
I think the answer was to nuke Ukraine and
Hold on, let's
Russia
start this.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
Hold on, can we have Stardust have
Genocide,
her
kill them all,
final
let's go.
closing statements first? Final closing statements from Stardust. Yes, Stardust, go.
President Sunday, I no longer believe is a real person. I now believe that President Sunday is actually like a giant wet towel in a cardigan that somebody put in front of a camera. Secondly,
Also, it's Thursday.
It is Thursday. And yeah, I don't know how anybody watches that, but I'm amazed. It's amazing. And then secondly, I understand the points that people are making on this panel, and I just want to say, like, we need to kind of think about what is the best way to make sure that people's needs are taken care of. When we've got like conflicting interests, when some people are, saying that they don't have dysphoria and they don't need it and they don't need any type of medical treatment, how are you going to justify
how is that at all a conflicting interest? You can,
all right, stop.
Closing statements.
Closing
Please
statement,
head now.
please. No responses. Thank you.
So if you've got one group that is is basically saying that we don't need medical treatment, and another one that's saying we do need medical treatment, that can be conflicting. Yes. So you kind of have to, I would just encourage people, think about why is it wrong for us to acknowledge differences between different groups when they have different needs, right? So that's all I'm saying. Thank you for having me. I'm Stardust. You can find all my links at stardust.rip. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Good riddance.
I just want to point out, Stardust can't handle what the other argument is, because that's entirely wrong. Nobody's saying we can't acknowledge differences. Just that we come together under a common struggle. Trans people have rights. Non-binary people have rights. The fight for those rights in a society which does not recognize them is the common struggle.
Why should we trauma bond instead of focus on the differences and align our priorities as such?
Trauma bond? That's just fucking rhetoric?
Well, you just said that we all had like shared experiences as different communities. Like, why is the strength in our community our ability to trauma bond when we could literally just focus on the shit that we want in our specific groups and then prioritize around that?
That's the only way to think about it.
I like
Zonia.
Work on your creativity skills, and maybe it won't be trauma bonding.
Neva, I like that.
Just think
Neva, I
outside
like
the
that
box if
statement.
that's all you can think
that
about
was
it.
I think that was a solid statement, rock solid statement from Neve.
Zonia, you never answered my question. Yes. Do you think that the right thing to do to save Ukraine is to give up Crimea in 2014?
I don't understand why we're so far off topic and don't really give a shit. So
we are pretty.
I know.
Here, is anybody here on Twitch?
No.
Oh, brother.
Because what kind of faggot would ask a question like this?
Jesus.
Lucy, you probably understand, and Naomi understands. So I think it's pretty clear. A sizable portion of us do understand why we're asking.
This doesn't nuke my YouTube VOD, does it?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
The reason is simple. Because
God, I hope you guys should have answered.
I raised my hand, but I genuinely don't give a shit. You're good.
You got to disavow. Loud disavow. Shout me down. Say I'm an evil person. Say I'm disgusting.
Based Zonia, use F slur more on my Twitch. Thank you.
Okay, wait, Kenko, you asked me to bring you on, but you haven't said a single fucking thing.
It has been. I haven't had much of an opinion on some of the stuff.
Screen time for clout? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, actually, yes, I am.
Okay, great, fantastic. All right, is there anybody else on here who's just getting screen time for clout? Okay, wonderful. All right, make your arguments. Thank you.
Who's next on closing statements?
I don't think we're all doing closing statements.
No, there's no closing statements. There's no end time. Okay.
All right.
We're stuck in hell for eternity.
Fucker.
We're all better get comfy with each other because we're all going to suffer through this together, aren't we?
All right.
Yeah, a lot of this does it separates along ideological disagreements on gender abolition, and it seems like there is a large majority that align pretty much with the current cultural norms that we have.
Thank you
in
for the raid.
West. And then there's the small minority that wants to kind of change a lot of that, and the majority feels like they're getting screwed over by representing that smaller minority at the same time because they don't actually align with their ideology and their beliefs. And so it kind of makes them, it's like conservatives having neo-Nazis on their same side and then feeling like, okay, we kind of want to separate ourselves from these people who are overly conservative. It's a little bit too extreme for most people with gender abolition.
Well, part of the difficulty as like progressives, progressives, we have a lot of difficulty coalition building and aligning on things because we always want change. We always want things to go forward. We always want new things. It's like, okay, we haven't gone far enough. And so there's always going to be moving in new directions, moving forward, trying to break boundaries. Gender boundaries kind of become more uncomfortable. We find more and more correlation with a lot of anxiety that people struggle with having to do with rigid gender roles and such. So we're trying to break those. Then people are like, well, why do we even if we're breaking the gender roles, why do we even have the gender boundaries in the first place? And so it's very hard to find a way to say, hey, how about we narrow down on these things and fight for these things and coalition behind them and get the momentum behind it, when you got a bunch of people who are like, well, that's not far enough. And I don't know how to do that, honestly. I feel like political pragmatism kind of works a little bit against modern, fast-paced progressivism.
Wait, I know, and this is me, and I'm mainly going to like ask on something that Tom said, but how are non-binary people comparable to neo-Nazis in this? How are those two examples comparable?
Oh, you're in it now,
more
Tom.
extreme faction of the movement. As I show, like I did post 2 links that are showing that, acceptance of trans medical necessities are going down in polling. I posted the Washington Post and the Pew Research Center. It seems like
one is advocating for the entire exclusion of an ethnic group, and the other is just people who use people who use people whose gender identities are outside of the norms.
There's actually some comparison as well between the tactics these people will use. Like, I mean, just from the last 48 hours alone, I've had so many death threats and people telling me to kill myself. Like,
yeah,
we're talking about
the
tactic as well.
Yes, we're talking about the extreme factions of the movement. Not that you're advocating for like genocide or anything like that, but that you are attached to a movement while having very different beliefs, very different ideologies attached to it, where the rest of the movement doesn't feel like they're going to want to represent those beliefs anymore.
So like the LGBT during Stonewall. Yes?
I suppose I feel like this is just another Hitler drinks water, so we should all stop drinking water argument.
I mean, it's identical. Trans people were the extreme faction that the broader movement just didn't want to support because they had different beliefs. They were just too much.
Yeah,
are
sure.
you saying that
trans women started
have different beliefs, and some are going to be more extreme than others, to where they don't feel like it's going to be beneficial?
Stonewall was not started by a trans woman. That's a lie.
Nobody's saying that though.
I just heard someone say
I did,
so.
and it is.
You know what?
So what's the argument?
I'm changing the narrative. I'm changing the narrative. From this time forward, a tranny started Stonewall. All right, we started the Stonewall right. New narrative. We own it. No more of this bullshit
wow,
about
you're
it.
so edgy, Zone. Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
I obsess over the words that people say. Oh my god!
I think that
oh my god! I'm such a whiny little tranny. I get freaked out about everything. I'm so true. Oh my gosh! I'm so true-tastic that I get faint of heart when people say slurs. I'm such a sensitive, pseudo-intellectual troon.
I will be
May I finish, please?
May I finish,
please?
All right, what's the next
point? You non-edgy person, you.
So in response to Tom.
All right, what's the next
so
point?
In response to Tom, I think that there's more overlap than difference, especially as I pointed out, there's a common struggle for rights, and that common struggle for rights is from a system that by default does not recognize them. And you can assume trans people have all their rights nowadays. That is definitely not true. If anything, there's people willing to lose the trans athlete debate because of they don't want to lose debates personally, and they're just not willing to do research, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, like we are up against the same common threat of a system which by default does not recognize our rights. So you can keep saying that it's so different, and they need to be separate categories, but it's only separate in certain ways. And that, like,
but it's
The
it's some
fact
of the
that
most important.
non-binary people are seeking surgery, and the fact that non-binary people aren't seeking surgery means that they're not detracting from the surgery that trans people want, by definition. And even when they do, it's because they're trans non-binary
Overwhelming
people.
majority of non-binary
Wow.
people do not do that.
Also, hello, Rose.
Okay, great. Good for them. That's their
Hey.
choice. Binary rights or non-binary rights. I mean,
But that totally like detracts from what you just said, though. No.
Yeah.
Like nobody's saying it's not their right, but it's like it means that there are very different.
no, the
goals
fact
here.
that they don't get surgery mean that they can't step on the right for access for trans people. They're not even trying to seek the same thing that we're getting, so they can't delegitimize that.
They delegitimize us by appropriating our whole identity and using it as a legitimate front for their own thing.
By what
Do you
means?
delegitimize cis women? Do you delegitimize cis women? No. So it is
It's not the
possible to
same
think about this differently than just these other
Completely
people
different.
exist.
I'm trying to become as close to a cis woman as
It's really not.
It's
That's
so
not- it's like the
irrelevant.
transition
How is it?
rhetoric.
No, it is irrelevant.
It is the turf rhetoric.
So it's
Okay.
the same rhetoric,
Yes,
but that
it
doesn't mean
is.
anything. This is the Hitler had a dog argument. You
Okay.
guys keep doing this, where you say, well,
Okay.
you're making arguments
Yeah.
that TERFs would make, or something like that.
It's
where
so
it
you don't
doesn't-
have
it
to
doesn't matter
engage.
that TERFs would make that argument.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They
It's
are
so
the
that they
same
don't have to
exact
engage with
argument.
the
The
actual
circumstance
argument.
is what matters.
It's so
There
that
was a
they
turf
don't have to
argument then,
engage with the
turf argument
argument.
now.
It's just like it's a Nazi technique, basically, that they don't have to
Ah,
engage with the
yes.
argument. Yeah.
Well, they are the same arguments. Or do you deny they are the same argument?
No, you're
It
using the
doesn't matter
Nazi
that they're the
technique
same
of not
argument is
engaging
the
with the
point.
argument.
The
As
point is that
everybody
if we said-
here,
the point is that if we said Hitler says that everybody should drink water, it doesn't mean that we're all going to stop drinking water now. You saying that TERFs make similar arguments doesn't mean that they're wrong.
What are the
You have to
arguments
actually-
that are similar?
The point
Who
is not.
cares? Who cares if they're similar?
Who
Why do you
cares?
care?
Is the point.
Why do
So
you
if-
care?
So if
Why do you
Hitler-
care if they're similar? Why do you
Because
care?
there are certain arguments that Hitler made that are bad. Do we agree on that? Not
Yes,
every
but why
Hitler
do you
opinion
care?
is benign
Why do you-
as
why do
Hitler
you-
drinking
okay,
water. Do we agree
why do
on
you
that?
In
care?
this case, we don't
This
agree
is
on
not-
what
yeah.
the TERFs say are bad, and so you just saying
So
TERFs said
why
it
do you
doesn't
not
mean that
agree?
we're gonna
You
think
have to
it's bad.
substantiate it somehow, not just
Well, you're the one
reject
who
it.
No,
you're the
you
one who
have to-
claimed
no,
you're the one who
you
claimed
just
that it's a
calling
turf
it
argument.
argument. Yes, you just calling it a
Substantiate
turf
that.
argument is you saying that it's bad without actually saying that it's
No,
bad. And so we're
I'm
saying
not
you have to
just
actually
saying.
explain why it's bad.
You're making a tautological argument here. You need to actually go and build on this and say,
Okay,
hey,
then.
this is why it's a turf argument. This is why it's bad.
Why is it bad
Then allow her to
for
build on its own.
for cis women to say
Yeah,
that trans women
I'm
are
just waiting
stealing
for
their
my chance.
spaces? Why is it bad?
Why is it? Say that again.
Why is it
No,
bad
it's-
for cis women to say that trans women are stealing their spaces, and that
It's a
the
loaded
experience
question.
is totally different?
Well,
Why is
because
that
we're not stealing their spaces.
Oh,
It's
It's
more
not a
about it
loaded
being
question.
wrong than bad.
What
Yeah, it's a
what
terrible
is
question.
well, though
What
I will say
does-
the same. Non-binary people are just not stealing binary trans people's spaces.
Okay, what makes it wrong, Tom?
The
Well,
same.
that-
My answer is the same. They're just not doing it. They're not stealing the spaces. What now?
Wait, but you
And
can't
how does
say
that affect what-
non-binary people aren't representative of the trans movement, and that their gender abolitionist movement isn't like somehow now being attached to all trans advocacy.
We're gonna lump non-binary people of gender abolishment movement? Are these things? the
It's
same?
not just non-binary people, it's gender abolition in general. I would say the non-binary people especially, but like,
aligns
yes, like
with their-
gender abolition all over.
Like non-binary and gender abolition go together like peanut butter and jelly. And I think that binary,
Not necessarily.
trans
on the
women,
level of a
and
race
medical
that's
tra-
not
and
Substantiate
medical
that in any
transition
way?
go together as well.
Like you
It's
just,
simple math,
calling
people.
themselves
you just told me
But
that
they're
I'm
not
saying
necessarily.
things just
No,
because
no,
they
no,
are,
you
but
don't
you
need
just
to.
did it
We don't.
yourself.
Okay, so is
No,
there
because somebody who doesn't. Okay, let me answer. So somebody who can't medically transition but otherwise would isn't less of a trans person.
yeah, so
So if it's not
Okay.
accessible to them, The inaccessibility doesn't invalidate.
Should we?
So
Okay. Should we
therefore,
stop
don't
building?
need
Should we
people to make
stop
the
building?
transition to be
Hold on,
canon.
let her
Okay.
finish. Hold on. Finish what you said there because I couldn't hear what you said.
Should we stop building stairs? Should we stop building stairs because people can't walk?
But nobody's arguing this, Neve.
Nobody's saying
what are you
that.
on about?
Nobody's arguing.
Okay, so
Well, I think it's analogous to what you were saying.
I think the problem that we're running into here is trying to understand what is actually being said. I feel like everybody's assuming what everybody else is saying, and then some are trying to tie that to like evil words and shit like turf. So maybe if people could kind of like more clearly state their position. So Jenny, why don't you like give your take again?
We're being very clear in our
Okay,
position.
I do want to
Just
answer
just
as
to
to why
clarify,
it's wrong.
just
People
to
ask.
clarify the point about why sometimes exclusion is good. Okay, when it comes to non-binary people and transsexual people, the vast majority of these types of people have very different experiences, and this is a space that should specifically acknowledge those differences. When you start talking about women's spaces generally, you're talking about like places that have like that they don't just exist to validate women's identities. They exist for practical reasons, right? So you need women's bathrooms to give them privacy from men. Okay, that's a need that trans women have as well as cis women, and it makes sense to categorize them the same way when you're thinking about bathrooms. So most of the time, that is generally true. Like it's good to include trans women in that because trans women and cis women have a large overlap in experience. But when it comes to non-binary people and
Let her finish.
But when it comes to non-binary people and transsexuals, there is far less overlap. And practically, the way that plays out is that most of the people under the umbrella of transgender have a fundamentally different experience to transsexuals. So having these people all exist in one space harms transsexuals because we don't have a community of our own to advocate for ourselves, to talk about our experiences, and to just exist among one another. That's it. That's the problem. And that's the difference between those two cases. The existence of exclusive categories is not an inherently bad thing.
Whether you like it or not, a cis women who excludes trans women will say the exact same thing. We were born women.
That's
we have
fine.
periods.
That's their prerogative to do so.
Okay, so
It's
we
their
need our own
prerogative to do
spaces
so.
that
So let me
exclude
talk
trans
about-
women.
You know what?
let
If
me-
they
let
can
me talk
construct an
about-
argument for why trans women should be excluded from a specific case and it's strong enough, then I would agree with it. I don't need to go to a gynecologist, okay? That's never going to be a need for me. That's going to be, like, if I tried to go there, what would be the point of including trans women in that? It doesn't make any sense. That is a case where it makes sense to acknowledge the difference between trans women and cis women. But when you're talking about something like bathrooms or, I don't know, like a crisis center for people who've been sexually assaulted, it starts to make a bit less sense.
So I have a question for Lucy.
Yeah.
I want an answer. Like, this is a serious question.
Okay.
Is it that you're kind of like afraid of having arguments that might possibly validate turf arguments, like genuine turf arguments? Is that the problem? That you're afraid that it comes a little too, that if you say that, yes, it's okay to do this, the problem is it's coming a little too close to also saying yes to some turf arguments.
I'm not
Is the
afraid that
problem?
they might. They do. They absolutely do.
So because Jenny has made really good cases for why there are needs to exclude based on
not.
difference experiences. She just did. She literally
No,
just did.
she just
said
said
it
the
didn't-
differences are there are different experiences. It's as
Well,
shallow
no,
as
no, no,
empty
no,
as when the
no.
transphobes say it.
She literally just said it doesn't make sense for a trans woman to go see a gynecologist.
It
right?
doesn't mean that trans women are not women.
So it doesn't matter. That's not what she's saying.
It
She's
does
saying
matter
that there's an
because
exclusion
she's
there.
saying that
But
non-binary
you're
people
saying
are not trans.
So what she's saying that there is a difference of experience and there isn't as much overlap, whereas there's a lot of with binary trans women, there's a lot of need for things that non-binary trans people do not need and do not fight for. And so what she's talking about is prioritizing the support and fight for what binary trans people need.
No.
That's not her saying that you guys all need to go jump off a cliff or something. That's her saying that we need the ability to prioritize and optimize and fight for the things that we need as binary trans people. And when we try and lump a whole bunch of other people who don't need those things under that umbrella and try and fight for all at once and spread ourselves thin, we have a lot less power to accomplish what we need to do there, because we're spread thin and divided and everybody wants to go in every direction.
Basically,
that
yes.
is incorrect. What she's speaking of is not what was the term that you used? What she is advocating for?
The term that I used?
Yes.
Well, the term I used is that there are reasons to exclude.
Exactly. Exclusion is the thing that's being advocated
So is
for.
exclusion
Yes, that's what I'm advocating for
Exactly.
exclusion,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
gatekeeping. I am a trans medicalist.
So it's
Hold on,
not
hold
for.
on.
So it's not
Okay.
for
Okay,
prioritizing.
Lucy.
It's for exclusion.
Lucy.
Wait, that's the
whole
no,
point. You exclude to
prioritizing does not
prioritize.
mean exclusion. That's nonsense.
It often does mean, but it often does mean.
They're not
When you
synonymous.
draw, when you draw the parallel between.
So is there a problem with using the word exclusion? What if she said prioritize? Would you be okay with that, even though it meant excluding people when it came to prioritizing one over the other?
No.
So what if we prioritize binary trans people's needs, but that means that we are prioritized to the exclusion of non-binaries' needs?
Then that isn't acceptable to me.
Well, so
Okay, can I say
then
something?
that's a really good argument for having a division between the two so that you can prioritize one's focus and the other can prioritize
What
the
creates
other's
division
focus.
is exclusion. Historically,
So what
that
you would
has always
rather
been the
have,
case.
so what you'd rather have is dilution and moving in all directions and less effectiveness, and so less ability to advocate and fight for and
What is the
succeed
delusion
in
that
achieving
you
everybody's
speak of?
goals.
But you still haven't
Well,
been able
her
to.
definite. This is because she
you're
doesn't
operating
understand what
on vague
solidarity
terms.
is. It's not solution. It's solidarity.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's literally a dilution. You're expanding the definition of the term.
Yeah, Nine Tails,
I've been waiting to talk.
you and
I've
I
been waiting to
fought.
talk.
You thought that coalition building was a bullshit thing. You don't care about solidarity, so fuck off with this shit.
When
So-
you continue to draw,
Yes,
when
you
you
did.
continue to draw parallels
Putting words
between
in my
cis
mouth,
women.
Tanya.
Okay. I'm sorry, I forget your name right now. Oh, Lucy. So when you continue to draw parallels between cis women and trans women, what you're telling me is that you don't understand the actual underpinnings of what makes it okay for us to be trans women in public. It's not that we think that women should be trans women. It's that we are capable of picking our own battles and making the distinction when it counts.
Oh,
There's a
so
really
again,
big difference
we're going
there.
back to the Stonewall argument.
No, we're going back to the argument of picking your own battles, aligning with people who share the same priorities, and being like actually smart about the way we like spread our resources. And if there are people who align in a different way, all power to them. I'm not saying they're invalid, but on their own ship, on their own time. That's
Hold
what
on.
I'm saying.
Are you saying that non-binary people, just because they do not need surgeries themselves, for example, do not have the resources, time, or anything to advocate for those who do
What
need
I'm
surgery?
saying is that because you continue to draw parallels between trans women and cis women, I'm saying that that does not invalidate the concerns that we have for trans medical goals and ideas, because they are primarily based on our experience and the things that we see, not your conception of gender and like your word for naming every nuanced experience that you exhibit in your personality.
And you recall the first thing that I brought up when I first came in here, one of the early things I said, I talked about historically, one of the problems that we've had for LGBTQ advocacy is that the T is always deprioritized and like the last one considered for the longest time. And it was always the L and the G that got all the
Something to
attention,
think
got all
about,
the focus and everything. So yeah, and one of the things that was talked about and was which is something that we talked about fighting for a lot for a long time, is maybe the T needs to prioritize itself and fight for itself. And that's why we had the whole trans rights movement, right? So move in that direction. Now we're playing with another big canvas again. We've got a lot of people who have a lot of different needs, and there are clearly defined categories, some of which trans medicalists or transsexuals have very specific needs that trans binary do not, or non-binary do not tend to have overlap with, or very rarely do. If they do have overlap with it, they can still work within what it is that's provided, that's fought for by trans medicalists. But there's a reason to draw that distinction and understand that and have a prioritized fight for these things, especially since these are things that we can scientifically argue for and actually present to politicians in a way that is convincing, that better wins these kinds of things over.
You know, I do appreciate that you guys immediately jumped to the solidarity argument and saying that, oh, well, you know, we're all stronger together, right? Because at least you admit, you're kind of upfront about the fact that the doing this to us is a purely political thing. Okay, so I appreciate the honesty there.
Well, no, it's not.
The funny
thing
is that...
No, don't say, whoa, I'm responding. We can identify the common ways that they are oppressed. It's literally based on how they're made visible by society. And you, Zonia, and you, Jenny Matrix, have been a perfect example of that. Because you've shown that trans rights should end at trans rights, and that's it. And as soon as you started trying to apply that to non-binary people, you're out of fucking line.
The NB argument and prerogative is parasocial. It's parasocial and it's convenient. That's all I'm like. That's literally it.
Okay.
It literally.
It's parasocial.
Like,
do you listen to the words?
It's absolutely parasocial.
So.
You don't know what you're talking about.
So describe how it's parasocial means.
When you say that we're stronger together, when an NB person says that to me, I believe them because their whole like idea of their sense of self is underpinned by our reality that is based in like actual medical science. Like if we don't exist, then you guys don't exist. But it doesn't go the other way around.
What happens when
it doesn't go the
I
other
don't
way
think
around.
parasocial is the right word, but yeah.
Science isn't caught up.
So
So you fight for rights.
Parasitic. Okay, here's a better word. Parasitic. There we go.
It's more than just medical science.
How is it
It's more
parasitic?
than just medical science. It's about rights.
It's parasitic because the more that we capitulate to non-binary people, the farther away we get from trans, like gender affirming care and the priorities that we have as non-binary or binary trans women.
Since it's like 8 a.m., I might have to go soon. So do I have like a closing thing or?
Yes.
All right. So I guess in closing, I think that exclusion of groups has historically never actually worked to achieve anything. I think that it's actually a thing that dilutes groups into small, weak fractions that are very easy to pick out by, let's just say, conservatives. And I think that it's the worst thing to do. Try to exclude a group just because you see a benefit in it for yourself. That's basically my closing statement. And
Gosh, I wish the purity testing people would figure that one out.
Wow.
Wait, Zonia, stop. Okay.
I mean, saying that non-binary people are not good enough is unironically a form of purity testing. They're not pure enough.
I don't know who
trans
said that
people.
they aren't good enough. I think we were saying they were pretty damn good.
You said that they're not pure enough.
You ironically used the word. You ironically used the word dilute in the way that you were describing the relationship between the non-binary and binary trans women. So that's kind of weird, but.
Well, fare thee well. Bye bye.
Farewell.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay,
I see lots of intact book bindings there, by the way.
To me or well,
you got work to do.
Jesus, Jesus Christ. Okay, all right. Good night. Good night. Farewell.
Goodbye.
Well, that's it. I don't know. I tried, I guess, to get a word in later, but I just. What else do you say? Oh, yeah, that's because. Wait. So yeah, like, oh god, it stopped working. Okay, I have to activate it. Sorry. So what is there more to say? Like this, like, I can't believe that I'm hearing trans people saying stuff like we need our spaces and that we need to exclude non-binary people. This is I think some of them started assuming that I was a non-binary person, because how could a binary person say this? Like, and I don't know. I literally have the whole diagnosis from a doctor. I've been given a contact to a lawyer, because of course in Poland you need a lawyer to sue your parents for misgendering at birth. I'm going through the whole medical route, and I still think it's bullshit. I still think that the exclusion of non-binary people is bullshit as a so-called binary trans person. I'm sorry. It's just mind-blowing. Yeah, exactly. There's no room. Like, just because, for example, non-binary people might not need, because some non-binary people do need surgeries. But just because some group of people might not need surgery does not follow that those people cannot advocate for people that do. We can stand together and work on goals together, no? I just... And I'm sorry if people don't like it. Oh, you're calling me the bad word. Like, I've spoken to TERFs who tried to exclude me. And what arguments did they use? Oh, we need our own spaces. You're invading our spaces. We don't have the same experience. It was like having a TERF on the panel. Unironically. What's happening here? They literally called non-binaries. Yeah! What a comparison. I don't know. Like, advocacy through exclusion is just doomed to fail. I'm sorry. Like, a person, Zonia, a person who is talking about excluding people is saying we progressive want to move forward all the time. We progressives, come on. What is even going on? Thank you. Thank you. I just... I swear, we're gonna end up having the will of our non-binary siblings, like, forever. And, like, indefinitely. Like, I swear, this is gonna just become part of the layout. The sign that non-binary siblings... That we love our non-binary siblings. I just can't believe this. This is straight up bigotry. And for what? Well, it's the Xenogears font, so it also, of course, it looks good. It's the, and ironically enough, to those bigots, this is the Xenogears font. So let's call it the Xenogenders font from now on. Like, I mean, Xenogears is basically almost Xenogenders. It's only a few letters of difference. God. You're not engaging. You're just calling us the bad word. We're sorry. If you're acting like the bad word, then I'm gonna call you the bad word. Hitler drinks water argument. Saying that Stonewall rejected trans people and that we want to reject non-binary people is just basically like saying that Hitler drank water. You know, the benign, innocent action of excluding entire groups is basically like drinking water. Oh my god. I'm actually not exhausted. I'm angry. I'm wide awake now. I won't be able to sleep now. I did not expect this to go that bad. I did not expect that. Save the nachos. Vodka. We watch a duck video or two. That's true. We should. Oh, a fan of spicy chat. They speak of purity testing when what they're doing is literally purity testing. Oh, you're not meeting the medical criteria that I set for you? You're not trans. Oh, you don't have this? You're not trans. That's not purity testing? Then what is? You don't have enough, I don't know. Your trans index is not enough for this movement. I'm sorry, you have to go. Like, okay. And saying that just because some cis people might use xenogenders as an argument to exclude all non-binary people that use it is just, I don't know. I don't feel like I did super good, to be honest. I guess I use Nazi tactics because I'm against exclusion of people. I guess that's a Nazi tactic. None of these people know what Nazis are to begin with, do they? I don't think Zonia has opened a history book ever in her life, but that's a whole different topic, probably. A Joker moment, like in the old Batman movie. This town needs an enema. This town needs an enema. Oh, it's Vaush. Live from DC, big day tomorrow. Do you want to watch the short together? Yeah, let's watch Vouch. No, let's forget about the panel. I don't care. Ridiculous.
New timeout lengths. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Learn more. Open with no. Damn. I think I hit the live button, but you can never tell with these mobile apps. I'll try. I'll see if it works. Marco. Oh no, they're saying my name. Yeah, there you go. What's up?
What a hairy chest.
Phone stream. I know, it's been so long. What's up? Nice outfit, good looking, bud. Thank you. You're like spitting distance from me? Well, yeah, you're in my phone. And I could spit on my phone from this distance, so, you know.
True.
What's up, everybody?
Oh my god.
This is like an out-of-body experience. I'm glad you didn't see the Republican debate. I mean, I heard it was stupid as shit. You know, that's what I expected. Oh, thanks, Sage Uber. Why so close? What do you want from me? Okay, there. I'm putting it there. It's farther back now. I just have my elbows on the table.
That's what happens when you have hosts regulating and preparing, and when you have a bunch of transmits laying about. I just don't know what to say to that whole thing. I just don't know what to say to all that. Oh my gosh. Is that poop? Is that duck poop? I've never seen duck poop before. I might get clapped. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's just look for a different video.
Oh my god!
Wait, does this have a check? Oh my gosh. Also check mark. They all have check marks. This one doesn't. Our pet duck is swayed gently. Ah, it's smiling. And are you getting a duck, Lucy? I'm gonna get a... You cannot just get one. They get lonely, actually. I need at least two. When I meet my financial goals, and I'll be able to afford it. $10-hour stream. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. Exclusion of non-binary people is just bigotry. It is. President Sunday just had the good sense to dip when he did. It is, and it's. The Crimea example was pretty good, but nobody got it, at least from that crowd. Or they were just dishonest and pretended not to get it. But it was good. Of course, it was obvious, the question about Crimea. Like, we shouldn't exclude groups. Come on. It's not complicated. Listen. Oh, I forgot. I should have. Okay, I'm not even gonna tarnish the rabbi's words by using the argument from the synagogue that we will only have a sweet good new year if we all stand together. I should have just said that as my closing statement and left. That according to my rabbi, if we don't stand together, we will not have a sweet new year. And I should have dropped the mic or something. I don't know. Should have detached the mic and dropped it. We should exclude those that want to exclude others. Yeah, because there is no space for bigotry. Like there just isn't. Like this is my hard line on this. This is literally the RGR thing on steroids. And it's just horrible. Oh, screw you. Now they're discussing anti-Semitism. When I left, of course. Of course they're gonna discuss anti-Semitism after I left. Interesting. Of course. I'm just gonna write in that stupid chat. There we go. I'm going hard. I'm going scorched earth. This is what I am writing. The Jewish community stands with non-binary communities. You should 1. Read the Talmud, 2. Educate yourself about the Sidur initiative that is for non-binary people. Do not invoke our community in your bigotry. There we go. And that's it. Because they're trying to say that some person's arguments are invalid because they are apparently anti-Semitic. In that chat, in the whole chat of the, in the chat of the panel. That others can see it. Jesus. What is this? It's just all very weird. Wait. That's just, oh wow. I don't know. Oh God, what a nightmare. This is like there's a similar lake close to my mom. I don't know. I just don't think there's a place for that. If we're gonna talk about exclusion, I'm gonna exclude people that exclude. It's simple. I have a simple philosophy. I'm like the girl Naruto, okay? My way of the ninja is not excluding groups that are on our side. My way of the ninja. Some of my closest friends are non-binary. Oh wow. Like Obsessiforge, you know Obsessiforge. They created the intro for this channel. They created the outro for this channel. They created so many things. They are non-binary. It's ridiculous. And Palm Dad, of course, who could forget Palm Dad? You know? Demon Mama, of course. James Stephanie Sterling is non-binary. What? Is Stephanie Sterling not part of the trans community now? Is this a joke? I actually should have asked that on that panel. If the panelists consider Stephanie Sterling not to be a part of the trans community. That actually escaped my mind to ask them. I wonder what the responses would be. I think Stephanie Sterling accepts she. I think they once said that they generally prefer they them, but are more okay with she because it's, you know. You know? Exactly. You're right, Titan Uranus. I think there's she, they. I think so. I think so. I think so. I think it might be she, they. But either way, Stephanie Sterling is a part of the trans community. I'll let you know my schedule, figure out another day to continue. Thank you, Archive. This has been an amazing stream full of, well, my house was the amazing part of this stream. I cannot sleep. I have to go to my mom now. There is no sleep for me. Oh, I'm sorry, Zoshilix. I'm sorry. I know how it is to lose a family member. What are Demon Mama's pronouns? I think Demon Mama is she, her, no? Because Demon Mama is trans femme non-binary person. I'm pretty sure. Which is a thing, by the way. A trans femme non-binary. Oh my god, why am I remembering arguments just now? Horrible. Like, Stephanie Sterling is on estrogen, transitioning, medically, non-binary. What now? This is stupid. Also needed that medical care, by the way. Like, for Stephanie Sterling, it was, for example, life-saving. So what now? Well, since you're here, I can tell you to consider subscribing or even donating a bit of money so that I can be afloat. As it turned out, people with funds are usually the awful people, as I don't know, Brianna will illustrate. That person in white was just as, I don't know. I was like talking to a conservative, quite honestly. And that person, Jenny or whatever, oh my god. Jessie? That was also straight up like a conservative. It felt like talking to a TERF, unironically. Because I've talked to TERFs multiple times. Jenny Matrix, yeah. That was like talking to a TERF. We just have different experiences. We just need our own spaces. What? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to apologize to someone.
Oh, Mary!
Thank you, Nerodia, for 2 tier 1 subscriptions. Oh, Barry, that's right. Wait, do I have a phone? I do have a phone, right? Oh, Barry. I should... One moment, please. I have to... And yes, apparently what I'm advocating for is mental illness, just so you know. What I am advocating is actually mental illness. Nice one. Cultural Marxist? Oh my god, okay. Apparently they started discussing anti-Semitism like... They started discussing anti-Semitism separately from the topic of gender identity. Why? Why? Because they started calling each other names. Like, I don't know, what sort of level of discourse is this? It devolved, probably. Probably. And now I don't know where my phone is. I don't. What happened to the phone? Can you please help me find the phone? Oh. I was about to ask you if you've seen my phone. Of course it died. There's a Twitch channel that plays Dax just 24/7. And there are always people watching. There are more people watching that than are watching me at best of times. If these people were alive in 1850, they would be arguing black people shouldn't be liberated because it would infringe of the space of white people. True! No, it's not below my socks. It's under my books. You bully me. The socks are here. The phone was here. Don't say things like that, Karasu. You don't know who might be listening to the stream. My goodness. I'm gonna drink some Pepsi now. I don't blame President Sanger for dipping out of that. I just don't. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Oh. And yes, why are people so shocked that someone might have a few... Okay, that's admittedly a bit more than a few books, but why are people so shocked by books? Read a little. Maybe then you'd be less of a bigot. I know, that was so horrible. And then... Oh my god. And then Origin came in and called President Sunday the king of liars? You dare say Brianna Wu lies, but you're the king of liars. And I'm like, what's going on? The king of lies. Maybe President Sunday should stop being the president and should like embrace his title of king. One true king. Something like that. And this had a nice calm voice who was streaming today. I was not. I don't know. I did my best. You saw I did my best to be a bit more forceful. You saw that, didn't you? You saw that I tried to like a bit more forcefully get a word in, right? At least later. You triggered them. Like, it is literally identical. The arguments are identical. I'm sorry. I mean, I won't do that. Like, Stardust agreed with me and still disagreed with me. The Stardust says we must acknowledge the differences. Sure, but trans women and women are still under the umbrella of women. Which means, logically speaking, by extension, that you can recognize the difference between trans people that do not need medical transition, those who do, and recognize that it's both under the same umbrella of trans. It's not complicated. You cannot say it works for one and does not for the other. It's nonsensical. A non-binary person can advocate for medical health, for medical care for trans people. Because I'm gonna be honest, non-binary people fight for transgender rights, for example, simply by asking not to be misgendered. Non-binary people are, by their existence, fighting for transgender rights. But they can also advocate for specifically medical rights of those who need it. It's not complicated. Don't worry, ducks will win. There are more ducks, they will win. They will exclude the bad birds. See what I did there? It's okay for ducks to exclude the bad birds. Maybe seagulls are actually aren't birds. Maybe they just have a different experience. Maybe they should be excluded from the pond. You know? They just don't have the same experience as ducks. So they're not birds, they're just different. I don't know. I'm just I don't know. I don't know what to say to this at this point, just apart from just mocking it. Okay, now I have to go to the toilet. It's like blah, my bladder is blah. I'll be right. I just said, oh my god, we love our non-binary siblings. This is gonna be here to stay. As long as it takes, forever. What an experience. Today I've learned that I don't know. That what I advocate for is mental illness, and that I use Nazi strategies. It just it's wild. I don't know. Lovely duckies. I know, right? Maybe we should try to talk to Jim and Mama about this. Roadrunners. Have you tried painting a tunnel and trying to get the roadrunner to run into the painted tunnel? Have you tried that? Have you tried painting a tunnel on a wall? The simulation did warn me of that. Oh. Oh. Someone very nice left a comment under my paragraph 175 announcement. This is some stupid shit. No one cares. No one cares about the history of Nazi Germany persecuting a group of people. That's a statement. What a comment. Amazing. No, unfortunately, those are far between. Okay, I'm gonna find a nice comment. Unfortunately, the only nice comment I've gotten recently was being called pretty, which I appreciate always, even if I'm not sure if it's true. Where's the intro? Oh yeah. What? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I got a new bigoted comment just 1 minute ago. God. What a world we live in. Probably attention from the panel, maybe. Wouldn't be surprised. We got some interesting people in that panel. Right. Do I even need to talk about tomfoolery in all of this? Tomfoolery saying, again, I said that Stonewall, excluding trans people from the movement, is basically what they're trying to do now. Binary trans people trying to exclude non-binary trans people. And tomfoolery is like, oh, so Hitler drank water. I'm comparing two bigoted things. Hitler drinking water comparison works because drinking water is a benign, normal thing that everybody does. Tomfoolery is just... I don't know what to say. Touchdown. No. Tom is not as smart as you think he is. No, he's not. He definitely is not. It's such a waste of time on... Yeah, that's true. That's true, somebody said it. But... But it is important to... It is important to show that it is unacceptable. And keep in mind, because my stance was that non-binary people, I don't know, cannot be excluded, people assumed I was also non-binary. You know? Because they said to me, we don't want you all to we don't want you all to jump off a cliff. Because to them, like, do you know what their whole thing can be basically compiled to? Fuck you, I got mine. As long as I get mine, fuck all of you. That's it. I look for my own, and screw the rest of you. I'll never accept that. Never. No. No way. It's basically like people saying we should stop supporting Ukraine. America first. America, why can't we take care of our own? I felt like that particular duck called out to me. Called out to my soul. And we still have to continue with the Jess single BS. There's so many things to do. No, no. I'm just thinking that there's a lot to do. People just don't care. Okay, I actually agree, because it basically, yeah, it does. You know what? It does interlink with single, because just like single gender identity clinic, they want to be the normal and exclude the abnormal. So I will definitely agree with in that regard. That is just wanting to secure some normal and exclude all the wacky abnormal. Also, even though it was explained at this point a million times, though is actually not their gender, just so you know. It was explained like a million times, and people still run to the whole, yeah, but Doe is a deer. Doe identifies as a deer gender, which is actually not true, incidentally. What are they gonna call Demon Mama demon gender next? Moose gender, true. Oh my god, that actually scared me for some reason. The 3D audio of the duck. Oh, I guess I'm tired. I actually thought that... I guess I'm duck gender. By that logic. With my whole duck aesthetic. I'm surprised people didn't call me duck gender. Or something. Lucy the duck gender. Every debate on gender, it seems those gender needs to be clarified, unfortunately. We do need more of that. And palm tree gender, true. And you do post a lot of palm tree photos. Look at this ducky here. Posing for the camera. And now off the frame. They're so nice. Oh gosh. We're in better company now, givers. We're now in like nice, calm company. 11-hour stream. Has it been 11 hours already? If you like what I do, please consider donating. I'm going to sleep. There will be no sleep for me. It's true. I'm a hardcore streamer, so please consider subscribing and etc. Shall I end the stream here? I still cannot believe. Okay. I guess we're gonna finish for today. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. If you're still up to it, then I have to talk to you, Karasu. Okay? We need to talk. We need to talk. No stream tomorrow. And by that I mean today, because it's already Friday. Thank you. I'm pretty? No. No. But thank you. Yeah, with you. Did you forget? Did you already forget? Okay, I press end stream. Okay. I press end stream. I'll see you on Sunday. I see you Sunday. I press